Chapter 1377. This mass attack was so sudden that even the Black Een ancestor was caught off guard. Most fatal of all was Ouyang Changheng's attack. Darkness Qilin. The furious roar of a Qilin resounded through the heavens. Ouyang Changheng's hair and beard stood on end, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. A massive black Qilin broke through the gap in the Black Een ancestor's defense, bursting with destructive energy. Like a comet, it struck the black dragon's chest with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Ah! The Black Een ancestor screamed as he was sent flying by this dreadful attack. This was the first time the Black Een ancestor had suffered such a blow since his clash with Ouyang Changheng. Bastard! The Black Een ancestor vomited a mouthful of blood, both shocked and enraged. Ouyang Changheng's attack had truly infuriated him, but the main culprit was that blue-clothed brat at the base of the mountain. If not for him, no matter how powerful Ouyang Changheng was, he would never have been able to wound him. You bunch of useless trash! Why haven't you killed him yet? The Black Een ancestor's roar resounded through the entire Zhengqi League stronghold. No one could have imagined that the target of his rage was not Ouyang Changheng, but Wang Chong, who had not even participated in the battle. The Black Een ancestors' roar caused the experts fighting with the Zhengqi League to notice the blue-clothed youth at the base of the mountain. At this moment, Wang Chong became the undisputed center of the battlefield. Countless gazes focused on him. Wang Chong was taken aback by this strange atmosphere, but he quickly began to laugh. Although he had been noticed by everyone, it made it even easier for Wang Chong to make a name for himself in the martial arts world. At the very least, he had made a name for himself with this battle. Kill! Kill that brat! In an instant, countless disciples of the Xianin faction roared and rushed toward Wang Chong's position. If the King of Hell wanted you dead by the third watch, who would dare to keep you alive until the fifth watch? Any disciple of the Black Een sect who the Black Een ancestor wanted dead, no matter the price, would have to be killed. In a split second, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the top of the mountain. The disciples of the mysterious Een faction rushed towards Wang Chong like a tidal wave. All Zhengqi League disciples, hear my order! Protect young Master Qingyang. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Song Yuan suddenly gave the order. The disciples of the Zhengqi League also reacted at this time. Each of them held a long sword in their hands, blocking the disciples of the Black Een faction while shrinking the encirclement to protect Wang Chong. Protect young Master Qingyang. Protect young Master Qingyang. Protect young Master Qingyang. A series of shouts resounded throughout the world. The other disciples of the Zhengqi League had also noticed the situation here, and they all headed towards Wang Chong's direction. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords and sabers and the rumbling of stellar energy filled the air. The battle was even more intense than it had been in the past. For the first time, the Zhengqi League and the Black Een sect, two major factions of the martial arts world, were fighting over a young man who was neither a member of the Zhengqi League nor the Black Een sect. At some point, Wang Chong had become the focus of the entire battlefield, the crux that would decide the outcome of this battle. Not even Song Yuan, who had brought Wang Chong to the base, had expected this change. Wang Chong inwardly smiled at the sight. His aura was weak, and he was at his weakest. Everyone now treated him as that young Master Qingyang who was born with a flaw and was not very skilled, someone who could be easily slaughtered. Even the Black Een ancestor did not seem to doubt his identity. This provided him with a natural disguise. Can position, Li position, radiant sun high. Qian position, Sun position. Sun and moon rise from the east. Wang Chong remained unperturbed, indifferently gazing at the summit as he directed the experts of the Zhengqi League into battle with the Black Een ancestor. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the Black Een ancestor was powerful in the face of so many sword attacks from every direction and Ouyang Changheng, he found himself in dire straits. Under Wang Chong's command, These ordinary experts of the Jingqi League, who the Black Een ancestor normally did not care about, began to encircle him from all sides like invisible steel bars, constantly contracting and trapping him within. The Black Een ancestor was both shocked and infuriated. He had taken advantage of the fact that the experts of the Jingqi League had left to track down the Origin Immortal Mountain and the evil emperor to launch a sneak attack. In his calculations, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sweep up the stronghold in the rear in one fell swoop. But to his surprise, even though he had succeeded in his plot against Ouyang Chongheng, some inexplicable brat had come along and foiled his plans. The Black Een ancestor had dominated the martial arts world for more than half his life, but no one had ever dared to oppose him like this. Reckless thing. Putting aside the Jingqi League for now, even if this ancestor doesn't kill Ouyang Chongheng today, I'll kill you first to serve as a warning to others. The Black Een ancestor's fury surged, and his desire to kill Wang Chong instantly surpassed that of Ouyang Chongheng, making him his primary target. Boom! A thick stream of evil energy burst out of the Black Een ancestor's dantian like flowing ink. Just when the Black Een ancestor was about to use this secret art that could kill 1,000 enemies and 800 allies, the situation suddenly changed. Luo Qin, is this all you've got when this one isn't here? Only finding juniors to deal with. At this moment, the sky rumbled as a dignified and majestic voice came from the void. Before his voice faded away, a golden light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the clouds, instantly illuminating the entire horizon, dyeing the sky like the rosy glow of dawn. In the depths of the clouds, there was a destructive force burning the heavens and the sea, rushing towards the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Song Yuanyi, the Black Een ancestor, who had been arrogantly trying to kill all the disciples in the rear of the Jingqi League, was like a mouse that had seen a cat. His entire body paled, and a look of extreme apprehension appeared in his eyes. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Song Yuanyi has returned. Everyone retreat. The Black Een ancestor's voice was panicked as he fiercely swung his body, enduring the blows from Ouyang Chongheng and the Righteous Alliance disciples. Then, with a burst of stellar energy and a cloud of dust, he soared into the air and began to flee. But even though the black, dark, great ancestor reacted quickly, the figure that had suddenly appeared in the air and dropped down from the depths of the sky was even faster. The black, dark, great ancestor had barely fled several hundred zhang when that figure caught up with him and crashed into him. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the terrifying explosion set off a violent gust of wind between heaven and earth. Keklak! 7 or 8 banners of the Taiji Immortal Crane were snapped in two, and countless Righteous Alliance disciples cried out in alarm as they were swept up in the wind and sent flying, together with countless stones and stones. Song Yuanyi, just you wait. This is only the beginning. The Black Een ancestor's furious roar came from the sky, his entire body transforming into a black blur as he fled. In the sky, that figure did not pursue the Black Een ancestor. His body was like a feather as he circled in the air, and then, thump, he landed on the summit of the mountain. When that person landed, he seemed to weigh tens of thousands of jin. The entire mountain seemed unable to bear his weight and fiercely shuddered. It's the Alliance Master of the Jingqi League. Run. When the disciples of the Xianin sect saw the figure that appeared on the top of the mountain, their eyes flickered and their faces revealed expressions of extreme fear. In an instant, everyone turned around and fled into the distance like birds and beasts. Kill. The moment that person appeared on the summit, all the Jingqi League disciples became energized and began to pursue the fleeing Black Een sect disciples. At almost the same time, an even louder battle cry came from the west. Hundreds of Jingqi League experts were charging in this direction. Each of these Jingqi League experts was incredibly powerful. At a glance, there were even 6 or 7 experts on Ouyang Chongheng's level. The situation was instantly reversed, and a few moments later, the Black Een sect was completely routed, while everyone else was pursuing the fleeing Black Een sect disciples. Only Wang Chong stood motionless on the mountain. His gaze turned and quickly landed on the white figure that suddenly descended from the sky at the top of the mountain. This person is the Alliance Master of the Jingqi League. Wang Chong raised his head and silently sized up that figure. This person appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and he wore the snow-white robe of the Jingqi League, yet he exuded an indescribable might. His face was old-fashioned, his expression solemn, and he did not smile. His eyes shone with a sharp light, giving off an aura of incomparable sharpness. But what left the deepest impression was the boundless and frenzied energy in his body that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth. Anyone would feel a deep reverence in the face of this terrifying energy, which was as vast as the sea. What a powerful expert! With a single glance, Wang Chong's heart shivered. At the same time, he swiftly concealed his cultivation. Although this was his first time seeing this person, the Alliance Master of the Jingqi League gave Wang Chong an extremely dangerous feeling, even more so than the Black Een ancestor. Moreover, Wang Chong sensed that if the Alliance Master saw through the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art in his body, a fierce battle would immediately ensue. Jumping clown! At this moment, on the summit, the Alliance Master of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, stood with his robes flapping in the wind, his body brimming with the aura of a divine Buddha. At this moment, he did not even notice Wang Chong halfway up the mountain. His sharp eyes were extremely cold, and he just locked on the escaping experts of the Xianin sect in the distance. Swish! In a flash, Song Yuanyi flicked his right hand. Tensome streams of qi from his finger were so dense that they seemed almost tangible, shooting off in every direction like pieces of metal. After shooting out more than 300 feet, these finger energies suddenly split into 2, and then into 3. Their speed instantly increased, and they hit the escaping experts of the Black Moon sect in the distance. Rumble! In that instant, there was a series of explosions, accompanied by shocking screams. The Black Moon sect disciples who were trying to escape were pierced by the finger qi, leaving large holes in their bodies. Their bodies trembled as they fell to the ground. Some of them were even sent tumbling back. Tensum Zhang. Chapter 1378. Alliance Lord! Alliance Lord! Alliance Lord! The righteous Alliance disciples quickly came back to their senses and excitedly cheered, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. As they stared at the white figure on the summit, their eyes shone with fanaticism and worship. It was like the figure standing on the summit was not a person, but a god. In a flash, Wang Chong's expression turned extremely grave. He sensed that this person was definitely a powerful foe of his master, the evil emperor. Father! At this moment, a beautiful figure brushed past Wang Chong and rushed toward the figure on the summit, throwing herself into the arms of the Jingqi League Alliance Lord. Oh! Wang Chong's body trembled at this sight, his mind in turmoil. From the moment Song Yuan had commanded the Jingqi League disciples, Wang Chong had been able to tell that Song Yuan had an unusual status. But Wang Chong had never imagined that Song Yuan would be the daughter of the Jingqi League Lord, Song Yuanyi. His master, the evil emperor, and the Jingqi League Lord were mortal enemies, and Song Yuanyi might have played a part in the plot against his master. But Wang Chong had never imagined that he would casually save Song Yuanyi's daughter. A complicated look appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. It's about time. I should quit while I'm ahead. This Jingqi League Lord is no ordinary individual. Anyone who could plot against my master back then is definitely a scheming individual. My injuries haven't healed yet, so if I stay here, I'll most likely be exposed. As these thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly weighed the pros and cons and made up his mind. Taking advantage of the crowd, he began to retreat. Haha, young Master Qingyang, just where are you planning to go? Wang Chong had just taken a few steps back when a gloomy voice rang in his ear. A figure emitting a cold aura suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chong, blocking his path. Jitu! Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and instantly recognized the figure. When the Black Yin ancestor had descended and fought on the summit, Wang Chong had not seen Ji Yandu, but now he had appeared out of nowhere and blocked Wang Chong's path of retreat. Young Master Qingyang, you made great contributions in dealing with the Black Yin ancestor, and now that the Alliance Lord has appeared, how can you leave now? Ji Yandu's face was wreathed in smiles. He seemed to have good intentions, but his eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around and at Song Yuan on the summit. Everyone, this is the renowned young Master Qingyang of the martial arts world. Junior sister, young Master Qingyang is about to leave. Aren't you going to stop him? Looking at Song Yuan on the summit, he raised his voice a few octaves. Buzz! Wang Chong's heart chilled and he glanced at Ji Yandu. But Wang Chong quickly calmed down. No matter what scheme Ji Yandu had in mind, he had made the wrong move. Right, father, that person is the illustrious young Master Qingyang of the martial arts world. He got separated from his guard, and your daughter happened to run into him on the road and brought him here. If not for his help this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to resist. Ji Yandu's reminder also caused Song Yuan to look over. Now that her father had appeared and the situation was settled, she immediately thought of introducing this young Master Qingyang to him. Young Master Qingyang was said to be a master of all martial arts, and countless factions wanted to pull him into their sections. This was also one of her selfish reasons for bringing Wang Chong to the summit. Oh! At Song Yuan's reminder, Song Yuan turned around, his eyes as sharp as swords as they swiftly focused on Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like he had been thoroughly inspected. Alliance Lord Song, I pay my respects. Since Wang Chong had already made up his mind, he decided to make his way to the summit. Since he was already here, Wang Chong stopped several paces in front of Song Yuan, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. In a flash, Wang Chong became the center of attention. Countless gazes focused on Wang Chong. Good sir, is young Master Qingyang? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Several Jingqi League elders exuding storms of energy walked out of the crowd and examined Wang Chong, their eyes brimming with joy. Young Master Qingyang's reputation in the martial arts world couldn't compare to martial arts titans like Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan or Ouyang Changheng. But as the number one of the younger generation, young Master Qingyang still received the attention of countless people. Most importantly, young Master Qingyang was far too mysterious. No one had ever seen him before. Young Master, many thanks for your assistance. This song represents the entire Jingqi League in thanking young Master. Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan finally spoke. His voice was indifferent and devoid of emotion. Right, the Northwest is remote and uninhabited. Why has young Master Qingyang come here? In addition, young Master's guard has always been inseparable from young Master. How did young Master get separated from him? Our Jingqi League has many disciples and is well informed. Perhaps he can ask around for you. At the end, Song Yuan glanced at Wang Chong, his deep eyes seeming to contain a deeper meaning. This one happened to hear several martial artists discuss that a large number of people from the sects had appeared in the Northwest, and that even the Alliance Lord had come. This one was curious and decided to come here to take a look. But there was a hiccup in the middle. My guard and I were ambushed, and the two of us were separated. Even now, I have no news of him. I presume that Ji Wu is somewhere recuperating. Once he is healed, he will naturally come to find me. Ji Wu is a powerful martial artist with a deep foundation, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Many thanks for Alliance, Lord's concern. Wang Chong faintly smiled and cheerfully spoke. As he spoke, he bowed back, his expression and demeanor inspiring admiration. Father, Young Master Qingyang is truly an astonishing talent. Although his martial arts aren't very high, with just a few words of advice, he was able to command the disciples of our Zhengqi League to cooperate and kill the Black Yin sect's Black General Impermanence. In addition, it was his timely assistance that allowed your daughter to escape from Wei Changting. Song Yuan immediately sensed something and hurriedly spoke, speaking up for Wang Chong. Oh! Song Yuan's last words caused a ripple in Song Yuan's eyes, and his expression suddenly softened. Young Master Qingyang had helped the Zhengqi League so much that Song Yuan did not want him to feel awkward. This being the case, this song has to thank Young Master even more. Meeting Young Master is rare. Why don't you stay in our Zhengqi League for a few days? Song Yuan turned around and said, Elder Ouyang, take a limitless token of our Zhengqi League and give it to Young Master Qingyang. Young Master Qingyang, with this token, whether you are in the Northwest or anywhere else, you can mobilize the experts of our Zhengqi League at will. This way, you will be even safer. The eyes of all the disciples of the Zhengqi League, including Ouyang Chongheng, brightened at these words. Young Master Qingyang's unique insight and profound understanding of the martial path had made him a target for all sides. But his meridians were damaged, so treasures and secret martial arts manuals had no appeal to him. The Alliance Lord's gift of a limitless token could both make up for his flaws and repay his favor, and it could also draw him into the fold, allowing the Zhengqi League to gain a guest expert. This was an extremely ingenious move. Since this is the case, this one will respectfully accept. Wang Chong faintly smiled and clasped his hands as he took the limitless token, a token of extremely high status in the Zhengqi League. The token felt heavy in his hand, and Wang Chong lowered his head to glance at it. One side of the token was engraved with the image of an immortal crane riding a cloud, while the other side was engraved with the word limitless, exuding a powerful aura. Don't just stay here. Hurry and clean up the mountain. Now that the matter was resolved and Wang Chong had accepted the Zhengqi League token, Ouyang Chongheng finally stepped forward. With a wave of his sleeve, the crowd dispersed. The entire mountain range was filled with signs of destruction. Broken banners, toppled corpses, pools of blood, and mottled swords covered the mountain. All of this required time to clean up. Although the Zhengqi League had suffered a significant loss, the corpses on the mountain indicated that the Black Yin sect had also suffered grievous losses, especially when Song Yuan had killed quite a few of their experts. Right, Father. Did you find anything on this trip? Did you find the demonic emperor and the origin of Mortal Mountain? Song Yuan suddenly spoke, her words immediately drawing everyone's attention and causing them to turn to look at her. Wang Chong's heart thumped as he also turned to look. His master, the evil emperor, was an enemy of Song Yuan. His master had not returned for so long, and Song Yuan had left at just the right time. So Wang Chong couldn't help but worry. What he was most worried about was his master's whereabouts. Song Yuan said nothing, but a pensive look appeared in his eyes. The matter of the origin of Mortal Mountain doesn't exist. Whether it's really here is still up for debate. Moreover, this immortal mountain appeared far too easily. It's probably not as simple as we imagine. Song Yuan indifferently said, Then what about demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu? Is there any news of him? The Zhengqi League elder Ouyang Chongheng suddenly asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu was infamous and had committed all sorts of evil deeds. He had stirred up countless storms of blood in the martial arts world, and the majority of the Zhengqi League had come for him. We ran into him, but he managed to escape, and he even injured quite a few of us. Before Song Yuan could speak, a muscular man more than 2 meters tall spoke up. There was a bloody wound on his cheek that stretched from his cheekbone to his temple. His flesh had been blown away, and even a hint of bone was visible. It seemed like he had been wounded not too long ago. Sikong Yuanjia. This was another elder of the Zhengqi League, and his status was even higher than Ouyang Changhing's. Chapter 1379. Buzz. Sikong Yuanjia's words caused an uproar on the summit. Everyone began to whisper to each other in shock. Off to the side, Wang Chong inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. His master had been gone for far too long. Wang Chong had been a little worried, but Sikong Yuanjia's words made him feel much more at ease. His master was already on the verge of reaching the subtle realm. Although the Jingqi League had many people and was powerful, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with his master. It's fine as long as he's fine, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He had originally been in a hurry to meet up with his master, but now he was no longer in such a rush. How could this be? With the Alliance Lord and so many experts of our Jingqi League, how could Zhang Wenfu have managed to escape? Ouyang Changhing looked at Song Yuanyi and Sikong Yuanjia, his heart trembling in shock. And didn't Zhang Wenfu suffer a cultivation defect? How could he still be so powerful? We also don't know what's going on. That fellow has been in seclusion for 2 years, and not only has his strength returned to its peak, it's even stronger than before. He's even more difficult to deal with than before, and his attacks are different from before. When he attacks, thousands of streams of sharp energy crisscrosses, their power terrifying to the extreme. On the other hand, he hasn't used his evil art in the past. Sikong Yuanjia said, a deep look of shock in his eyes. The demonic emperor's reputation had been forged through slaughter. Even after so long, the entire martial arts world still paled at the mere mention of him. Many of the experts of the Jingqi League would tremble in fear upon seeing demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. There was no one in the martial arts world who didn't fear Zhang Wenfu. That's the myriad spirit sea art. In the martial arts world, only that technique is compatible with it. I heard that in his early years he had once obtained this lost art, and in the end he kept it in his treasure vault. However, he has been in possession of that supreme art for many years, but he has never succeeded. I just don't know what kind of opportunity he encountered this time, which allowed him to successfully cultivate it. Song Yuanyi said faintly, his expression incomparably dignified. Buzz. Song Yuanyi's words sent the crowd into an uproar, and they all looked at each other in dismay. Even Sikong Yuanjia appeared a little surprised. It was clear that Song Yuanyi had never mentioned this to them before. At the side, Wang Chong's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled slightly. This Song Yuanyi was definitely the most powerful person he had ever met. At the same time, he was also one of the most difficult to deal with. With just a few words, he was able to determine the origin of his master's martial arts. Just based on his words, it was no wonder that his master viewed him as a great enemy. Young Master Qingyang has a special status. Song Yuan's words alone won't be enough to convince him. We'll have to be careful in the next few days, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Although Song Yuan had spoken up for him, Wang Chong did not believe that he could deceive the Jingqi League Lord with just a few words. But Alliance Lord, isn't it said that no one has ever been able to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art? Ji Endu destroyed Zhang Wenfu's dantian, so how could he possibly cultivate the myriad spirit sea art? Another elder asked. I'm not sure about this matter, but he should have used the myriad spirit sea art. There's no mistaking it. Song Yuanyi indifferently said, Alliance Lord, that old scoundrel Zhang Wenfu is treacherous, cunning, and cruel. Now that we've found his trail, we can't let him escape, no matter what. Ender requests that Alliance Lord increase the search effort. We must kill that old scoundrel Zhang Wenfu. At this moment, a cold and sinister voice rang out as Ji Enda walked out, a sinister expression on his face. In a flash, the surrounding atmosphere subtly changed. Wang Chong stared at the nearby Ji Andu, his mind seething with killing intent. This bastard had betrayed his master, and now he was thinking of attacking his master. Truly shameless to the extreme. I originally wanted to let you live for a while, But now I might have to think of a way to kill you." Wang Chong clenched his fists and said to himself. All was quiet. Putting aside Wang Chong, the Jingqi League disciples all looked at Ji Andu with strange expressions, a hint of disdain in their eyes. Whether they were good or evil, those who betrayed their masters and sects would always be looked down upon wherever they went. And now, Ji Andu still wanted to deal with his former master. Although there was nothing wrong with his reasoning, no one had any respect for him in terms of morality. But even so, Ji Andu seemed not to care. He ignored the disdainful gazes around him and focused on the Jingqi League lord, Song Yuanyi, his expression serious. "This is also what we're going to do next. Although we allowed demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu to escape this time, we did not come out empty-handed. Afterwards, we investigated the people from the sects who had dealings with the demonic emperor and obtained an important piece of information from them. During his seclusion, the demonic emperor took in a new disciple. This disciple is not very old, around 17 or 18, and he also cultivates the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art." Song Yuanyi said, "Rumble." The other disciples who had already heard this news were fine, but the Jingqi League experts who had remained on the mountain were all stunned. Ji Andu, in particular, seemed to have been pricked by a needle, his head jerking up. "What?" Ji Andu's pupils constricted, his fists clenched, and his entire body exploded with an extremely dangerous aura. Although he did his utmost to suppress it, a thick sliver of jealousy and killing intent seeped out of the depths of his eyes. That damned old scoundrel! Ji Andu's heart exploded with rage. He had been completely unaware of this news. The rules of the demonic emperor's faction were extremely strict, and it had taken him a tremendous amount of effort to become his disciple. Moreover, the old scoundrel often hid his abilities, but now he had taken in another disciple. Ji Andu found this completely unacceptable. Jealousy was like a venomous snake, making his face savage. Ji Andu's side was naturally furious, but Wang Chong's side was also alarmed. The imperial court and the world of sects were two completely different worlds. The people of the imperial court knew almost nothing about the world of sects, and the people of the world of sects had little understanding of the imperial court. Thus, even though his master, the evil emperor, had taken action twice because it had been on the battlefield, not many people in the world of sects knew about it. His master had also never mentioned him to outsiders, so Wang Chong had no idea how they had learned of this matter. Alliance Lord, can this matter be trusted? After all, after what happened back then, how could Zhang Wenfu possibly take in another disciple? A Jingqi League expert suddenly walked out of the crowd and said. As he spoke, he glanced at the savage Ji Andu, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. That person had been betrayed by his own disciple. After such a thing had happened, a normal person would have a deep psychological shadow over the idea of taking in a disciple. And this was not to mention that this person had a cruel and ruthless personality. After such a thing had happened, it was even less likely that he would take in a disciple. Wang Chong said nothing, his gaze also falling on this Jingqi League Alliance Lord, Song Yuanyi. Not even he had any idea how this news had been leaked so soon after he had set foot in the northwest. Song Yuanyi said nothing, only glanced at Sikong Yuanjia. Understanding, Sikong Yuanjia took 2 steps forward and sternly said, "There should be no doubt about this matter. When we discovered the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu, there was a formation elder at his side. Although this person isn't very famous in the world of sects, he is skilled in all kinds of ancient formations. This person has a lot to do with how Zhang Wenfu was able to escape. Based on our investigations, the news that the evil emperor had a disciple was inadvertently revealed in a conversation between the formation elder and Zhang Wenfu. Based on what that person said, the demonic emperor's new disciple is extremely young, but he has an extremely high cultivation level. Moreover, it can be seen that Zhang Wenfu views this new disciple with great importance, even bringing him on this journey to the northwest. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu and the formation elder went on an expedition, leaving this disciple in the rear. This matter was inadvertently revealed by the formation elder, so it shouldn't be false. Everyone turned solemn, the killing intent in Ji Andu's eyes intensifying. The others also became pensive, and Wang Chong was even more taken aback. It was him. Even if you beat him to death, Wang Chong would have never imagined that the formation elder had made a mistake. But given his personality, it really was possible. This is troublesome. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, "Young Master Qingyang, do you have any thoughts?" At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his ear. Wang Chong raised his head and met Song Yuanyi's gaze. His face was so calm that it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. This one is but a wild crane with no more knowledge of the martial arts world than the Alliance Lord. So how could I have any thoughts? Wang Chong gave a slight bow and calmly said. Song Yuanyi only faintly smiled, his thoughts impossible to read, and then he quickly turned his head away. Guard the mountain. Although the Black Een ancestor has left, there's no telling when he might come back. We can't give them any opportunity. Song Yuanyi said, Yes, Alliance Lord. Everyone bowed and said in a loud voice, Yuanjia, you have the most experience in this field. You take charge of the arrangements. Song Yuanyi glanced at Sikong Yuanjia. Yes, Alliance Lord. Sikong Yuanjia hurriedly bowed, his expression one of utmost respect. The conference quickly concluded, and everyone began to disperse. Young Master, my apologies. I concealed my identity and did not tell you that I was the daughter of the Jingqi League Lord. Once everyone had left, Song Yuan walked over, a look of shame on her face. It's just a minor matter. Miss Song does not need to worry about it. Wang Chong waved his sleeve and faintly smiled. He was rather surprised by this matter, but he truly did not care that much. Song Yuan felt much better at Wang Chong's words. Relax. Father has already promised you that we will definitely help you find a personal guard, Song Yuan said. The sky gradually darkened. As the sky darkened, Song Yuan took Wang Chong away to prepare a room for him. Cree. As the Jingqi League disciples were busying themselves on the mountain, the shrill cry of an eagle came from the sky. Few people noticed that an eagle with 2 massive wings and sharp eyes was circling over the mountain. Chapter 1380. The Ish. The moment it locked onto Wang Chong, the eagle's blood-red eyes flickered. With a flap of its steely wings, it stirred up a gust of wind and shot off like a shooting star toward the green mountains in the east. About tens of miles later, that weird-looking eagle with blood-red eyes swooped down from the sky and quickly landed on an outstretched arm under a huge ginkgo tree. Ha! My little darling has found its target. Under the ginkgo tree, a black-clothed man laughed strangely. He gently retracted his arm, and the other hand stroked the back of the eagle, looking into the eyes of this blood-red eagle. Hiss! A moment later, the man in black took in a deep breath, and a blood-red mist began to waft out of the eagle's body. This blood-red mist writhed and danced as if it had a life of its own. It quickly transformed into 2 streams of mist that entered the man in black's eyes. As the 2 wisps of mist surged in, a blood-red image quickly appeared in the black-clothed man's mind in the next moment. Almost all of these images were what the eagle had seen before, but they were all covered in a layer of blood-red. Blood-eye! How is it? Where is the target? Nearby, the 3 bamboo hat men spoke in a cold and aloof voice from behind them. The bamboo hats on their heads were slightly tilted, covering most of their faces. Then they wrapped their bodies with cloaks behind them. They were like bats that had landed on the ground. They were strange, mysterious, and at the same time, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. I've already seen him. He's on a mountain 25 li to the east. That mountain is covered in banners, so there's no mistaking him. Moreover, it seems like our king of foreign lands has found quite a few allies. At the end of his sentence, the black-clothed man cackled. After pursuing him for so many days and killing many of his own people, in the end, they still couldn't escape his discerning eyes and were exposed. Allies. A bamboo hat man beneath the ginkgo tree raised his head and glanced at Blood Eye in surprise. Blood, I nodded seriously. The flag on their mountain peak has the words Zhengqi League written on it. They should be a sect from the Central Plains, and it seems like they have quite a few experts. Xuetong said, Clown, ignore them. If they dare to oppose us, kill them all. His voice was as cold as a demon god from the 9 hells. The other 2 bamboo hat men nodded in agreement. As the gods of this world, no matter how powerful the forces of the secular world were, they were nothing more than ants in their eyes, not worthy of their attention. At most, the Zhengqi League was just a slightly bigger ant. Get ready. We'll attack at midnight and kill them all. One of them spoke with a bamboo hat, and he directly decided the entire operation. Meanwhile, at the Zhengqi League base 20-some li away, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on a boulder, looking down at the mountain. The traces of battle during the day had all been swept away, and from where Wang Chong stood, the surroundings were clean as if nothing had happened at all. Wang Chong slowly looked around and saw the disciples of the Zhengqi League either meditating or resting, their expressions extremely calm. The fierce battle during the day was like a daily occurrence to them, and they couldn't even see the slightest ripple in Wang Chong's eyes. There are many grudges between people and sections. Even the fiercest battle is nothing to them. As Wang Chong continued to look down, he saw at least 5 powerful Righteous Alliance elders seated cross-legged at the base of the mountain, each of them exuding storm-like auras as if they were standing guard in every direction. Each of these elders of the Zhengqi League had reached the peak of the Saint Martial realm, and some of them were even on the same level as Gao Xinji. The 5 of them stood motionless at their respective positions. Although they said to the outside world that they had just experienced a major battle and that all of this was to guard against a possible night attack by the Black Een sect and 5 Ancestor Alliance, Wang Chong sensed that the Righteous Alliance was secretly targeting him. These 5 elders stood guard at 5 different positions, forming a cage around him. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape the eyes of these 5. Miss Song, during the day, I heard from your father that Alliance Lord Song and the Zhengqi League are apparently pursuing the evil emperor, and your senior brother Ji and seems to be related to the evil emperor. Just what is going on here? Drawing back his gaze, Wang Chong turned to Song Yuan. The only person Wang Chong knew on the mountain was Song Yuan, so the head of the Zhengqi League, Song Yuani, had simply given him to Song Yuan to receive. Does young Master Qingyang not know? A hint of surprise appeared in Song Yuan's eyes. You know that I didn't pay much attention to these things in the past. Wang Chong found an excuse to cover up the matter. Fortunately, Song Yuan did not pursue the matter, so that's how it is. As Song Yuan spoke, she quickly began to explain. Around 2 years ago, before the Zhengqi League was established, there was a supreme expert of the martial arts world called Zhang Wenfu. He was known as the number 1 of the evil path, and the people of the martial arts world called him the demonic emperor. He was extremely powerful and committed all sorts of evil deeds. He had already made a name for himself a long time ago, and through an evil art called the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art, he reached a level that many people find difficult to reach. From the moment he made a name for himself, he gathered many experts under his command and became a great demon of the martial arts world that everyone feared. He had a ruthless and ruthless personality, and he massacred almost everyone in the martial arts world. At the time, everyone paled at the mention of him, and very few people even dared to mention his name. Only my father never feared him. Song Yuan's face was brimming with pride as she spoke of her father. But there's a saying that goes, good and evil will be repaid. It's not that retribution has not come, but that the time has not yet come. Zhang Wenfu's evil art can absorb the energy of others and turn them into desiccated corpses. This has engendered enormous resentment in the martial arts world, and although no one dared to oppose him for a very long time, In the end, he absorbed too many kinds of stellar energy and suffered a cultivation defect. At the start, he wanted to hide it, constantly trying to resolve it on his own. But in the end, his disciple discovered it and the news leaked out. Because Zhang Wenfu had engendered public anger in the martial arts world, the righteous and evil sects worked together, and with the help of one of the evil emperor's disciples, they succeeded in heavily wounding the evil emperor and piercing his dantian, freeing the martial arts world from his reign of terror. That was the greatest event of the martial arts world at the time, and it completely altered the structure of the martial arts world. The Jingqi League and the Five Ancestor Alliance only appeared after that. And the disciple of the evil emperor who participated in this matter was recruited by my father to join the Jingqi League, my senior brother Ji Endu. My father said that he had already turned over a new leaf and that he should be given a chance. But I know that he has never changed. Ever since he entered the Jingqi League, he has been doing everything he can to pursue me, and he even tried to get my father to agree to this marriage. His goal was to succeed my father's position and become the alliance master of the Jingqi League. I've already refused him many times. Although his heart isn't righteous, my father and the elders have always said that a flaw cannot obscure a jade. He made great contributions back then, but no one expected that in the end, the evil emperor would still be alive. Thus, today's events occurred. As she spoke of her marriage, Song Yuan's fair face appeared a little sad and desolate. Wang Chong said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. Relax. No matter what he wants to do, he won't be able to succeed. Wang Chong suddenly said with a smile. Ah. Song Yuan was stunned, and she immediately raised her head to look at Wang Chong, a hint of confusion in her eyes. If I say it won't happen, it won't happen. You'll understand in the future. Wang Chong faintly smiled, offering no explanation. Song Yuan was even more surprised. Although young Master Qingyang had a great reputation, he was not very skilled in martial arts. Moreover, even if he were, he probably wouldn't be able to interfere in the affairs of the Jingqi League. In the Jingqi League, only one person could decide her fate, her father, Song Yuan. Young Master! Song Yuan was just about to ask more questions when she heard footsteps behind her, and soon a voice rang out in her ear. Young lady, Alliance Lord wishes to speak with you. You must go now. A righteous Alliance disciple had appeared in the rear at some point. Ah, I'll be right there. Startled, Song Yuan quickly stood up. Young Master, I'll go first. If anything happens, inform me at any time. With these words, Song Yuan quickly left. The surroundings quickly fell silent, and Wang Chong turned his head and continued to look down the mountain. Young Master Qingyang is truly in a good mood. After some time, a gloomy voice came from behind him, accompanied by the rustling of footsteps. A figure began to approach Wang Chong. Senior brother Ji truly has put a lot of thought into this. In order to meet with me alone, you even came up with this method of moving Miss Song away. Wang Chong faintly smiled, not even turning his head. Easy. The footsteps came to a halt, and Ji narrowed his eyes as he stared at Wang Chong's back, the dangerous light of a viper in his eyes. Humph. You're quite bold to dare pretend to be young Master Qingyang in front of so many people. A moment later, Ji coldly snorted as he stared at Wang Chong and uttered these bone-chilling words. Buzz. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Wang Chong's face was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. In the end, Wang Chong had been unable to hide this from his senior brother. The atmosphere instantly became tense. What is Lord Protector saying? Wang Chong faintly smiled, his face unperturbed. Everyone in the sect knows that young Master Qingyang's martial arts are lacking, so his guard's superb martial arts were all taught by young Master Qingyang. The two of them are inseparable, and Meng is inseparable. I've never heard of young Master Qingyang moving alone, and I've never heard of him having a guard with him. Junior sister believed you with just a few words, but do you think that all of us are blind? Ji Endu approached Wang Chong and examined Wang Chong with sinister eyes. Chapter 1381. Wang Chong inwardly smiled. As expected, his senior brother was not that easy to convince. The identity of young master Qingyang might have been fooled by others, but it might not have been fooled by him. But Wang Chong was in no rush. Haha, it seems like Protector Ji is still very prejudiced against me. Didn't I already tell you when Alliance Lord Song was here? We were attacked by bandits, so we split up. If Protector Ji is interested in my guard, it won't be long before you see him. But this one is helping the Jingqi League, so why is Protector Ji still so suspicious of this one? Is that really all? Wang Chong faintly smiled. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Ji Anda's expression flickered. A cold and sinister aura erupted from his body, making him seem even more dangerous. You're quite bold. Now that junior sister isn't here, are you not afraid that I'll kill you? Ji Anda's expression grew colder and colder, his index and middle fingers curling as if ready to strike at any moment. But Wang Chong remained unmoved. Haha, the 5 elders of the Zhengqi League are at the base of the mountain, and the Alliance Lord is at the summit. There are also several hundred disciples of the Zhengqi League on the mountain. If Protector Ji wants to kill me, feel free to do so. Wang Chong said. His face was calm and relaxed, as if he didn't care about Ji Anda's threat at all. You. Ji Anda's expression darkened, and he flew into a rage. This bastard had nothing to fear. Wang Chong, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face. Song Yuni had arranged for 5 elders at the base of the mountain. Although this made it impossible for Wang Chong to silently leave, it also made it impossible for Ji Endu to attack as he pleased. If he were to be ambushed and injured while under this sort of defense, he would become the laughingstock of the world. This was essentially a form of protection for Wang Chong. Ji Endu stared at Wang Chong's back, his eyes flickering. Wang Chong's words truly had left him feeling a great deal of apprehension. But a moment later, Ji Endu seemed to think of something and began to laugh. Ha ha ha! So what if your young master Qingyang? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? An extremely dangerous light flashed through Ji Endu's eyes. He flicked his finger. Swish! A sharp sort of energy stabbed toward Wang Chong's right shoulder. He actually disregarded everything and directly attacked Wang Chong. But a moment later, whoosh! In a flash of light, Wang Chong's body flickered as if he had long since anticipated Ji Endu's attack. With a raise of his hand, he dodged Ji Endu's attack by a hair. Humph! You still want to hide? Ji Endu's entire body exploded with killing intent. Guardian Ji, don't tell me you've forgotten who I am. Wang Chong stood 7 or 8 paces from Ji Endu, his robes flapping in the wind as he spoke. Ji Endu's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Qingyang was an expert in all martial arts and knew all the martial arts of the world. If he could command the disciples of the Zhengqi League to deal with the Black Yin ancestor, he naturally could dodge Ji Endu's attack. Guardian Ji, I helped you out of goodwill, and it was your alliance lord's will that I remained in the Zhengqi League. Since Guardian Ji is so dissatisfied with me, it seems that I can only bid Alliance Lord Song farewell. Wang Chong faintly smiled and raised his voice. You're threatening me. Ji Endu's expression chilled, and just when he was about to strike again, he heard a harsh shout. Guardian Ji, what are you doing? Young Master Qingyang is an honored guest of our Zhengqi League. You cannot be rude. At this moment, an elderly voice spoke. A few moments later, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching Wang Chong's group. Ji Endu turned his head and saw that an elder of the Zhengqi League was striding toward him. Ji Endu's heart skipped a beat and he grimaced. Other than the 5 elders at the base of the mountain, there were also several elders patrolling the base. Ji Endu was completely focused on Wang Chong, so he didn't pay much attention to the footsteps. Little could he have expected that Wang Chong had already predicted this and had intentionally raised his voice to bid farewell to Alliance Lord Song, to lure him over. Humph, consider yourself formidable. Ji Enda knew that he could no longer probe Wang Chong, so he immediately pulled back his finger. Elder has misunderstood. Young Master Qingyang has shown kindness to our Jingqi League. I saw that he was alone and only came to take a look. Young Master, let us chat another time. After saying this, Ji Enda began to walk up the mountain. Young Master Qingyang, are you okay? The Jingqi League elder immediately walked over and asked in concern. It's nothing. Protector Ji seems to have misunderstood me, but I'm fine now. Wang Chong indifferently said. Nearby, Ji Andu, who was already 50 or 60 paces away, suddenly felt his face twitch. Oh! The Righteous Alliance elder slightly frowned, a look of confusion on his face. If Wang Chong wasn't willing to speak, there was nothing he could do. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and left. On the summit, Ji Andu stood in the darkness and glared viciously at Wang Chong. Wang Chong was well aware that this matter was far from over. Since Ji Endu had dared to move Song Yuan away and openly appear in front of him to threaten him, there was assuredly more to come. You're seeking your own death. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, his eyes turned frigid. Wang Chong quickly calmed down and began to adjust his breathing. After some time, while Wang Chong was adjusting his stellar energy, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his bosom. At the same time, a faint green light emerged from Wang Chong's chest. Although it was not very bright, it was extremely eye-catching in the darkness. This is Wang Chong reached into his bosom and took out that object. With just a glance, he grimaced. He raised his head and quickly scanned his surroundings. The night was quiet and nothing could be seen. Only gusts of wind whistled as it swept past from above. Everything seemed the same as before, but Wang Chong knew that everything had changed. A crisis was lurking, ready to strike at any moment. With a quick decision, Wang Chong stood up and walked higher up the mountain, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Wang Chong left, not many people noticed that not far from the foot of the mountain, there was a small figure. A figure dressed in black was hidden in a dense treetop. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, sizing up the mountain range in the night with an incomparably sharp gaze. The middle of the night is the best time to strike. In a little while, we'll slaughter them until they're thrown off their helmets and stripped of their armor. The man in black cackled as he turned to the other voice behind him. Blood Eye, have you found the target? Kiki, relax. The target is still on the mountain. He can't escape. A voice rang out. Blood Eye was crouching and hiding on another tree. His aura was one with the tree, and if one didn't pay special attention to him, they wouldn't be able to discover him. It's about time. It's time for us to move. The two of them moved like ghosts, swiftly making their way toward the 3 bamboo hat men. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew. Everything was hidden in the darkness, and everything was quiet. Around 5 minutes later, there was a sudden gust of wind from the east, blowing toward the Jingqi League. In this sort of night, everything was perfectly normal, but few people noticed that there was something unusual in this gust of wind. To the east of the Jingqi League's temporary base, a Jingqi League disciple dressed in a Taiji crane robe was seated cross-legged on the ground, his palms facing the sky as he silently cultivated. As the wind blew past, this Jingqi League disciple's nostrils flared, and after taking a few deep breaths, he couldn't help but open his eyes, a hint of confusion in them. But before he could figure out what was wrong, his body went limp and he dropped to the ground. 1, 2, 3, as the wind blew past. Jingqi League disciple after disciple suddenly dropped to the ground like wooden stakes. Who is it? With a furious roar, a Jingqi League elder standing guard on the east side of the mountain suddenly stood up, his eyes staring warily into the darkness. This Righteous Alliance elder was far more sensitive to danger than an ordinary person, and he instantly sensed an intense danger. More than one li away, a man in black floated above a tree, while two others floated in the air, their hands held behind their backs as they coldly chuckled. Beside each of them was a black bag. Under the control of the stellar energy, wisps of fine white powder were flying out like a silver river, converging into the wind. There were at least 1,000 disciples gathered at the Jingqi League's base. Ordinary people would have long ago retreated from such a large number, and not even the Five Ancestor Alliance would dare to attack while Song Yuanyi was present. But these men in black didn't even care about secular imperial authority, so why would they care about the factions of the martial arts world? No matter how many experts were gathered on this mountain, they would still dare to attack. Not good. Enemy attack. There's poison in the wind. Everyone, hold your breaths. Another loud shout came from the dark night. The voice was incomparably anxious. In an instant, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and the originally silent mountain range instantly fell into chaos. Ah! Cries of alarm came from the summit as more and more disciples awoke from their meditation. By the time they noticed the abnormality on the mountain, it was already too late. The immortal powder was colorless and odorless, making it very difficult to detect. In just a few moments, countless disciples had fallen to the ground like wooden stakes. They're really haunting us. Even though I hid here, they still found me. On the summit, Wang Chong looked down at his surroundings, his eyes cold. Even though the battle had not yet begun, Wang Chong had already sensed the auras of those men in black. Chapter 1382. If not for a freak combination of factors that had allowed him to sneak into the Jingqi League, it would have been rather troublesome for him to encounter them alone. But now, one was his master's mortal enemy, and the other was bent on killing him. This was the perfect opportunity for them to fight and exhaust each other's strength. Since you've come, I can't just let you pay the price. With a faint smile, Wang Chong quickly disappeared from the mountain. Just who are you people? At the foot of the mountain, the tall and muscular Sikong Yuanjia stared at the eastern winds with a chilling gaze. But in response to Sikong Yuanjia was an ear-piercing shriek. Rumble! A massive boulder weighing several thousand kilograms rumbled through the night like a cannonball as it hurtled toward Sikong Yuanjia. You're seeking death. Sikong Yuanjia's expression chilled. Clang! With a metallic clang, a ring of metal shot out from beneath his feet. A moment later, Sikong Yuanjia left behind an afterimage as he vanished. Then, he struck the boulder that was hurtling toward him. With a massive boom, the boulder, weighing several thousand jin, was instantly pulverized by Sikong Yuanjia's fist, the fragments flying in every direction. Ah! Just as Sikong Yuanjia was about to rush over, miserable screams came from all directions. Sikong Yuanjia paled when he heard these screams of death, but just as he was about to turn around and go help, he felt an intense sense of danger. You're seeking death. With no time to think, Sikong Yuanjia gathered all the stellar energy in his body, his right arm rapidly swelling until it looked like a qilin. Then he thrust his palm forward. Rumble! There was a violent explosion as the two palms collided. Two flames, one violet and one black, seemed to have a life of their own. They instantly wrapped around Sikong Yuanjia's fist and began to spread to other parts of his body. Not good. Sikong Yuanjia's expression changed. He unleashed an even more powerful stellar energy that pushed back the black-clothed man. Then he rapidly retreated, putting a distance of 10-some paces between them. How could this be? Just what kind of technique is this? Sikong Yuanjia's face twisted as he stared at the two flames still burning on his arm. Putting aside Sikong Yuanjia, after the first wave of immortals had killed more than half of the Jingqi League disciples, at least 60 black-clothed men rushed up the mountain like phantoms. These people had cold gazes and said nothing. Upon reaching the mountain, they all gathered together and charged forward at full speed. They had no intention of waging war against the Jingqi League. For the black-clothed men, they only had one goal this time. Blood Eye! they had only one target. Around them, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out. It was so low that it did not attract any attention. Spirit Inging. Behind him, a man in black with bloodshot eyes nodded. He suddenly stopped and stepped on a rock with his right foot. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In that instant, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Screech! In the next moment, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced through the sky. If one looked closely, they would see an eagle with blood-red eyes suddenly swooping down from the dark clouds. His eyes were sharp, and with a flap of his wings, he shot towards a certain spot on the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. There! A cold light flashed in Xuetong's eyes. In the next moment, a group of people immediately charged in the direction indicated by the spirit eagle. Enemy attack! Amidst the darkness, an expert from the Jingqi League shouted. With vigilant eyes, he took the lead and charged at the men in black. Behind him, the experts of the Jingqi League gathered from all directions. They quickly formed sword formations and charged at the men in black. These ants from the mortal world are really seeking death. A black-robed man's eyes were cruel and ruthless. With a sway of his body, he instantly displayed the void escaping technique. Swish, swish, swish. In front of him, 5 or 6 Jingqi League disciples suddenly had bloody marks on their necks. Before they could understand what was going on, they began to vomit blood and drop to the ground with lifeless eyes. Awoo! With furious howls, the bones of countless black-robed experts began to crack and crack. Their bodies began to swell, and then they began to transform into half Luwus. In a flash, they charged at the Jingqi League disciples. Clang, clang, clang. One sword after another slashed at a half. Luwus in black, but sparks flew as the swords and sabers were all repelled. Just what sort of monster is this? A Jingqi League disciple trembled in fear and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had seen many martial arts in the martial arts world, many of them strange and evil, but he had never seen a technique that allowed half a body to transform into a beast. The appearance of these men in black had completely shattered their understanding of the martial arts path. But in the next moment, before these black-robed disciples could take a few steps back, boom! A beast claw more than twice the size of an ordinary person. Its skin coarse, suddenly pressed against the chest of this Jingqi League disciple. Aya! With a scream, the Jingqi League disciple was thrown more than 20 meters into the air. While in the air, his body was a bloody corpse. Hurry and stop them! Furious and alarmed shouts rang out. These men in black weren't many in number, but they were inconceivably powerful, and they had all sorts of strange tricks up their sleeves. The Jingqi League was the #1 faction of the martial arts world, and they knew of all the sects and alliances in the world, but they had never seen or heard of this faction of men in black before. Kail! An endless stream of Jingqi League experts charged forward, but none of them could stop the men in black. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Black and violet flames shot out, burning the flames of Ju Bai and fire of Mara. The stellar energy within the bodies of the Jingqi League experts began to burn, but the nature of their stellar energy was completely incapable of stopping this tyrannical flame. Immortal powder, fire of Ju Bai, fire of Mara, and a vast number of men in black. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying, bizarre, and inexplicable night the Jingqi League had ever experienced. They had never heard of any of the techniques these men in black were using. Evil ghosts! How dare you act so impudently before the Jingqi League? Just as the men in black were slaughtering their way through the mountain, a furious roar suddenly resounded. The heart of one of the black-clothed men who was closest to the source of the sound trembled. Without even thinking, he sent a fire of Mara, burning the sky and the waves, smashing it violently in the direction of the source of the sound. However, in the next moment, the black-clothed man raised his head to take a look, and his expression changed drastically. Not good. The black-clothed expert tried to retreat, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and an incomparably huge black shadow suddenly descended. Rumble! Stellar energy exploded, and dust billowed into the air, rising dozens of feet into the air. Under the gazes of countless people, a giant black Qilin descended from the sky. With a single swipe of its claw, the black-robed man who could use the fire of Mara was smashed to pieces. Before the man in black died, he had sent out a wave of fire of Mara, which wrapped around the black Qilin's body and began to sizzle. But with a bang, stellar energy burst forth and, at the cost of a portion of it, forcibly extinguished the fire of Mara that could incinerate all things. Ouyang Chongheng was thoroughly infuriated that the number one faction of the martial arts world had suffered grievous losses from a group of unknown men in black who had poisoned and ambushed them. Although these men in black were powerful and their black flames extremely bizarre, Ouyang Chongheng was a peak Saint Martial realm expert. The threat of these inextinguishable flames was far less than that of the others. Without the slightest hesitation, Ouyang Chongheng transformed into a massive black Qilin and began to attack the other experts in black. Bang! 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 Shockwaves shot out in all directions. The previously incomparably powerful black-clothed men were all sent flying back by Ouyang Chongheng's black Qilin form. Plush! A half-Luwu man in black charged at the black Qilin, but the black Qilin stomped on him, causing his organs to explode and his body to be reduced to pulp. Leave this person to me. The rest of you continue. With a roar, a man in black, who seemed to be the leader, let out a beast-like roar. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a ball of deep darkness, and he disappeared. Roar! In a flash of light, a massive black flame Azura emerged from the ground. However, it was different from the other black flame Azuras. The black flame Azura that the leader of the black-robed men had transformed into was 15 to 16 meters tall. Furthermore, it didn't have 6 arms, but 8. The stellar energy on his body was condensed to the extreme, like steel and iron, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 8-armed Azura shot forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding with Ouyang Chongheng's black Qilin. Boom! Boom! In the instant that the two of them collided, time seemed to stop. However, in the next instant, a shockingly terrifying power erupted from the two of them, radiating in all directions. Let's go. While the two of them were locked in an intense battle, Crimson Eye leaped out from the other side. He flew through the air at an astonishing speed, heading in the direction indicated by the spirit eagle. Kill! The entire mountain was filled with shouts of battle as countless Jingqi League experts charged at the mysterious men in black. At some point, a fire had been lit on the mountain. A Jingqi League expert had lit a bonfire, which brightened up the darkness. Then a second, a third, a fourth. These bonfires were scattered all over the mountain, creating a field of fire. Through these flames, the Jingqi League experts were finally able to track down the movements of the men in black. Chapter 1383. Boom! As the spirit eagle swooped down, Xue Tong had also arrived. With a raise of his hand, a wave of black flames covered the sky and the earth. It was as dense as a black crystal, and it slammed toward the green figure in the night sky. This figure was exactly the same as the one the spirit eagle had seen during the day. But a moment later, stellar energy exploded, and the blue figure was instantly torn to shreds. Countless pieces of cloth drifted through the air and were burned to dust by the black flames. It was fake. Xue Tong felt like he had been pricked by a needle, his pupils constricting and his face paling. Although the black flames were powerful and could burn almost anything, they were not so powerful that they could burn a living person to ashes in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Xue Tong realized that he had been tricked. Damn it! Xue Tong recalled a rumor, and his heart exploded with rage. It was said that the old scoundrel from Sanu had given the target that item so that the target could discover him in advance. There was no doubt that he had been discovered in advance. Everyone had been fooled by him. "My lord, we've discovered the target. He's to the southwest of this mountain." One of the black-clothed subordinates suddenly said, "Let's go. No matter what, we have to kill him today and obtain that item." Shwe Tong viciously said, "The three lords were standing guard at the base of the mountain, so this brat would find it impossible to escape. As long as he was on this mountain, he would never be able to escape." Swoosh! Just as Shwe Tong was about to lead everyone in another direction, a sudden change occurred in the blink of an eye. "Evil demon, where do you think you're going?" An elderly voice bellowed, brimming with killing intent. Before anyone could react, a majestic energy as vast as the sea came crashing down. Shwe Tong grimaced, and with no time to think, he turned around and thrust out a palm. Two powerful energies collided in the air like steel. Shwe Tong remained motionless, blocking this terrifying attack like a rock. But before Shwe Tong could react, a wave of shrill cries resounded by his ears in the next moment, and then over 10 black-clothed figures were blasted flying like leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. "How dare you demons behave atrociously in the territory of the Jingqi League? I won't forgive you today." In the darkness of the night, a gray-haired old man with thick arms stood there. He looked incomparably ferocious, and his whole body erupted with an astonishing aura. Zhong Lizi. He was the guest elder of the Jingqi League, as well as the leader of the Yuanyang sect. Zhong Lizi had been good friends with the Jingqi League's master for decades, and he was also one of the strongest elders of the Jingqi League, on par with Sikong Yuanjia. "Humph! You guys go." Blood, I gestured to the back, then stayed behind and stared at Zhong Lizi. There was the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh. A sharp bone spike over 2 feet long protruded out of Shwe Tong's spine. 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, a series of sharp bone spikes had emerged from Shwe Tong's back and all the joints in his body. At this moment, Shwe Tong's aura underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. The aura he exuded was one of extreme danger, one that was filled with brutality, cruelty, and chaos. Buzz! Zhong Lizi's pupils constricted, his entire body grimacing. Having roamed the martial arts world for several decades, Zhong Lizi considered himself to be very knowledgeable, and he knew the vast majority of martial arts like the back of his hand. But this sort of technique that could change one's physical form and multiply one's aura was something he had never even seen or heard of before. This had completely surpassed the scope of ordinary martial arts. "Demons! You're all demons!" Zhong Lizi's eyes were filled with extreme shock, but there was also a thick, killing intent. No matter who they were, just based on what they had done tonight, they would not be able to return alive. "Kikik! How could a mortal understand the methods of an immortal? And let me end your life." Crimson Eye's long hair fell down and danced violently in the wind. He cackled strangely as he stared fixedly at Zhong Lizi. A powerful killing intent that was so thick that it could not be dispersed erupted from his body. Shwe Tong's stellar energy exploded as he charged at Zhong Lizi with astonishing speed. Boom, boom! In the blink of an eye, the two began to fight like lightning. Meanwhile, the others charged toward the southwest. But they had barely begun when the black-clothed man who had warned Shwe Tong immediately stopped, his expression changing. The black-clothed men possessed a special technique. As long as they obtained a bit of the target's clothing or daily use, they would immediately be able to detect the target's aura. As long as the target was within a certain range, they would be able to detect the target. But just now, although the target in the southwest had not disappeared, the target's aura had appeared in the southeast and northeast of the mountain range. Although they didn't know what he had done, there was no doubt that the target had used this method to play them all. "All of you, go to the southeast and northeast." The black-clothed man suddenly turned his head and said a few words, then led a group of black-clothed men toward the southwest. The remaining black-clothed men quickly split into 2 groups, each heading toward the southeast and northeast. More and more Jingqi League experts appeared on the mountain range. All the elders and protectors flew out and engaged in a fierce battle with the black-clothed men, both sides suffering casualties. Although they had been caught off guard at first and had been poisoned by the immortal's powder, there were still nearly 1,000 Jingqi League experts gathered on this mountain range. Even if the black-clothed men used the night wind to release the poison, they could only poison one side, not all of the Jingqi League experts. In front of these black-clothed men, the Jingqi League experts weren't completely helpless. "Hurry! What are you bastards doing?" At this moment, Ji Andu was standing on a rock in the southeast, constantly issuing orders to the Jingqi League experts at his side to attack the black-clothed men. This time, everyone was gathered here, and Ji Andu didn't dare flee. Ji Andu had also suddenly received the news, and before he could even understand what was going on, the entire Jingqi League was under attack. Damn it, what's going on here? Is there a faction in the world that the Jingqi League doesn't know about? Ji Andu was both shocked and confused. But Ji Andu didn't care how many people from the Jingqi League died. In any case, it wasn't his subordinates who were dying. As long as he could withdraw at any time, nothing else mattered. The mountain is in chaos. I just don't know if that brat is dead or not. In a flash, Ji Andu thought of that young Master Qingyang. Although he didn't have sufficient evidence, Ji Andu didn't believe that this was the real young Master Qingyang. From their first meeting, that brat had given him a strange feeling. Of course, more importantly, Ji Andu disliked having people around Song Yuan, and he disliked having people talk back to him even more. Ji Andu did not deny the malice he felt toward young Master Qingyang. Buzz. As Ji Andu was thinking, he suddenly saw a cold light out of the corner of his eye. Although he couldn't clearly see what it was, Ji Andu immediately sensed danger. Boom! A figure dressed in black exploded out of the darkness, a sword in his hand slashing at Ji Andu. Not good. Ji Andu's heart chilled and he paled. With no time to think, Ji Andu pushed off the ground and rapidly retreated. At the same time, stellar energy burst forth. Boom! He fiercely punched at the black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared. Boom! The two energies clashed, but a moment later, Ji Andu was left dumbfounded by what happened next. That fierce and forceful strike, when the two fists and swords clashed, was actually as light as a feather. When Ji Andu punched out, the assassin was instantly blown into nothingness. Even though Ji Andu had a suspicious personality and had even lost to the illustrious demonic emperor Zhang Wenfu of the martial arts world, he was still struck dumb by this inexplicable sight, his mind flabbergasted. Even with his shrewdness, he couldn't figure out what was going on and what was going on. But Ji Andu's confusion did not last for long. A moment later, he understood what was going on. Over there! Kill him! A deep voice rang out in his ear. 10 some men in black suddenly appeared nearby, bellowing like wild beasts. Bang! Before Ji Andu could react, a pitch-black flame imbued with a hair-raising energy rumbled toward him. Ji Andu's body swayed as he dodged to the side, barely dodging the black flames. As it brushed past him, Ji Andu sensed the terrifying energy within. His hair stood on end, his eyes filled with deep fear. This was definitely the most dangerous flame Ji Andu had ever encountered. Kill him! The deep and raspy voice once more came from nearby. In a flash, 10 some terrifying energies locked onto Ji Andu. Ji Andu's face paled, and he almost stopped breathing. He had encountered many dangerous situations in his life, but none of them had made him feel so terrified. Go! Without a second thought, Ji Andu pushed off the ground with his right foot and immediately shot backward, fleeing like a bolt of lightning. These men in black were far too powerful. Ji Andu sensed that if he did not run, he would die here. But Ji Andu had underestimated their reactions. Rumble! Countless bolts of energy crashed into the place where Ji Andu had been standing, filling the air with dust. Chapter 1384. Wah. Ji Endu vomited a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, all the blood exploding from his chest toward his limbs and head. It felt like all his blood and organs had been jolted out. Ji Endu didn't even know how many of his ribs had been broken. Worse still, a black flame had penetrated his body and burrowed into his limbs and bones. Drip, drip, black blood oozed out of his nose. At this moment, Ji Endu felt an intense fear. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. It's that bastard. It must be him. Ji Endu clenched his teeth, his mind seething with hatred. He knew that he had been ambushed this time, and the only person who could ambush him with this sort of goal and need could only be him. Everyone, hear my order. Kill them. Ji Endu's shrill and resounding voice pierced through the sky. Bang! A moment later, there was an explosion of blood. For the first time since joining the Jingqi League, Ji Endu used the blood escape art he had learned from the evil path. His speed soared as he transformed into a black streak of light, leaving behind a trail of blood as he fled into the distance. At this moment, his speed was several times faster than before. Not even the half Lu Wu man in black had time to react. Kill! Kill them! Cries of battle rang out from all around. On the summit, the experts of the Jingqi League surged forward, forming into sword formations that charged fearlessly at the men in black. Even though these men in black were powerful, the Jingqi League, as the #1 faction of the martial arts world, had its own dignity. No matter what sort of opponent it encountered, it could not retreat. Clang, clang, clang. Sabers clattered and swords clattered, waves of energy ringing in the air. In a flash, the experts of the Jingqi League had arrived. The men in black instantly lost their best chance to pursue Ji Endu. Wait, it doesn't seem like him. The black-robed leader's eyes flashed as he seemed to have sensed something. For a moment, he did sense that aura from the guy who was running away, and he almost treated him as the real target. However, when the guy used a secret technique to stimulate his potential and ran for his life, the aura that originally belonged to the target immediately disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt that this was not the real goal either. Don't worry about the guy who escaped. Find a way to find the target. As for these guys, kill them all. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed leader. Pung! He raised his right hand, and a thick black flame as viscous as liquid whizzed out, instantly striking an expert of the Jingqi League. Black flames immediately enveloped his entire body. Ah! With a shrill howl, the Jingqi League disciple's stellar energy burned fiercely, and in just a few moments he was reduced to a charred corpse and fell to the ground. At the same time, a series of explosions came from several other places. The other men in black had also found Wang Chang's aura and location, but after a series of explosions, they had all vanished. It was exactly the same situation as they had encountered in the southwest corner, but in just a few moments, they seemed to have evaporated into thin air, while the battle between the men in black and the Jingqi League only intensified. It's about time. At this moment, far from the battlefield, among the group of Jingqi League disciples who had been poisoned to the ground, a figure suddenly stood up. As his gaze swept over the countless figures fighting in the flames, Wang Chang's eyes flickered, and his lips curled into a smile. The men in black had come with a fierce momentum. Song Yuani had been pursuing his master this entire time, and the formation elder's slip of the tongue had apparently made him suspicious of Wang Chang. 5 powerful Jingqi League elders were standing guard at 5 different locations, cutting off any escape routes that Wang Chang could take. Moreover, Wang Chang could sense that there were 3 even more formidable fellows standing guard at the base of the mountain. In this sort of situation, Wang Chang didn't know whether to advance, retreat, or attack. He could only think of a strategy. The men in black could lock onto him through energy, and Wang Chang's cloning art of stellar energy perfectly resolved this problem. Although these clones could only exist for a short time and had little fighting power, they were more than enough to confuse the men in black in this battle. But just these people from the Jingqi League aren't enough. Wang Chong scanned the battlefield and slightly creased his brow. These men in black were of mysterious origins and inconceivably powerful. Although the Jingqi League had an expert like Ouyang Changheng to stop them, they were still unable to do so in such a short time. Wang Chong subconsciously turned his gaze to the summit. There stood a white tent. It was where the lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuani, was. If there was one person who could change the course of this battle, it was probably the lord of the Jingqi League. But for some reason, the tent was quiet and there was no movement at all. With a smile, Wang Chong immediately turned around and began to make his way up the mountain. The night was quiet, and even though the shouts of battle on the mountain could shake the heavens, the area beyond the mountain was quiet. If one looked carefully, one would see that around 200 some paces from the base of the mountain was a lush forest. As the wind blew, all the leaves swayed in the wind. Above these leaves, 3 bamboo hat men stood in a line, floating motionlessly in the air as if they were walking on flat ground. The battle had been going on for some time, but the 3 bamboo hat men were standing there with no intention of interfering. It was like none of this had anything to do with them. It seems like there's a little trouble on the mountain. The leftmost bamboo hat man suddenly spoke as he looked up at the mountain. "Haha, that little rat has begun to use his tricks again." The rightmost bamboo hat man sinisterly smiled and spoke, his voice suffused with a sinister and bloodthirsty tone. "Leader, do you need us to move?" A moment later, the two turned to the largest bamboo hat man in the center. Although he was also wearing a bamboo hat, the bamboo hat man in the center exuded a thick and heavy aura, making it clear that he was the true leader. The bamboo hat man stood in the air, silent and motionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. "There's no need." After a long while, the bamboo hat man in the center finally spoke. "That person still hasn't moved." As he spoke, he slowly raised his eyes and swept across the void, looking at the white tent at the top of the mountain. Although the battlefield was in chaos and people were constantly falling, that white tent seemed to be standing in another world, completely unaffected. Although it was unremarkable on the outside and few people were paying attention to it, the bamboo hat man could sense that it was hiding an extremely powerful storm. The battle on the mountain was getting more and more intense. As the number one faction of the martial arts world, the Jingqi League had as many experts as the clouds in the sky, and the resistance of these experts had inflicted many casualties on the men in black. Damn it! Why is that brat still nowhere to be seen? Could he have flown away? On the mountain, Blood-Eye clenched his teeth in fury. "Cree!" At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the top of the mountain. Crimson Eye's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head. He saw that the spirit eagle that had swooped down had taken to the sky once more, searching for traces of its target on the mountain. However, this time it wasn't pointing in any other direction, but right at the top of the mountain. "Let's go!" A cold light flashed in Xue Tong's eyes. As he flew toward the top of the mountain, he let out an incomparably loud whistle. In an instant, the black-clothed men in all directions seemed to have received some sort of order. They all leaped forward, shaking off their opponents, and headed toward the white tent at the top of the mountain. Countless Jingqi League disciples were charging in from all directions, but they were unable to stop them. 20 zhang, 100 zhang, 80 zhang, they were getting closer and closer to the summit. Blood-Eye stopped when he was about 60 to 70 feet from the top of the mountain. A strong sense of danger suddenly exploded in his heart. That unremarkable white tent suddenly became extremely dangerous in Blood-Eye's perception. Thwish, thwish, thwish. Although Crimson Eye sensed danger and stopped, the other men in black on both sides did not feel anything at all. They continued to rush toward the tent at the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. One of the half, Lu Wus at the very front, was less than 2 zhang from the summit. Boom! With a shake of his wrist, he He had no intention of entering the tent to see what was going on. Instead, he unleashed a destructive energy at the white tent. In the blink of an eye, just as the white tent was about to be hit, a furious voice suddenly came from inside. Impudent! That voice contained a great majesty, as if it was the voice of a high and mighty god, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of extreme fear. Buzz! At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Under the gazes of countless black-clothed men, a terrifying wave of chi suddenly burst out from the white tent, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth at an extremely terrifying speed. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. That frightening power swept out like a hurricane. With a single strike, it scattered the attack of the black-clothed man who was charging at the forefront and hit his body. Fwish! In the blink of an eye, the half, Lu Wuss in black, was heavily injured, his chest caved in, his bones snapped, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. The white wave of energy did not rest, and it continued to sweep toward the other men in black in the rear. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 1385. Not good. Xue Tong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately fled. However, even with Xue Tong's cultivation, he was still unable to keep up with the speed of the white wave of qi. Bang! There was a flash of light, and the wave of qi caught up in the blink of an eye. Xue Tong only had time to use all the strength in his body to unleash a fire of Mara before he was struck by the rolling white wave of qi. Rumble! The black fire of Mara that could incinerate all things only burned on the surface of the wave of qi for a moment before it was forcefully extinguished by the tyrannical power. In midair, Xue Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was pale, and he was also sent flying like a kite with its string cut. It was just a single strike, but Xue Tong, who was one of the strongest cultivators among the black-robed men, had his bones broken and tendons torn, and he was heavily injured. Whoosh! Thick smoke billowed and sand and dust rose. Mottled bloodstains covered a radius of several dozen feet around the white tent, and countless rocks were scattered everywhere. There were even more corpses of the black-clothed men lying on the ground. Even more black-clothed men were heavily injured. They clutched their chests with one hand and looked at the top of the mountain in horror. They looked at the inconspicuous white tent in the darkness of the night. At that moment, the world was silent and not a sound could be heard. Even the perpetrator of all this, Wang Chong, who had been hiding behind the mountain, stood in the darkness with a hint of shock in his eyes. There was a soft tearing sound as the white tent was pulled open, and a white figure with his hands behind his back slowly walked out. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his footsteps were calm. A vast, ocean-like aura burst forth from his body, and even the surrounding space began to distort under this power. In that instant, Song Yuanyi's expression was cold. His imposing, heavy, and powerful body was like a mountain that pierced through the sky, and he became the undisputed center of the world. How is this possible? He's so powerful. Wang Chong muttered to himself. Looking at the back of the figure at the top of the mountain, for the first time, he felt a deep sense of fear. In Luyao City, Wang Chong had fought with these half Lu Wuss and Black Flame Azuras, so he knew just how powerful they were. Wang Chong had originally believed that although Song Yuanyi was strong, he was only at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, a peak great general. But at this moment, Wang Chong felt that his judgment was wrong. This person's battle prowess was probably not much weaker than his master's. Over the past 2 years, his master had been recuperating and had regained his original cultivation. He had even comprehended the existence of the subtle realm. However, these opponents of his master, the evil emperor, had probably not been slacking off in the past 2 years. Given his master's suspicious personality back then, those who could plot against him were definitely not easy to deal with. And compared to his master, these people had at least 1.5 years more to comprehend the martial path. While his master was comprehending the subtle realm, his master's old foes had probably made significant advancements in their martial arts. This person was extremely dangerous. When he thought about how Song Yuani had always been suspicious of his identity and had even arranged for 5 elders at the base of the mountain, Wang Chong instantly felt an intense sense of danger. Song Yuani was an extremely shrewd person. Even with Song Yuan's help, Wang Chong was afraid that he would be able to deceive him. "I can't stay here any longer," Wang Chong quietly said to himself. But despite the chaos on the mountain, Wang Chong did not immediately leave. He could sense that those 3 terrifying energies had been hiding at the base of the mountain and had not moved at all. If he were to attack now, he would probably attract the attention of both Song Yuani and the others. "I can only wait a little longer." Wang Chong forced himself to remain motionless. "Just who are you people?" Song Yuani's footsteps were calm as he advanced toward the man in black. As one of the strongest figures in the martial arts world, Song Yuani exuded a dignified aura that made others tremble in fear and alarm. But none of the men in black replied to Song Yuani's arrogant question. Thump! His right foot stomped heavily on the ground as a black-clothed man charged forward, his eyes glowing with killing intent. Gripping a sword, he charged at Song Yuani. With one, there was a second. The other black-clothed men leaped forward, wordlessly charging at Song Yuani. In this world, there were no factions that they cared about. No matter how powerful Song Yuani was, he was just a commoner in their eyes. It was just that this commoner was a little stronger. Seeking death. Song Yuani's eyes chilled. No one could see how he had attacked the men in black charging at him. All they saw was that he had one hand behind his back while the other had flicked out. In a flash, 6 or 7 rays of energy, more dazzling than the sun, flew through the air and struck the men in black. Bang, bang. Whether it was the powerful half Lu Wus or the powerful black flame Azura, they were all struck by one explosion after another. None of them were able to withstand the seemingly casual flick of Song Yuani's finger energy. Swish, swish, swish. In flashes of light, bloody holes appeared on the chests, hearts, and other vital points of the men in black. Through these bloody holes, one could see their backs. Even the internal organs in the chest cavity could be seen clearly. How could this be? The men in black came to a sudden stop, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared at the bloody holes in their chests. With their strength, even divine weapons and sharp blades would find it difficult to cause effective harm to them. But this human had been able to end their lives with a single flick of energy. They simply could not accept this. Bang, bang, bang. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, their vision went dark and they dropped to the ground, motionless. Silence, incomparable silence. The men in black, who had been charging up the mountain, immediately stopped. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. "Alliance Lord! Alliance Lord! Alliance Lord!" After a brief moment of silence, all the Jingqi League disciples began to cheer in excitement. These men in black had appeared out of nowhere, all of them dressed in black and wearing black scarves. They seemed extremely mysterious, but also inconceivably powerful. Moreover, they had great teamwork, not saying a single word as they ascended the mountain. In stark contrast to the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples, they were like ghosts from the underworld. In a single clash, countless Jingqi League disciples had died to their hands, and not even the elders had been a match for them. This made everyone feel a deep fear and unease. But in the end, these people had still fallen to their Alliance Lord. No matter how powerful these men in black were, they were nothing but clay chickens before their Alliance Lord. Whoosh! In a gust of wind, the 3 bamboo hat men at the edge of the forest at the base of the mountain finally began to move. They can't hold on any longer. The bamboo hat man on the left suddenly said, "I didn't think that besides the imperial court of the Central Plains, the world of sex would also have such a character, a very powerful opponent. It seems like we also need to move out." At this moment, the bamboo hat man on the right spoke up. Just the fact that he had killed so many of his subordinates twice made this formidable figure of the martial arts world worth fighting. The bamboo hat man in the middle finally gave a slight nod. All of you go! Kail! Kill! The sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Encouraged by Song Yuani's words, the surrounding Righteous Alliance disciples were invigorated and began to raise their weapons to attack the men in black. On the treetop, the bamboo hat man on the left suddenly smiled, a cruel smile on his lips. His right hand gripped the hilt of his scabbard, and with a light pull, a pitch-black scimitar half unsheathed itself. Clang! With a clear hum of a saber, the bamboo hat man vanished like a wisp of smoke. At the base of the mountain, the battle was still raging. The Jingqi League disciples had managed to trap a significant portion of the men in black in various parts of the mountain. Kail! At the base of the mountain, a Jingqi League disciple emerged from the outermost perimeter of the battlefield and charged at one of the men in black. But a moment later, he sensed an intense danger. The Jingqi League disciple grimaced and turned his head, only to find that there was only darkness behind him. A faint saber mark as thin as a strand of hair appeared in the air, rapidly expanding in his eyes. Swish! There was a flash of saber light, and before the Jingqi League disciple could even react, he was cleaved in two. His entire body staggered and then transformed into two blazing balls of black flame. Not only that, the flames poured down in torrents, and even the bare ground within a 10-step radius was set ablaze. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the corpse of the Jingqi League disciple exploded. After the first, there was a second. At almost the same time, several steps away from the first Jingqi League disciple, without any warning, a second Jingqi League disciple was also cleaved in two by a faint arc of light, exploding into flames. 1, 2, 3, for, in the blink of an eye, 10 some Jingqi League disciples at the base of the mountain were instantly set ablaze, howling in pain. The black flames flowed down the mountain like the sea. Swish! Another saber light flashed in the air, but this time it wasn't targeted at a single Jingqi League disciple. The faint saber light was as thin as a strand of hair, and it was at least 20 to 30 zhang long. In that instant, boom, the entire mountain seemed to be cleaved in half. Whether the 20 to 30 Jingqi League disciples sensed it or not, they were all sliced apart like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of this saber energy. Their separated bodies burned fiercely in the thick black flames. Roar! One after another, the bodies of the Jingqi League experts were sliced apart. Their heads were still howling miserably in the black flames, their faces contorted in agony. Upon seeing this scene, the excited Jingqi League disciples at the base of the mountain, who were attacking the black-clothed man, all revealed expressions of extreme fear. In the face of that terrifying saber light, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. No matter how they resisted, only death awaited them. Chapter 1386. Swish! Another saber glow cut down 20-some Jingqi League experts like they were harvesting wheat. None of the members of the Righteous Alliance were able to stop that hair-thin saber energy that could come and go like a ghost. The saber energy cut through the air, forming a Z shape as it shot up from the base of the mountain. Crooked demon, die for me! At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the void above. Just as the hair-like blade light that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared once again, there was a flash of light in the void. A ball of intense flames burned fiercely like a comet and smashed towards the 200-meter-long blade mark. Through the flames, one could faintly make out a tall figure. His body was as sturdy as a bronze giant, and his body was covered in a suit of fiery red armor made of stellar energy. This armor was gorgeous and extremely tough. It was 7 or 8 inches thick and seemed to be made out of crystal, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Constellation Flame C. Sikong Yuanjia roared, the power of his body surging like a tsunami as it collided with the faint blade scar. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy swept through the area, and finally the saber slash shattered. 7 or 8 feet from the ground, the Bamboo Hat Man's figure appeared for the first time. His eyes were cold, his muscles taut, and he wielded a black scimitar. His cape flapped in the wind, giving off the impression that he was a leopard on the verge of lunging. His face also suddenly paled quite a bit. It was clear that Sikong Yuanjia had suffered quite a bit in that exchange. He had not yet recovered from his battle with the evil emperor, and now that he had run into this powerful Bamboo Hat Man, he had suffered significant injuries. Humph! The Bamboo Hat Man's eyes locked onto Sikong Yuanjia. The black scimitar in his hand gave a bloodthirsty hum as it once more vanished into the air. Great Void Step! This was the upgraded version of the Void Escape. Its speed and power were much stronger than the Void Escape. When it was used, there was no aura at all, and it was extremely fast. It was also getting harder and harder to determine his true location. Even a powerful elder of the Jingqi League like Sikong Yuanjia would find it very difficult to locate the Bamboo Hat Man. Chi! Another slash appeared. This one even faster and more ruthless than before. By the time it appeared, it was already extremely close to Sikong Yuanjia, its target being his back. Boom! Sikong Yuanjia paled. In his haste, he only had time to gather 80% of his stellar energy and blast it backward. However, the saber chi was far sharper than Sikong Yuanjia had imagined. With a single slash, it cut through Sikong Yuanjia's stellar energy and slashed at his back. Die! A cruel smile appeared on the Bamboo Hat Man's face. He cultivated one of the top-class saber arts of the men in black, called the Myriad Reincarnation Slash. This saber art required one to unleash 10 slashes, 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, or even more in 1 second. However, at the highest level, all the saber chi would condense into one, forming a faint saber mark that was over 200 feet long and as thin as a hair. It was simple and plain, but its power was inconceivably powerful. Even a peak great general would be able to cut through their stellar energy like a piece of paper. Boom! The peerless stellar energy slashed at Sikong Yuanjia's body, but a moment later, the saber chi dispersed. It was as if the saber chi had struck a fortress, completely blocked by Sikong Yuanjia's 8-inch thick armor. Sikong Yuanjia tumbled in the air, thrown back 20-some meters by the power of the saber chi. His face instantly paled, but he had still managed to block it. The Zhurong Divine Armor. This was a supreme technique, unique to Sikong Yuanjia. It had taken him 20 years to successfully cultivate it, but he had finally reached a level of extreme perfection. Sikong Yuanjia had relied on this technique to become one of the strongest elders of the Jingqi League. No matter how powerful a technique was, it would find it very difficult to deal much damage to Sikong Yuanjia's Zhurong Divine Armor. But a moment later, with a crisp crack, the Zhurong Divine Armor on Sikong Yuanjia's body suddenly began to crack. The sight of these cracks caused Sikong Yuanjia to lose his composure. How could this be? Sikong Yuanjia's heart chilled, and he immediately felt a deep apprehension. His armor was tougher than real steel. To be able to crack it with a single slash meant that his opponent's saber chi was far more formidable than he had imagined. Humph! The Bamboo Hat Man clearly noticed this, and his eyes chilled as he pulled out his saber and attacked once more. Elder Sikong, we've come to help you. At this moment, there was a flash of light as the other elders at the base of the mountain hurried over. In a gust of wind, the Bamboo Hat Man on the right sneered. He took a step forward, crossing Tensum Zhang with each step. After 2 more steps, he blinked away. The second Bamboo Hat Man did not alarm anyone. His body was as faint as smoke as he brushed past Sikong Yuanjia's group and made his way to the summit. With the greater void step, he was naturally invincible. The first Bamboo Hat Man had no need for his help. On the other hand, Song Yuani's existence on the summit posed an enormous threat to all the men in black. He had displayed strength that Blood Eye and the others were no match for him. He's finally moved. Under the massive banner of the Jingqi League and in front of the white tent, Song Yuanyi's robes fluttered in the wind. His deep eyes pierced through the void and grasped all the movements around him. Whether it was the bamboo hat man fighting with Sikong Yuanjia at the base of the mountain, the second bamboo hat man advancing with lightning-like speed, or the leader on the distant treetop, none of them could escape Song Yuanyi's discerning eyes. He had sensed their presence from the start of the battle. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse, and to capture his followers, first capture their leader. Song Yuanyi was well aware that the 3 bamboo hat men who had been inactive this entire time were the greatest threat to the Jingqi League. Only by defeating them could he truly resolve this crisis. This was also why he had not used up his stellar energy this entire time. Kill! Battle cries rang out from the mountain, accompanied by the clashing of swords and sabers. Before Song Yuanyi's edge, all the men in black crumbled. After witnessing Song Yuanyi's terrifying slaughter, even blood, I felt fear, let alone the others. All the men in black kept their distance, almost subconsciously avoiding Song Yuanyi. This alliance lord of the Jingqi League had become inconceivably powerful in their eyes. Retreat! This fellow is too strong. Leave it to leader to deal with him. Blood, I roared from within the crowd. 80% of their men had died at the hands of Song Yuanyi. This sort of person was a god of slaughter. He could only hope that the 3 leaders would take action. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew. Song Yuanyi's robes fluttered, and he stepped away from the mountain peak, heading toward the battlefield. As the center of the entire battlefield, his strength was completely at the level of a ruler. Song Yuanyi's actions attracted the attention of countless people. Seeing Song Yuanyi move, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Many men in black turned pale, and they immediately retreated involuntarily. Swish! Song Yuanyi's expression was indifferent. He flicked his finger, and a man in black who was closest to the front was immediately struck by a wisp of qi from his finger, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Song Yuanyi's expression did not change in the slightest, and he continued to walk forward in the air. After taking 5 or 6 steps, Song Yuanyi opened his palm, and in an instant there was a cry of surprise. A man in black suddenly seemed to be hooked up by an invisible chain, and he instantly disappeared into Song Yuanyi's palm. Like a duck, he was held in his hand and suspended in the air. Speak! Just who are you people? Why do you have to act against our Jingqi League? Song Yuanyi looked down from above, his voice calm and indifferent, but it was also filled with boundless fear. Humph! The man sneered, and before Song Yuanyi could act, he immediately clenched his teeth. Black blood flowed out of his mouth, and his hand drooped to the side. He was no longer breathing. This sight caused Song Yuanyi to finally frown for the first time. They're actually death-sworn. In the world of sex, killing for revenge was a very common occurrence, but very few people would act like these men in black, hiding poison in their teeth and committing suicide as soon as they were captured. No sect, including Evil Path disciples, would do such a thing. Only death-sworn would do such a thing. Elder Lu, Elder Kong. At this moment, Song Yuanyi's gaze swept over the 2 Jingqi League elders in the middle of a fierce battle. Their auras were in disarray, and it was clear that they had been injured in the battle. Alliance Lord. Upon hearing Song Yuanyi's voice, the 2 decisively retreated and flew to Song Yuanyi's side. Both of their faces were pale, and they didn't look too good. Among the Jingqi League elders, their cultivation was slightly weaker, so their resistance to the fire of Mara and fire of Ju-Bai was weaker. Almost 2 out of 3 of these black-clothed men could use this kind of flame, which consumed a lot of their stellar qi. I'll leave these people to you, Song Yuanyi said. Without even raising his head, he flicked his finger twice, and a moment later, 2 streams of energy shot through the air and entered the 2 men's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men's auras rapidly swelled, and their injuries healed at a visible rate. One of the elders, surnamed Lu, had a gash that stretched from the left side of his chest to the right side of his abdomen, but it quickly healed at a visible rate. Swish! Without even raising his head, Song Yuani flicked out a few more streams of energy from his finger. In the midst of the fierce battle, several heavily injured Jingqi League experts who were struggling to hold on suddenly saw their auras heal at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, their faces were rosy and they charged forward like tigers and dragons. Buzz! At the top of the mountain, Wang Chong stood behind a giant boulder. When he saw this, his eyelids twitched. In the world of martial arts, healing the wounds of others was something that all martial artists could do, but no one could do what Song Yuani did. Not only could he easily heal the wounds of others from afar, but he could also heal them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Perhaps even 80 to 90% of martial artists could not do this. This was no longer within the realm of normal martial arts. Eternal Spring Mantra. Chapter 1387. Boom! In a flash of light, a whip more than 20 meters long appeared in the air and lashed out at Song Yuani. The black fire of Mara seemed to have a life of its own, wriggling and shrieking in a dreadful manner. The long whip swept through the air, and it was as sharp as a sword. Chi! There was a sound like silk tearing. Wherever the black whip passed, the air was instantly torn apart like paper, and the cut that was revealed was extremely smooth. With the sharpness of this whip, it was likely that even a piece of steel would be split in half. Clap! However, in the next moment, a light flashed and a fair, slender, and powerful palm stretched out its 5 fingers, instantly grabbing the incomparably sharp whip. The black flames quickly spread up, but as soon as they touched the fist, they immediately stopped burning, as if they had encountered an invisible barrier. Clang! At this moment, the clanging of swords resounded through the air. The moment Song Yuani attacked, a faint figure appeared from another direction. It had been 10-some feet away at first, but in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in front of Song Yuani. One arm was covered in a black, spiked gauntlet as it hurtled toward Song Yuani with astonishing speed. Cree! When this punch was thrown out, it was as if a heavy bomb had been placed in the air. Countless air waves exploded, emitting tens of thousands of sharp whistling sounds. The momentum was extremely shocking. This punch had already surpassed the first Bamboo Hat Man's. Not even experts on the level of Sikong Yuanjia or the Black Yin ancestor could compare. But a moment later, a palm as white as jade appeared in front of the second Bamboo Hat Man's fist and blocked it. The clash of fist and palm unleashed a heaven-shaking explosion. Boom! 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 It was like several dozen experts were clashing with all their strength. With Song Yuani and the second Bamboo Hat Man at the center, peerless stellar energy surged into the air for several hundred feet, like countless bolts of lightning exploding in the darkness. Bang! In a cloud of dust, the second Bamboo Hat Man was forced back 10-some steps. Meanwhile, Song Yuani stood motionless in the air like a boulder. That earth-shattering collision actually couldn't make him move even half a step. For a moment, the world fell silent. Everyone on the battlefield who saw this scene changed their expressions. Even the second Bamboo Hat Man was stunned. He knew that Song Yuani was very strong, but he had never imagined that the experts of the martial arts world would be this strong. Even with his strength, he was unable to shake Song Yuani. At the same time, on the summit, Wang Chong was also stunned by this sight. Wang Chong had always believed that no matter how strong Song Yuani was, he would not be too ridiculously strong and that he would be able to put up a fight against him. But when he saw this sight, Wang Chong realized that he had deeply underestimated the alliance lord of the Jingqi League. At this moment, Wang Chong finally understood why. Given his master status and strength, Song Yuani had become a formidable foe. Just the palm that he had used to push back the second Bamboo Hat Man meant that Song Yuani was one of the world's supreme experts. Wait. At this moment, Wang Chong's eyes blinked as he noticed something unusual in the darkness. On this mountain, wherever Song Yuani's explosive stellar energy passed through, green grass began to sprout from the rocky ground. Around 20 paces from Song Yuani, a small yellow flower the size of a pinky blossomed on a piece of wood that had been used to light a bonfire. The immortal universe, eternal spring mantra. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, great waves surged through his mind. If Wang Chong had only been speculating at the start, now that he saw this sight, Wang Chong was certain that this reigning alliance, lord of the Zhengqi League, cultivated one of the supreme arts of the Central Plains, the immortal universe eternal spring mantra, one of the 10 supreme arts of the Central Plains. In his last life, Wang Chong had only heard of this supreme art, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Among the arts of the righteous path, this art was second only to the supreme and infinite origin immortal art and the art of god and demon obliteration, ranking third. In his last life, Wang Chong had wandered from place to place, drifting from a clan of ministers and generals to the wilderness, so he had little understanding of the affairs of the sections. Wang Chong had never imagined that the immortal universe eternal spring mantra, known to be unfathomable and require at least 20 years of hard work, would appear in front of him in this manner. This martial art had an extremely harsh requirement on one's talent and comprehension. Most importantly, even though it was one of the top 10 mystical martial arts and was extremely powerful, there was no shortcut to this martial art. It needed to be done step by step, and it would take an extremely long time to succeed. Thus, after his reincarnation, Wang Chong had never even thought about obtaining the immortal universe eternal spring mantra, as he simply didn't have 20 years to cultivate it. But now it had appeared in front of him. A person who could spend 20 years tempering their temperament and slowly cultivate their own art was definitely a person of perseverance and unyielding will. They were extremely difficult to deal with. For a moment, Wang Chong felt an intense apprehension as he looked at Song Yuanyi's back. Putting aside everything else, this alone made Song Yuanyi an extremely frightening opponent. I didn't think that the martial arts world would have someone like you. In the night wind, the second bamboo hat man stood in the air, his head slightly lowered, his black cape flapping in the wind. As one of the leaders of the men in black, he rarely spoke even in front of his target, much less an outsider. But this alliance lord of the Zhengqi League had used his own strength to win his respect. For the first time he had made an exception and spoken. But you will die all the same. A frigid light flashed through his eyes, and a moment later, the second bamboo hat man's body darkened, and he vanished once more. At the same time, the black whip made of the darkest fire of Mara howled through the air. It seemed to be controlled by someone else, and as it swung, it once more shot toward Song Yuanyi like a serpent. There was no question that Song Yuanyi was now his number one foe. If he wanted to kill his target and also prevent Song Yuanyi from killing all the men in black, he had to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, stellar energy exploded, unleashing black waves of energy that flooded the area for more than 100 feet around Song Yuanyi. The second bamboo hat man's greater void step was much faster than anyone else's, and it was also much more unpredictable. His attack could appear in any direction, like a ghost, making it impossible to guard against. And Song Yuanyi had become the center of his attacks. There was a series of explosions as countless holes were blasted into the mountain. The banners of the Zhengqi League snapped in two, and before they could even fall to the ground, they were pulverized along with the hard rocks of the mountain. Clang! 7 or 8 swords stabbed into the ground were shattered into countless pieces by the waves of energy. In the face of the power of the battle between the two, even these swords made from the toughest and best quality steel could not withstand it at all. The battle between the two top-tier experts was so powerful that even Xue Tong and the others were shocked and backed away. Only Wang Chong stood at the edge of the clash, avoiding the edge of the clash. At the same time, he restrained his energy to the extreme and focused on the battle. These two were extremely powerful opponents. If he hadn't accidentally disguised himself as young Master Qingyang and sneaked into the Zhengqi League, he would have been the one facing these men in black. At any other time, he would have been fine, but he could not recklessly use the great yin-yang heaven creation art. If he ran into these people again, he would truly be in grave danger. It seems like I really have to thank Song Yuan this time. Wang Chong glanced at the distant Song Yuan, who was anxiously treating the Jingqi League disciples. The two bamboo hat men who had suddenly appeared were stronger than any of the men in black he had encountered before. They had come with a menacing aura and had brought many people with them. Moreover, deep in the darkness at the base of the mountain, Wang Chong sensed that there was an even more powerful aura waiting to strike. If not for Song Yuan, he would have been in grave danger, even if he didn't dare to say that he wouldn't have been able to escape. As for Song Yuan, given the strength he had displayed, he was definitely a powerful foe. Moreover, he had brought so many people with him to capture his master and even Wang Chong himself. By using the strength of these men in black to wear down a portion of their strength, Wang Chong and his master would be able to reduce the danger they would have to face in the future. The Eternal Spring mantra truly is profound. In a head-on clash, these two bamboo hat men are no match for him. As the winds howled, Wang Chong's hair danced in the wind as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Thick smoke roiled through the battlefield and stellar energy was in disarray. The bamboo hat man, in particular, was moving with such incredible speed that the naked eye couldn't keep up with him. For many people, this battle had completely surpassed their imaginations and made it impossible to see anything from it. But to Wang Chong, he was completely unaffected. Chapter 1388. In the air, Song Yuan was like a rock in the middle of the ocean, his expression calm and unperturbed. No matter which direction the attack came from, he only needed to raise his hand and snap his finger to easily nullify it. In the face of this intense battle, Song Yuan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through his courtyard. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but be moved by this sight. In a battle between experts, especially experts of the same level, no one could be like Song Yuan, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Just the impact of this powerful stellar energy on one's internal organs was something that even great generals would find hard to endure. But Song Yuan seemed completely unaffected. The immortal universe, eternal spring, mantra truly is formidable. Its energy seeps into one's internal organs like the fibers of wood, supporting them. Moreover, it can rapidly heal any injury in Song Yuan's body. Moreover, because it's within his body, he consumes pitifully little stellar energy. In this aspect alone, no one in the world can last as long as Song Yuan, fighting him head-on, punching his flesh with every punch. In terms of endurance, there is no art that can surpass the immortal universe, eternal spring mantra. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and his thoughts flickered through his pupils. This was his first time witnessing the immortal universe, eternal spring mantra in battle. Each of the 10 great arts of the Central Plains had its own unique ability, and very few people had ever seen it. Wang Chong had benefited greatly from this battle. From the battle between Song Yuan and the bamboo hat man, Wang Chong had comprehended a few other things. The people of these sects focused on single combat, and they had deeply studied it. Every move and technique had reached a level of simplicity and dexterity. This was completely different from the battlefield, where thousands of soldiers and horses fought together. Not only that, but Wang Chong was observing the battle from the perspective of energy through the origin world of air. What he saw was completely different from what the others saw. The thick smoke and dust didn't affect him at all, and the greater void escape couldn't escape his eyes at all. More importantly, through the world of energy, Wang Chong could clearly see the countless threads of energy circulating on Song Yuan's body, and he could also see the profound trajectory of the bamboo hat man's greater void step. This was something Wang Chong couldn't see when he was in battle. Every time the two of them collided, exchanged blows, came into contact, attacked, and counterattacked, Wang Chong could see all of it clearly in his eyes. This was something that no one else on the mountain could do. Buzz. As he was paying attention to the battle between Song Yuan and the bamboo hat man, Wang Chong suddenly sensed something and immediately turned his head to look down the mountain. A moment later, Wang Chong grimaced, and with a gentle push of his foot, He vanished into the darkness. The moment Wang Chong vanished, a massive energy erupted from the earth like an erupting volcano. Crack! Cracking sounds could be heard as the sky darkened and the peak of the mountain split open. Before anyone could react, a huge hand formed from stone suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, each of its fingers as thick as a stone pillar. First came the rough and mottled hand, and then the massive arm behind it. Before anyone could react, the titanic hand suddenly reached out with lightning speed toward the Jingqi League Lord Song Yuanyi. Sensing the giant palm descending on his head, Song Yuanyi raised his head, his expression changing slightly. But before he could dodge, bang! In a flash of light, the titanic hand grabbed Song Yuanyi. Alliance Lord. All the Jingqi League disciples paled at this sight and cried out in alarm. On the other hand, the men in black were invigorated. The leader has taken action. The eyes of the men in black glowed as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. The Jingqi League was far more troublesome than they had imagined, and the Jingqi League Lord in particular was even more difficult to deal with. But if the leader overseeing the situation in the rear took action, everything would be different. Kill them. Leave none alive. Crimson, I bellowed in the darkness. They had lost many men in this battle, and all of them were furious. No one had ever inflicted such heavy losses on them, not even the young marquis of the Tang dynasty. The Jingqi League had succeeded in rousing their killing intent. The battle between the two sides intensified. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. More and more righteous alliance disciples and men in black collapsed in pools of blood. In the end, I still have to do it. In the darkness, the last bamboo hat man, who also had the highest status, suddenly took a step forward and said, "Let's go." He did not care about the casualties of his subordinates. No matter how many of these low-level servants died, it was meaningless to him. What he truly cared about was that so many people had still not found their target. Truly a group of trash. The third bamboo hat man's eyes flashed with cold light. But even so, the lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, had succeeded in attracting his attention. Whether or not they were the target, no person or faction in the world could defy them. Regardless of what they had been thinking at the start, the moment they joined hands with their target, their fate was sealed. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the top of the mountain. As countless people watched, the stone arm of the Titan was blasted to pieces by an explosion of energy. In a flash of light, Song Yuanyi's figure once more appeared before everyone's eyes. His clothes were as white as snow, his demeanor relaxed, and his body appeared to be completely unharmed. That heavy blow did not seem to have done any damage to him. Even the nearby bamboo hat man couldn't help but grimace at this sight. It was not impossible to block that blow, but it was impossible to be like Song Yuanyi, completely unscathed. Finally unable to restrain yourself, you've decided to strike. Song Yuanyi paid no attention to the bamboo hat man, his sharp and profound gaze fixed on the distant bamboo hat man who had yet to strike. He had never cared about the other two bamboo hat men. From start to finish, he had only been paying attention to one of them. Humph! At almost the same time, the bamboo hat leader seemed to sense Song Yuanyi's gaze and gave a scornful laugh. That attack just now had only been an appetizer, a warm-up for the real battle. Swish! All of a sudden, there was a sound like silk tearing. With his spine as the center, the bamboo hat leader's back suddenly split open, revealing his body beneath his clothes. As his clothes split open, the bamboo hat man took a step forward. Boom! Like a boulder crashing down, the air in a radius of several thousand zhang around the bamboo hat leader shuddered as a terrifying energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. Not only that, the moment the bamboo hat leader stepped forward, the earth quaked as if unable to endure the power of his foot. Roar! A roar that sounded like that of a wild beast came from the treetops. A moment later, the bamboo hat leader's body began to grow like bamboo after the rain. a metallic luster emerging from the depths of his skin. Keklak! In the blink of an eye, the man in black had grown to 10 feet tall, and he was still rapidly growing, thickening, and bulkier. Bang! The black robe he had used to conceal his identity had long ago been pulverized, and the symbolic bamboo hat on his head had been blown into the air. From a distance, through the darkness, the third bamboo hat man had vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden man. The golden man floated in the air and grew at a rapid speed. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. In the blink of an eye, the golden man had turned into a golden giant that was more than 3 zhang tall. Moreover, it was still growing. As his body transformed, a dreadful destructive energy erupted from the bamboo hat leader's body. Just sensing this energy from a distance was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. Buzz! The first to see this sight were the Jingqi League disciples fighting at the base of the mountain. What is that? Everyone be careful! The Jingqi League disciples widened their eyes in unease. In the sky above the mountain, Song Yuani stared at the golden giant in the air, a look of apprehension on his face for the first time. Only now did the main theme of the battle begin. Although the final opponent had yet to move, the beastly energy he exuded far surpassed that of any of the bamboo hat men. Even Song Yuani couldn't help but feel an intense sense of danger. Humph! It's time to end this battle. And you, little ant, even if you hide here, you won't be able to escape. In the treetops, the third bamboo hat man had already vanished, leaving behind an angry golden giant 20 to 30 meters tall. His body was as tough as steel, and his muscles bulged out from beneath his skin, brimming with destructive energy. Bang! Chapter 1389. The golden giant seemed to move slowly, but in a few moments he had traversed the sky and arrived at the foot of the mountain. His right foot stepped forward, not on the air, but on the mountain for the first time. Bzzz. The moment his 5 metallic toes touched the surface of the mountain, the earth violently trembled as if on the verge of splitting apart. This sort of momentum was like that of a god descending from the 9 heavens, descending upon the mortal world. To dare oppose us gods, all of you must die. The golden giant looked down from high above, his eyes like copper bells sweeping over the ant-like Jingqi League disciples on the mountain. The Jingqi League disciples paled at the sight of this godly giant, expressions of shock and fear on their faces. No one had ever seen this sort of martial art before. It was completely different from the dragons and qilins that the Black Yin ancestor, Ouyang Changheng, and the others had transformed into. This was definitely not a manifestation of stellar energy, but a true transformation of the physical body. An ordinary human 7 or 8 feet tall could actually transform into a golden giant 20 to 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. This completely surpassed their imaginations. Evil art, this is evil art. A righteous alliance expert, his face stricken with fear, suddenly shouted, Evil art? Ignorant ants, this is the means of a god. The golden giant said in a low, muffled voice, a mocking and disdainful smile on his lips, Don't be afraid of him. He only has brute strength. Everyone, let's kill him together. All of a sudden, someone shouted. Under extreme pressure and fear, humans would either flee or react in the opposite direction. Swish! In a flash of light, a Jingqi League disciple charged at the golden giant, and then a second. In an instant, the other Jingqi League disciples followed suit, charging at the golden giant in the center from all directions. Everyone, don't be afraid. His body is huge, making him the best target. Attack from all directions. Everyone, let's kill him together. The Jingqi League disciples roared as they charged at the giant. When people are stimulated by fear, they can erupt with even greater potential. One after another, explosions and surges of stellar energy could be heard. The energy bursting out of these Jingqi League disciples was even more turbulent and majestic than before the battle. Be careful! Almost at the same time, The elders of the Zhengqi League also joined in the attack. Compared to the ordinary disciples, their realms were higher and more powerful. With a flash of light, waves of tyrannical power covered the sky and earth, blasting toward the golden giant from all directions. In an instant, a storm of attacks came from all directions and surrounded the golden giant. Ignorant. Seeing this, the golden giant merely smirked in disdain. In the next moment, under the gazes of countless people, the golden giant suddenly punched out. Rumble! In an instant, a golden light burst out from the golden giant's right fist. This light was extremely dense and tyrannical. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if a giant golden wave had appeared in the air and rushed toward all the elders and disciples of the Zhengqi League. There was an earth-shattering boom, and in that instant, time seemed to stop. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, wherever the golden wave passed, the stellar energy bursting out of the Zhengqi League elders and disciples seemed to freeze. In the blink of an eye, they turned into grayish-brown rocks and fell to the ground. Rumble. After a momentary pause, the golden wave spread out in all directions at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, striking all the elders and disciples of the Zhengqi League. A golden light swept past a Zhengqi League disciple. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, this Zhengqi League disciple's body first stiffened, and then his long hair, starting from the ends of his hair, then the surface of his body, his clothes, his skin, his nails, and finally his entire body. Bang! In the next moment, this Zhengqi League disciple turned into a lifelike stone statue and fell to the ground, sending countless stone chips flying. Bang! Almost at the same time that this Zhengqi League disciple fell, another petrified Zhengqi League disciple fell to the ground, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. In the blink of an eye, wherever the golden light passed, all the disciples and elders of the Zhengqi League within 50 meters of the golden giant, along with their stellar energy, were all petrified and fell heavily to the ground. With just a single punch, the golden giant had taken away all of their lives. There were no longer any bodies of flesh and blood here, only stone statues. Whoosh! A gust of night wind whistled through the mountain, and in an instant, the entire mountain fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the scene, their scalps tingling, their hearts chilled, and their faces paled. How is this possible? What kind of sorcery is this? High up on the mountain, a Zhengqi League expert muttered to himself with trembling lips. These words voiced the fear in the hearts of countless people. No one had ever seen a martial art like this. He could actually turn flesh and blood into solid stone, and even formless stellar energy could be petrified by him. This was no longer within the realm of martial arts. There were no words that could explain this golden giant's ability. Just as this Zhengqi League expert had said, this was sorcery. The Zhengqi League Alliance, Lord Song Yuanyi, and Wang Chong were also shocked. Even someone as experienced as Song Yuanyi couldn't help but turn grave at this sight. Just who are these people? A cold light exploded from Song Yuanyi's eyes. From the very start of the assault, the attacks of the men in black had been completely without rhyme or reason, and their martial arts were unlike any of the martial arts that the martial arts world knew of. But seeing so many disciples killed made Song Yuanyi's heart seethe with rage. I'll kill you first. Then I'll deal with that giant. Song Yuanyi's eyes chilled as he quickly locked onto the second bamboo hat man. Swish! With a flick of Song Yuanyi's finger, several blazing bolts of energy shot toward the second bamboo hat man. At the same time, Song Yuanyi's body swayed and he vanished. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to attack. Boom! With a heaven-shaking boom, Song Yuanyi and the second bamboo hat man collided. The second bamboo hat man had already used the greater void step to dodge, but Song Yuanyi was still able to accurately predict his movements and forcefully pull him in. Fwish! In the face of Song Yuanyi's first attack, the second bamboo hat man trembled and vomited blood. When Song Yuanyi used his full strength, not even he was a match. You've killed so many of my disciples. Do you really think that this one can't do anything to you?" Song Yuanyi's icy voice echoed over the mountain, and as he spoke, 60 to 70 bolts of energy erupted from Song Yuanyi's body and engulfed the second bamboo hat man. As Song Yuanyi switched from defense to offense, even the second bamboo hat man found it difficult to resist, and his face instantly paled. On the other side, Wang Chong suffered the greatest blow. Whether it was the men in black or Song Yuanyi, only Wang Chong had a thorough understanding of both sides. Just what sort of supreme technique is this? They have an endless array of techniques that I've never even heard of or seen before. Just where did these people come from? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, his mind in turmoil. This was not his first time interacting with the men in black, but the more he interacted with them, the more confused Wang Chong became. These people were like a ball of mist that could be seen but not touched. Even for a secretive faction like the Confucian sect, Wang Chong could still find records of them in the history books and understand their origins. But these men in black only seemed more and more mysterious the closer one got to them. Up until now, the only book that Wang Chong had ever read about them was the Book of Paimon. But not even Paimon, who is known in the legends of the Sassanid dynasty and the Arabian Empire as the 72 demon gods, had been able to understand their origins, much less their goals. They were like ghosts that appeared in the long river of history. But when one looked carefully, one would discover that there was nothing there. And even now, Wang Chong had no idea how these people had found out about him. From the southwest to the northwest, these people seemed to be doggedly pursuing him, but Wang Chong had never been able to understand the true reason. Song Yuanyi is in danger. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly noticed that 20 to 30 meter tall golden giant striding toward the summit. His pace seemed very slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Golden waves surged around him, and all the Jingqi League disciples struck by the golden waves were turned into stone and toppled to the ground. The stellar energy in the air was turned into grayish-brown stones by the golden waves, which rained down from the sky and covered the summit, leaving a trail in the path of the golden giant's advance. In the face of the golden giant's terrifying strength and pressure, everyone's faces were filled with fear, and they all retreated as if they were avoiding the plague. On the mountain, Song Yuanyi's expression gradually turned grave. "Back off." It was the voice of the golden giant. It was incomparably majestic. In the face of an opponent like Song Yuanyi, the golden giant was too proud to work together with anyone else. Dish! In a flash of light, the second bamboo hat man, who had already been on the verge of collapse, immediately used the greater void step to endure one of Song Yuanyi's finger energies and put some distance between them. Just when the second bamboo hat man retreated from the battle, boom! A moment later, Song Yuanyi and the golden giant collided in the air. One of their fists was small and the other big. The small one was just a normal fist, while the big one was like a mountain. However, the two of them exploded with equally powerful strength. Chapter 1390. Clatter, clatter. Countless stones rained down from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the two clashed once more. Boom! There was a thunderous boom, and the sky seemed to be tearing apart. Once, twice, thrice, Song Yuanyi and the golden giant that was the leader of the black-clothed men clashed repeatedly, their fists meeting flesh with flesh. Neither retreated. The leader's golden waves surged majestically, constantly crashing over in an attempt to turn Song Yuanyi into stone. But even a powerful existence like the golden giant had encountered a tough opponent this time. The petrifying golden waves constantly turned Song Yuanyi's stellar energy into stone, but they were never able to get past the lightning. At Song Yuanyi's level of cultivation, even an existence like the golden giant would find it very difficult to easily defeat him. Song Yuanyi's strength is still a little inferior to the golden giant, but Wang Chong was hidden in a certain place on the mountain, his gaze slowly turning to another place. There, the first and second bamboo hat men had begun to move, wantonly slaughtering their way up the mountain. Even though the other elders and experts were doing their utmost to stop them, they were still no match. Just the fire of Mara, which could burn stellar energy, was something that the elders and experts of the Zhengqi League were unable to stop. It's about time to leave. Wang Chong swept his gaze over the chaotic mountain and said to himself, this temporary base of the Zhengqi League had become extremely dangerous to him. Song Yuanyi was searching everywhere for him, and while the two bamboo hat men were slaughtering their way up the mountain, they were also searching for him. As long as his identity was exposed, the two groups of people who were originally engaged in a chaotic battle would most likely attack him. He had already seen Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra and understood the strength of the men in black. Now was the best time to leave. It's time to find Master and the others. Wang Chong said to himself. Some things were best left undone. After spending a day on the mountain, it was about time to leave. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly made his way to the back of the mountain, where there were the least people. What do I do? These men in black are too powerful. Have the Vice Lord and the others not arrived yet? Wang Chong had only walked a short distance when he heard a voice in the darkness. Wang Chong's brow creased, and he stopped. Vice Lord. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes as he turned in the direction of the voice. There, two wounded Zhengqi League experts were gathered together, discussing something. Wang Chong had been with the Zhengqi League for some time and had seen many elders and experts, but he had never heard of the Zhengqi League having a Vice Lord. From afar, he heard the two men continue. The Vice Lord said that he would rush to the northwest after dealing with the matter there to deal with the evil emperor. But the Vice Lord's matter ended more than 10 days ago, and there's a messenger pigeon saying that the Vice Lord is already on his way here. It's already been more than 10 days, so there's no reason for him not to appear. In the darkness, one of the Zhengqi League experts said. His first words made Wang Chong's heart skip a beat. As the Vice Lord of the Zhengqi League, his strength was definitely above that of Ouyang Changheng and Sikong Yuanjia. Song Yuanyi alone was already difficult enough to deal with. Adding a powerful Vice Lord to the mix, this trip to the northwest would be extremely disadvantageous for Wang Chong and the others. If that's the case, the Zhengqi League has probably mobilized all of their forces. Master's appearance this time has attracted a lot of their attention. Perhaps even Master has underestimated the danger of this trip to the northwest. Wang Chong thought to himself, feeling a little uneasy. In the distance, the two men still hadn't noticed Wang Chong. The League head also said that the Vice Lord and the others would be here in the next 2 days. Judging from the time, they shouldn't be too far away from us. Now that the situation is dire, we can only give it a try no matter what. Tell the Vice Lord and the others to hurry over. Other than the Vice Lord. None of us can deal with the other two black-clothed men. The other injured Zhengqi League expert said. There's no other way. We can only try this as a last resort. Send the signal. No matter what, we must tell the Vice Lord and the others to hurry over as soon as possible. The first Zhengqi League expert said. Having made up their minds, the two quickly left. In just a few moments, a messenger pigeon rose into the sky and flew into the distance. Almost at the same time, Xiao! There was a piercing whistle, and in the next instant, a dazzling firework soared into the sky. It rose several hundred meters into the sky before exploding violently. Boom! Under the gazes of countless people, the firework blossomed into a dazzling yin-yang diagram of a crane in the darkness. It was the symbol of the Zhengqi League. At that moment, under the illumination of the firework, the entire mountaintop was illuminated by the light of the firework. It could be seen from dozens of miles away. Wang Chong was already halfway up the mountain. When he saw the massive firework in the sky, his heart couldn't help but tremble. There was a reason why the Zhengqi League was known as the #1 faction in the world of sections. Just this firework alone was enough for them to swiftly respond and provide timely reinforcements. Hurry up and find him. I don't believe that he can fly away. With the 3 lords guarding the base of the mountain, he can't possibly leave. Find him, and don't let him escape, no matter what. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice came from up ahead. 20 to 30 meters in front of Wang Chong, a black-clothed man spoke in a hoarse voice as he flew past. Wang Chong's heart trembled. He immediately slowed down and hid behind an extinguished bonfire on the mountain. At the same time, he concealed his aura to the extreme. The 2 clearly hadn't noticed Wang Chong, and they quickly disappeared to the other side of the mountain. They really aren't easy to deal with, Wang Chong thought to himself. He had originally thought that Song Yuanyi and the Zhengqi League had attracted all their attention and that they would have no time to worry about him. However, it seemed that they had long since prepared for this move. Wanting to leave calmly was far from an easy task. Boom! Just as he was pondering, a figure suddenly smashed into the ground not far away from him with a loud boom. You crooked demons deserve to be punished by everyone. Today, this old man will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and capture all of you demons in one fell swoop. In the air, a righteous alliance elder, his clothes flapping in the wind, came in pursuit, his body covered in blood. Humph, laughable. You can't even take care of yourself. Yet you still want to kill me. A sinister voice rang out. On the ground, the black-clothed man who had just crashed into the ground slapped his body with his right hand and used a void movement technique to swiftly charge at the Zhengqi League elder. Blood Eye's heart was currently filled with rage. This operation against their target had never gone smoothly. Not only had a group of people died in Liao City, but they had also lost quite a few people here. He had originally believed that this was just a small faction that could be easily taken down, but he hadn't expected them to be so troublesome that even the 3 leaders had been unable to easily kill them. Lowly ants, how dare you oppose us? Only death awaits you. Blood Eye's expression was ferocious as he used his void movement technique to the extreme. He turned into a blurry shadow that drifted unpredictably toward the Zhengqi League elder. Each of his attacks was aimed at his vitals, and the black flame surged and surged toward the Zhengqi League elder. It's him. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong also noticed Blood Eye not far away. This wasn't the first time he had fought with the black-clothed man. With just one look, Wang Chong could tell that this man held a high position in the organization. Not only that, Wang Chong vaguely remembered that this man was the one leading the charge when the eagle swooped down from the sky. More importantly, this man was simply too close. If Wang Chong moved, he would probably be discovered immediately. In the blink of an eye, thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and in the next moment, an idea immediately formed in his mind. Instead of acting rashly, he waited silently. Not far away, Blood Eye's attention was completely focused on the Zhengqi League elder. He didn't even notice Wang Chong, who had fallen to the ground like a rock and had retracted his aura. He moved faster and faster, and his entire being became more and more excited. He could sense that the Zhengqi League elder was about to collapse. In just a short while, he had already added 5 or 6 new wounds to his body, each one so deep that bones could be seen. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this Zhengqi League elder died without a doubt. Just when the Righteous Alliance elder was about to fall to Blood Eye's attacks, an enormous wave of psychic energy crashed into Blood Eye's mind. Boom! Without any warning, an enormous tide of psychic energy slammed into Blood Eye's mind. Even with Xue Tong's strength, he was completely unprepared for such a sudden attack. It was as if someone had smashed his mind with a hammer. His mind went blank, and even his body stiffened for a moment. Under normal circumstances, this sort of momentary pause would not have mattered, but in this intense battle, this opening was fatal. Pft, pft. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh could be heard. The moment Xue Tong's body froze, a long sword pierced into his chest. Immediately after, a palm with the strength of a mountain smashed Xue Tong's head into pieces. After losing his head, Blood Eye's body trembled twice, and he fell stiffly to the ground. What's going on? Even the Jingqi League elder was stunned that he had killed this formidable opponent in black with a single palm strike. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he quickly scanned his surroundings. However, it was all quiet and there was nothing around him. It was as if everything had been an illusion. Am I really seeing things? Chapter 1391. Only after he left did Wang Chong stand up from the pile of corpses behind the bonfire. Glancing in the direction the elder had left, Wang Chong leaped down the mountain. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes widened as he glanced at Xue Tong's headless corpse. He had been heading down the mountain, but he suddenly changed directions and flew back to Xue Tong's side. He extended his right hand and pulled out the secret tome that had been protruding from Xue Tong's chest. This secret tome had originally been hidden in a secret place on Xue Tong's body, but the intense battle and his final fall had revealed a section of the tome. Wang Chong had clashed with the men in black many times, but he had never found any treasures on them. These men in black had always been clean and efficient, and they never carried anything unnecessary on their bodies. For this reason, this part of the tome was extremely unique. Wang Chong opened it, glanced at it, and immediately saw 3 words on the cover. Void movement technique. These 3 words caused Wang Chong's heart to tremble. It's this. Wang Chong was both surprised and delighted. This was definitely an unexpected harvest. These men in black had a mysterious background, but their martial arts were indescribably powerful. Whether it was the fire of Zhu Bai, the fire of Mara, or the fire of Luwu, they were all extremely powerful energies. Moreover, the movement technique that these black-clothed men had recently displayed was another type of extremely mysterious martial art. Their movement techniques were extremely fast. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had comprehended the origin of energy and was able to track their movements through energy, even someone of the same cultivation level as him would have already fallen for their tricks. Most importantly, for Wang Chong, movement techniques had never been his forte. The top-notch movement techniques that these black-clothed men had recently displayed had practically surpassed most of the techniques in the world, and had also perfectly complemented Wang Chong's deficiencies. Moreover, under the current situation of qi deviation, this secret art could also increase Wang Chong's ability to escape and survive in all kinds of situations. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly kept the void escaping technique book. There was chaos in the night, and shouts could be heard incessantly. Wang Chong ran down the mountain, encountering many men in black and disciples of the Zhengqi League along the way. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, Wang Chong didn't alert anyone and quickly ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. In just a moment, he would be able to leave without attracting anyone's attention. Screech! Just as he was a few meters away from the foot of the mountain, a shrill cry suddenly rang out from the sky. This shrill cry was extremely ear-piercing and abrupt. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly raised his head. High up in the sky, he saw a huge black shadow gliding past him with its wings spread open. It was a giant black eagle. The stars were dim in the night, but Wang Chong could clearly see that the eyes of the giant eagle were as sharp as a hawk's. They were like 2 stars that emitted a dazzling light. The eagle's gaze was looking down, and it kept circling around the mountain as if searching for something. Buzz! In that instant, Wang Chong's expression froze, and a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. This is what the black-clothed men are using to target me. It was completely instinctive, and Wang Chong immediately understood. There was no fighting on the outskirts of the mountain, and there was no need for the eagle to stand guard there. There was no doubt that the eagle was being used to prevent people from leaving the mountain. Even in the middle of a fierce battle, these black-clothed men had not let down their guard. They had arranged for the eagle to keep an eye on the surroundings in advance. Wang Chong had a feeling that while the 3 bamboo hat men, especially their leader, were fiercely battling with Song Yuani. The moment they were exposed, they would immediately abandon Song Yuani and come for him. Walala! As he was thinking, he heard a sound nearby. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a boulder rolling down the mountain. It seemed like it had been blown down by the shock waves from the battle on the mountain. Screech! A shrill cry came from the sky. It was the eagle. Almost at the same time, a black blast of stellar energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning. It violently struck a boulder that was tumbling down the mountain and exploded it into pieces. Buzz! Wang Chong looked in the direction of the stellar energy and saw a black-clothed man quickly drawing back his palm, apparently having also noticed that it was a boulder. The black-clothed man quickly retreated, his eyes warily gazing at the mountain. Wang Chong's heart sank at this sight. Wang Chong took advantage of this moment to scan his surroundings. This time, Wang Chong immediately noticed a few details that he had not noticed before. At the base of the mountain, around 30 to 40 meters from the foot of the mountain, a group of black-clothed men stood motionless. Even though the battle on the mountain was fierce, they had no intention of joining the fray. They stood guard at various places around the mountain range, constantly looking around vigilantly. Any movement in the wind or grass would attract their attention. What these people were paying attention to had nothing to do with the battle. The eagle in the sky and the black-clothed men on the ground. In an instant, Wang Chong's heart sank. The black-clothed man's guard against him was tight to the extreme. If he wanted to leave without alerting anyone, it would not be as easy as he imagined it to be. This is a little troublesome. Wang Chong frowned secretly. With his current ability, he could, of course, force a breakthrough and quickly break out of the encirclement. However, if he did so, Song Yuani, the leader of the black-clothed men who had transformed into a golden giant, would probably notice him. The same would be true for the other black-clothed men. It would not be easy to get rid of them so easily. Looks like I have to think of another way. Wang Chong thought to himself as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Although the black-clothed men had set up a blockade in advance, it was not that there was no way for Wang Chong to leave. It would just be a little more troublesome. Swoosh! As Wang Chong hid himself and began to think, he was suddenly alarmed. A shrill sound, as soft as the buzz of a mosquito, came from behind him. Bzzz! Wang Chong stepped forward, leaving a blur in his wake as he immediately dodged to the side. Ding! A silver needle around 7 inches long, as thin as a cow's hair, brushed past Wang Chong, sinking into the rock in front of Wang Chong. The hard rock was as brittle as tofu in front of the fine needle. Young Master Qingyang, where are you planning to go? At this moment, a sinister and familiar voice came from behind him. Not far behind Wang Chong was Ji Andu, dressed in a black robe, his right shoulder and sleeve still stained with blood. He was sinisterly staring at Wang Chong. His eyes were as sinister as those of a venomous snake. Young Master Ji, what are you doing? Wang Chong took 2 steps back and looked at Ji Andu in surprise. Humph, stop pretending. From the first day I saw you, I sensed that there was something strange about you. Although I don't know what's going on, you're definitely not some young Master Qingyang. Also, you were the one who ambushed me on the summit, weren't you? Ji Andu clenched his teeth, his eyes seething with killing intent. This night raid by the men in black had been completely inexplicable, especially that black-clothed assassin. He had inexplicably attracted a group of men in black to attack him, and then he had completely vanished. If not for the blood escape art of the evil path, he would have already died on the mountain. And when he reached the base of the mountain and realized that the 3 bamboo hat men were still being guarded, Ji Andu had no choice but to return to the mountain and hide. But after thinking it over, Ji Andu realized that the only person in the entire Jingqi League who would dare to ambush him like this, and who had the motive to do so, was that young Master Qingyang. Protector Ji, I don't know what you're talking about. Your misunderstanding of me is far too deep, Wang Chong said as he stared at Ji Andu. Humph, It doesn't matter if you know or not. This time no one can save you. I'd like to see just how long you can pretend in front of me. Ji Endu coldly said, his eyes seething with killing intent. Bang! Ji Endu suddenly stepped forward, his robes and long hair fiercely dancing in the wind. As Wang Chong watched, an energy far stronger than before erupted from his body. Unlike before, this energy was extremely dark and sinister, exuding an indescribable evil. Moreover, Wang Chong could smell an intense stench of blood from it. This is... Wang Chong was startled, and then he seemed to realize something. Ever since I joined the Jingqi League and became a disciple of the righteous path, Song Yuanyi strictly forbade me from using this technique. But he can't even take care of himself right now, so I'd like to see who can do anything to you. It's none of your business. Whether it's the real young Master Qingyang or the fake young Master Qingyang, all of you can turn into desiccated corpses. Ji Endu's face was covered in black energy, his expression savage. Boom! Before Wang Chong could respond, Ji Endu's body exploded with black energy, and then a black sun suddenly appeared behind him. It exuded a majestic, attractive force, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly into the air as streams of energy began to revolve around Ji Endu. Crack! With a crisp sound, even a nearby millstone-sized rock and the firewood around it were lifted into the air by Ji Endu's attractive force. What is this? Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ji Endu's energy gave him a familiar feeling. It was somewhat similar to the little Yin-Yang art, but even more powerful. It was similar to the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art, but Wang Chong's great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art could not create this illusion of a black sun. Just what is he cultivating? Chapter 1392. Ji Endu had not received his master's true legacy, so he had no idea how to use the second half of the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art. Wang Chong had never imagined that this traitorous bastard Ji Endu would have comprehended a strange art on his own. But even so, this art was astonishingly powerful, and from Wang Chong's perspective, it possessed at least 40 to 50% of the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art's power. Trying to play tricks in front of me is truly displaying your slight skill before an expert. Today, I'll use this Yin-Yang art to grind your bones to dust, and then I'll push the blame onto these men in black. Ji Endu's sinister voice came from all around him, and a terrifying suction and stellar energy swept toward Wang Chong like a wave. In a flash, Wang Chong's expression turned extremely grave. Ji Endu's strength was secondary, but now that he was being forced, Wang Chong had no way of dodging and could easily fool his way through. In the current situation, Wang Chong could no longer continue to hide, and once he attacked, his previous excuses would fall apart. It seems like I can only risk breaking through, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Once he attacked, Song Yuanyi and the black-clothed leader would immediately notice the situation. Wang Chong would have no choice but to force his way out. As for whether he could break through and how far he could run, that would all depend on his luck. There was one thing that was beyond doubt. This was going to be a tough battle. Protector Ji, what are you doing? Just as Wang Chong and Ji Endu were about to engage in a vicious battle, a righteous and somewhat immature voice came from the side. A young figure charged forward, cutting between Ji Endu and Wang Chong. Song Ju! On the other side, Ji Endu was flabbergasted, and Wang Chong had also noticed this. Song Yuan's younger brother, Song Ju, had appeared in the surroundings at some point and was now embroiled in his dispute with Ji Endu. Bastard, you're crazy! Ji Endu angrily roared, forcefully reversing the yin-yang art that had been hurtling toward Wang Chong, and then he flew back. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong pulled Song Ju and quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Song Ju, do you know what you're doing? Ji Endu was infuriated. Song Yuan was the daughter of the head of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, and Song Ju was Song Yuan's cousin. The two siblings were extremely close. although Ji Andu wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Chong. He wasn't so rash as to attack Song Ju as well. Ji Andu, I should be asking you that. Young Master Qingyang is an honored guest of our Zhengqi League and has helped our Zhengqi League in the past. Are you crazy? You actually want to attack him? Song Ju's face was completely red as he clenched his fists tightly, and his expression was extremely excited. If he hadn't appeared, young Master Qingyang would have already been killed by Ji Andu. Damn it! Ji Andu was infuriated. He could easily kill Song Ju, but if he did so, he would no longer have any place to stand in the Zhengqi League or the martial arts world. No matter how bold Ji Andu was, he would never dare to oppose Song Yuani. Cree. While Ji Andu was still thinking, there was an explosion in the distance, and then a figure in the sky, a wave of energy tens of thousands of feet behind him, shot like a bolt of lightning toward the mountain where the Zhengqi League was located. At this moment, the winds howled and the sand and stones were blown away. No one could describe what they felt like. Everyone could sense that the figure at the front of the wave of energy was suffused with an energy that seemed capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Who goes there? Wang Chong's robes billowed in the wind, and as he looked up at the sky, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky was like a comet, its body exploding with intense white light. Wang Chong sensed that this person was extremely dangerous, and the strength of this energy was actually on par with the Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuani. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and this person's energy was even more tyrannical than Song Yuani's. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the figure had flown through the air and crashed into the summit of the mountain, sending up a cloud of dust several hundred feet into the air. The mountain swayed, and even the earth seemed on the verge of crumbling. Vice Alliance Lord! Ji Andu sensed this and was also alarmed. He turned his head and looked up at the summit. Ji Andu had always given off the impression of being unruly, cold, and cruel, but at this moment his face was tinged with deep apprehension and dread. It was as if he was extremely afraid of this figure. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the world swayed as the figure began to fiercely battle with the bamboo hat man on the mountain. Vice Alliance Lord! Vice Alliance Lord! Vice Alliance Lord! In just a few short moments, all the Zhengqi League disciples on the mountain were invigorated and erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. Kill! At almost the same time, the mountain in front of Wang Chong quaked as another group of Zhengqi League experts flew toward him. The second wave of reinforcements from the Zhengqi League had finally arrived. Song Ju, young Master Qingyang, why are you still here? Come, this place isn't safe. Come with me to the summit. The Vice Alliance Lord has already arrived. With him and Alliance Lord working together, victory is assured. At almost the same time, an elderly voice came from the side. As Wang Chong watched, Ouyang Chongheng, his aura in disarray, hurried over from another direction. The sight of this Zhengqi League elder caused Wang Chong's eyes to freeze. If he had any hope of leaving, Wang Chong had already lost it. Wang Chong looked at Song Ju in front of him, and then at Ouyang Chongheng behind him, a complicated look in his eyes. Let's go. Since he could no longer leave, Wang Chong decided to give up on the idea of leaving and head up the mountain with Song Ju and Ouyang Chongheng. On the other side, Ji Andu had already vanished. Wang Chong composed himself and retracted his aura as he followed Ouyang Chongheng up the mountain. By the time Wang Chong reached the midpoint of the mountain, he could see that the entire mountain had been devastated. Half of the mountain had been blasted away, and sharp rocks littered the ground. In the sky above the mountain, Zhengqi League Alliance, Lord Song Yuani, and a white-clothed man Wang Chong had never seen before were engaged in a fierce battle with 3 bamboo hat men. The chaotic battle between these 5 had turned this area into the most dangerous place. Flashing figures, twisting space, sharp whips, and blazing flames could be seen everywhere. The attacks of the three bamboo hat men were swift and fierce to the extreme. The golden giant, in particular, seemed intent on tearing apart space itself. Every time he attacked, golden light would erupt. At the same time, large amounts of stellar energy would transform these attacks into grayish-brown rocks that fell to the ground with loud clattering sounds. On the other side, Song Yuanyi was also pushing his energy to the limit. That unique stellar energy of the Eternal Spring sect radiated into the surrounding area. As soon as it touched the ground, it would take root and sprout, causing plants and wildflowers to sprout. Even the stellar energies unleashed by the three bamboo hat men sprouted leaves and flowers, but these things were quickly incinerated by the black fire of Mara. But what truly drew Wang Chang's attention was the cold and resolute white-clothed man who had appeared at Song Yuanyi's side. On the index finger of his left hand was a golden ring in the shape of a dragon. From a distance, the white-clothed man exuded a noble aura. But what truly drew Wang Chang's attention was this man's terrifying energy. Bang! Just like Song Yuanyi, this white-clothed man did not use a sword or saber. He only punched. And though the Great Bridge seems foolish, it had the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. With this punch, Wang Chang could clearly see the boundless stellar energy of the bamboo hat man on the other side being torn apart like paper. Even the golden giant that was 20 to 30 meters tall, when faced with an ordinary punch from the white-clothed man, had thousands of cracks appear on the golden waves around it, and then they dissipated. Compared to Song Yuanyi's endurance and recovery speed, the three bamboo hat men were clearly more apprehensive of this white-clothed man. Every time those cracks extended toward them, they would hastily retreat. It was apparent that they were extremely wary of those pitch-black cracks. Even though Wang Chang had been prepared, he couldn't help but be stunned at the sight of those cracks. The universe sundering's art. As he watched the white-clothed man shatter the attacks of the bamboo hat men again and again, a thought flashed through Wang Chang's mind. He instantly found it hard to remain calm. Even one of the 10 great arts of the Central Plains was extremely difficult to find, let alone two. Wang Chang had been extremely surprised to see the immortal heaven-earth eternal spring mantra on Song Yuanyi, but this revered Vice Alliance Lord of the Jingqi League was also using one of the 10 great arts, and it was the universe sundering's art, renowned for its ability to shatter stellar energy. Although this technique wasn't ranked as high as the origin immortal art or the art of god and demon obliteration, it was extremely powerful in a battle between martial artists. It was said to be able to shatter all stellar energy techniques in the world, and even the toughest steel would crack like tofu in the face of the slightest touch. Song Yuanyi was already very strong, and with the addition of this Vice Alliance Lord who had an even more offensive and aggressive art, the three bamboo hat men immediately began to struggle. Chapter 1393. Retreat. Everyone retreat for now. A thunderous roar resounded through the void. The golden giant on the mountain peak finally gave the order to retreat in a low, muffled voice. The Jingqi League was far more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. In the current situation, it would be very difficult to defeat them. Buzz! When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The men in black at the base of the mountain were the first to retreat, followed by those halfway up the mountain, all of them madly fleeing into the darkness. Finally, the three bamboo hat men also began to flee. Humph! Where do you think you're going? With a cold snort, the Jingqi League's Vice Alliance Lord immediately gave chase, his robes flapping in the wind. But a moment later, a white mist spread out, swiftly sweeping toward Song Yuanyi and the Vice Alliance Lord. Careful! A voice came from behind. A hint of fear appeared in the white-clothed man's eyes. He could tell at a glance that this fog was poisonous, but he was not afraid. Boom! A tsunami of white stellar energy erupted from his body, instantly scattering the white fog. The stellar energy continued onward, striking the bamboo hat man who was at the very back. Fwoosh! This move was incredibly fast. Even though the third bamboo hat man had been prepared, he was still unable to endure the terrifying power of the sundering art. In a flash, his stellar energy crumbled, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Under the effect of this huge force, he lost control of his body and somersaulted a few times. However, he also borrowed this force to increase his speed and quickly escaped into the night, escaping without a trace. Forget it, Guangding. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Song Yuanyi saw that the white-clothed man still wanted to give chase, so he immediately stopped him. In this brief delay, the men in black had already fled in different directions, vanishing from sight. Yuan-yi, what's going on here? Where did such powerful opponents come from, and their techniques are so strange? Since his opponents had already fled, Xie Guangding could only give up on the pursuit and turn to Song Yuanyi. I don't know the origins of these men in black, so I can't answer your question. Let's treat the wounded first. We'll talk about this later. Song Yuanyi's face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had been injured in this fierce battle. However, he flicked his sleeves and slowly walked down from the sky. Chi! His gaze swept across the surroundings, and 5 fingers shot out from his sleeves. With a light flick, a dozen or so finger energies pierced through the air, and each of them landed on an injured Jingqi League disciple who was lying on the ground. Before defeating his opponent, Song Yuanyi didn't dare to expend too much energy. But now that the battle was over, everything was different. A series of painful groans could be heard as the Jingqi League disciples, who were lying motionless on the ground, coughed slightly and slowly crawled up from the ground. Their auras were still weak, but the color of their faces was visibly turning rosy. Even their injuries were rapidly healing. Alliance Lord. The crowd bowed when they saw Song Yuanyi, but Song Yuanyi showed weakness. He brushed past the crowd and rushed forward. Boom! He flicked his sleeves, and a boundless wave of eternal spring stellar energy surged out. Wherever the stellar energy passed, a large number of Jingqi League disciples who had been lying on the ground stood up, and their injuries healed. Even some of the Jingqi League disciples who had been poisoned by the celestial powder were dispelled by Song Yuanyi's eternal spring stellar energy, and they woke up one by one. Boom! In the end, Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra poured down from the top of the mountain like a wave. Many of the Jingqi League disciples stood up, but even more collapsed on the surface of the mountain, never to rise again. Many of these people had died in the process of fighting with the men in black, but there was also a significant portion who had been poisoned by the celestial powder. Because they had inhaled too much, they were deeply poisoned. Even Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra was useless. The celestial powder this time is different from the one we used last time. It's much more violent. As Wang Chong walked up the mountain, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw the miserable state of the disciples who had been poisoned by the celestial powder. In Luyao City, the men in black had also used the celestial powder on them, but that powder was colorless and odorless. It was mainly used to paralyze stellar energy and capture them alive. However, it was different this time. The poison was much more violent. Fortunately, the night wind only blows from one side. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater. Wang Chong thought to himself. The majority of the disciples who had died were concentrated on the east side of the mountain. The men in black had scattered the powder into the air and mixed it with the wind while they were defenseless, poisoning them. As far as Wang Chong could see, the skin, fingernails, lips, and faces of these people had all turned dry and black. They couldn't be more dead. Moreover, their bodies were contorted, a clear sign that they had been in excruciating pain. Although Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra was said to be able to regrow flesh and bones from the dead, it was still powerless in this situation. All was quiet once more, but the guards would need some time. After the battle was over, in a forest several dozen li away from the Jingqi Alliance base, the 3 bamboo hat men and the surviving men in black had gathered together. The bamboo hat leader, who had transformed into a golden giant, had dispersed his giant form and returned to his normal size. What's going on? It's been so long, but none of you have found any trace of the target? The bamboo hat leader asked, his face pale. Naked, he took a towel from one of his subordinates and wiped his face. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and if one looked carefully, one would notice that on his chest there was a golden warrior totem that seemed to be alive. This totem pulsed with his muscles, even exuding waves of light. After this battle, the bamboo hat leader appeared extremely exhausted. Returning to his normal size from a golden giant of 20 to 30 meters had not consumed much of his stellar energy, but it had been a painful torment to the body and extremely taxing on his stamina. This Jingqi Alliance lord was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. No, we've been searching everywhere, but we've found nothing. One by one, the black-clothed men lowered their heads. The bamboo hat leader's hand froze in the middle of wiping his face, and his eyes turned cold. Bang! At this moment, gang energy erupted. Before the black-clothed experts could react, they were sent flying like broken kites. With a loud bang, they smashed heavily into several thousand-year-old ancient trees. Even the trunks, which were thick enough for 3 to 4 people to wrap their arms around them, were smashed into pieces. Half of their bodies were embedded in the ground, and countless splinters of wood splashed everywhere. A bunch of useless things. Another bamboo hat man cursed as he sent his men flying with a palm, and then he slowly drew back his palm. This night raid could be described as a massive defeat. They had believed that victory was in the bag, but they had never expected this result. In the end, they didn't even know where the target was. This was simply humiliating. My lord, we've been standing guard the base of the mountain this entire time. It was true that no one had ever left. We don't know what happened, but the spirit eagles shouldn't have failed. A man in black lowered his head and muttered, "Trash." The bamboo hat man's eyes chilled, and after glancing at the man in black, he sent out a burst of mental energy. A moment later, the man's eyes went slack, his hands clutching his throat as he kneeled on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chi! A stream of black blood suddenly burst out from his eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. With a pung sound, this black-clothed man fell to the ground, motionless without any signs of life. Only now did the bamboo hat man seem to feel a little better. The other men in black were silent, their heads lowered, not daring to say anything else. Forget it. The mission has failed, so killing them is useless. Even the immortal lord was alarmed and forced to take action. This target is not as easy to deal with as we imagined. At this moment, the third bamboo hat man who had been silent all this time finally spoke. The most urgent task is to think about what we should do next. The third bamboo hat man quickly turned his gaze to the ordinary men in black. All of you withdraw. We will summon you if we need anything. Yes, my lord. The group of black-clothed men were filled with terror and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Only after the 3 men in black had dispersed did they turn their heads. My lord, how is it? Once there was no one else around, the second and third bamboo hat men turned to their leader, even though the others had yet to react, believing that this was just a normal yellow scarf warrior withdrawing his cultivation. The 2 knew that his condition was rather bad. I underestimated him. I didn't think that there would be such a formidable figure in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, to be able to cultivate that technique to such a level. The leader of the bamboo hat men did not directly answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to the mountain where the battle with the Jingqi Alliance had taken place. Slowly, a trickle of black blood seeped out of his lips. The 2 bamboo hat men were stunned by this sight. They were well aware of the bamboo hat leader's strength. In this battle, he had transformed into a golden giant and possessed peerless might. But in the end, none of them had expected that he would still lose against the Jingqi Alliance lord. Although he isn't as strong as I am, the toughness of his organs are unimaginable. Not even my giant transformation can compare. If I hadn't seen it for myself, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. We were truly too careless this time, the bamboo hat leader said. This Jingqi alliance is too bold. A bunch of lowly ants actually dared to oppose us gods. Their audacity is unpardonable. Let's find a chance to completely annihilate this Jingqi alliance. The second bamboo hat man said, a chilling light in his eyes. Now is not the time to consider this matter. The bamboo hat leader waved his hand and immediately rejected the idea. The true Lord will soon descend. If we cannot find the target and complete the mission before the true Lord arrives, you all know the consequences. Buzz. The bamboo hat men paled at the mention of the true Lord's arrival, a suffocating fear appearing in the depths of their eyes. My lord, then the other two bamboo hat men swallowed, no longer as sharp as before. Relax. The origin Immortal Mountain will appear soon. When the time comes, it won't be too late for us to deal with them. And if there are no accidents, our target will also appear there. Chapter 1394. Putting aside the men in black, the banners of the Zhengqi League's temporary base fluttered in the wind, the image of the yin-yang symbol of the immortal crane. Everyone was busy cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. On the summit, Song Yuanyi's white tent had been blasted to smithereens, and a new tent was quickly erected. At this moment, Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding were chatting. Can you tell me now? Just what is going on here? This time, if I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that the group of experts you led would have been completely annihilated. When did such a formidable expert appear in the martial arts world? Xie Guangding solemnly said. The mood in the tent was solemn. Song Yuanyi said nothing, and his complexion was rather unsightly. Even though he had used the Eternal Spring mantra to save some of his disciples, 600 to 700 disciples had still died in this battle. This was a rather heavy loss for the Jingqi League, and 3 of its elders had even died. Not even in its battle with the 5 Ancestor Alliance had the Jingqi League suffered such heavy losses. No, to put it more accurately, no faction in the martial arts world dared to attack the Jingqi League in such a reckless and frenzied manner. This isn't a faction of the martial arts world. Song Yuanyi suddenly said, I'm just as confused as you are about the origins of these men in black, and they've never explained where they came from. But even so, I have a rough idea of what's going on. If I'm not mistaken, these people aren't coming for us. Oh, Xie Guangding raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise appearing on his face for the first time. Song Yuanyi said nothing, his profound gaze slowly turning to another part of the mountain. On the other side, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged in meditation when he suddenly sensed something, his heart thumping in his chest. Young Master Qingyang, Alliance Lord invites you. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. A Zhengqi League disciple walked up to Wang Chong and stopped behind him. Oh, Wang Chong quirked an eyebrow. Some thoughts flashed in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. All right, I'll head over now. When Wang Chong reached the top of the mountain, he saw a large number of people gathered there. Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Changhen, the other elders of the Jingqi League, and the many experts of the League, including Ji Andu, were all gathered around Song Yuanyi and the Jingqi League Vice Alliance Lord discussing something. Seeing Wang Chong coming over, there was a moment of silence on the mountaintop. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the formation on the mountain. However, he didn't say anything and calmly walked over. Paying respects to Alliance Lord, Wang Chong walked over and clasped his hands 3 or 4 paces away. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Song Yuanyi nodded. You've come. We were just discussing the ambush by the men in black. The League has suffered heavy losses this time, and young Master Qingyang was also involved. There is no harm in listening and seeing if you can remember anything. Perhaps you will be able to obtain an unexpected harvest. Yes. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, but he said no more. After clasping his hands and bowing, he stood to the side. The group quickly returned to their discussion. Alliance Lord, we've searched these people. There's nothing on their bodies that indicates their identities. We did manage to capture 2 people alive, but just like the others, they were all suicide soldiers. Before we could ask them a few questions, they bit through the poison sacs in their teeth and died. We've truly suffered heavy losses this time. Even with the abilities of our Zhengqi League, we couldn't find any clues about these people. But how could this be? That's right. You saw that giant at the end as well. With a single punch, he turned our stellar energy into stone. This isn't even within the realm of martial arts. In my view, they weren't humans at all, but demons. They were using evil arts. This night had been far too shocking. For the first time, they sensed that there was such a powerful and mysterious power in the world. Now is not the time to think about the identities of these people. I just want to understand one thing. Why did these people attack us? At this moment, the Jingqi League Elder Sikong Yuanjia spoke in a coarse voice. His body was muscular, and his brow was furrowed with rage. This battle had been so inexplicable that he had no idea what was going on. Sikong Yuanjia didn't even understand why he was fighting them. These black-clothed men came and went inexplicably. Moreover, so many of the League's members had died. This battle had been a complete mess. That's right. Just what are they trying to do? There's no head or tail. It's completely confusing. Sikong Yuanjia's words caused the others to chime in. Every operation had a goal, but none of them had been able to figure out what these men in black were trying to do. For wealth? Then they should be looking for the secular imperial court. For treasures? There were no treasures in the Jingqi League's stronghold. Revenge? The Jingqi League had never met these people before. The battle was over, and both sides had suffered grievous casualties. But they still didn't know what the other party's goal was. There was probably nothing as foolish as this in the world. He he he. At this moment, a sinister and ear-piercing cackle resounded. You don't know what's going on, but I do. This burst of strange laughter came out of nowhere and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Gee, Andu, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and say what you've thought of. Stop acting all mysterious and mystifying. A nearby Jingqi League elder couldn't help but curse. The Jingqi League lord also couldn't help but frown, but he said nothing. Ji Andu, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. His shoulders trembled as he continued to chuckle. Haha, if it's not for wealth, treasure, or revenge, and certainly not for sex, then just what are they trying to do? You don't understand, and the reason is very simple. It's because these people weren't coming for us at all. Someone deliberately led these black-robed men to us. Someone is intentionally framing us. Whoosh! The elders and experts had been angrily glaring at Ji Andu at first, but Ji Andu's words instantly caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Wang Chong said nothing, only looked at Ji Andu, his heart sinking. He could already guess what Ji Andu was going to say next. Protector Ji, don't try to frighten us. Who's framing us, and who would dare to do so? Are you agitated? Why are you spouting nonsense here? A Jingqi League elder rebuked. Ji Andu had come from the evil path, and was also a disciple of the demonic emperor. Although he had turned over a new leaf, there were still many people in the League who found him an eyesore. That's right. Protector Ji, what are you saying? Who in the world would be so bold as to frame our Jingqi League? It wasn't that he didn't believe Ji Andu, but this matter was simply far too absurd. Humph! Ji Andu said nothing, but a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Let him speak. It was then that Sikong Yuanjia spoke. Sikong Yuanjia had suffered severe injuries in his battle with the Bamboo Hat Man. If not for the fact that he cultivated the Zhurong divine art, he would have died to the Bamboo Hat Man's blade long ago. He wanted to hear any version of the story. All he wanted to know was what the truth was. With Sikong Yuanjia's support, the crowd instantly fell silent. Haha, why don't all of you think about it? Our Jingqi League has been around for so long. But when has it ever encountered an opponent like this? Let alone the Jingqi League. All of you are renowned figures of the martial arts world. When have you ever encountered an opponent like this? Martial arts, techniques, and goals are all unknown. Moreover, we've been in the Northwest for quite some time now, so why did nothing happen until now? Haven't any of you realized that all this happened after an outsider appeared in our Jingqi League? Ji Enda gave a sinister smile as he shot a profound glance at Wang Chong at the back of the crowd. Whoosh! The mood instantly changed, and the crowd fell into an uproar. Upon hearing Ji Enda's words, they all turned to look at Wang Chong. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Ji Andu, you're slandering me. Do you think that I don't know what you're up to by framing young Master Qingyang like this? Before anyone else could speak, Song Yuan was the first to speak, her entire body seething with rage. That's right. Young Master Qingyang isn't this sort of person. Song Ju also stepped forward. Andu, don't speak nonsense. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. Song Yuani, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Young Master Qingyang is an honored guest of our Jingqi League, and he even helped us before. How could he possibly harm us? Song Yuani's expression was calm, but his voice left no room for doubt. Song Yuan and Song Ju were elated to see Song Yuani speak, and they breathed sighs of relief. Alliance Lord, this one is not speaking nonsense, but this person is far too suspicious, and I'm not speaking nonsense to malign him. Ji Endu finally put on a serious expression and clasped his hands in greeting upon hearing Song Yuani's words. I have a reason for saying that he's suspicious. The timing of his appearance is very suspicious. The men in black only attacked after he came to our Jingqi League, but I won't say anything about that. Young Master Qingyang is well versed in all martial arts and knows all the martial arts of the world like the back of his hand. On the first day, he used his mouth to command the disciples of our Jingqi League to use sword formations to kill black general impermanence and force back the black Yin ancestor. But tonight, so many people died in the League. So when did you see young Master Qingyang appear and command the experts of the League to deal with those men in black? For the mighty young Master Qingyang to hide at a time like this, isn't that suspicious? Chapter 1395. Buzz. The members of the Jingqi League had originally believed that Ji Andu was spouting nonsense, that he had framed young Master Qingyang out of jealousy over his relationship with Song Yuan. But now that they thought about it, they realized that from start to finish, they truly had no idea where this young Master Qingyang was. It was like he had vanished into thin air. At this moment, even Ouyang Chongheng, who had firmly believed in Wang Chong, couldn't help but glance at Wang Chong. Wang Chong said nothing, his expression calm. He neither spoke nor refuted, only waited for Ji Endu to finish speaking. Not only that, it's fine if young Master Qingyang didn't help us, but do any of you know where I found him at the height of the battle? The base of the mountain. I found him at the base of the mountain. At the time, this young Master Qingyang was preparing to sneak out of this place and flee. Ji Enda coldly snorted, his voice brimming with derision. Bang! Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Only Song Yuani and Xie Guangding remained motionless and unmoved. How could this be? The surrounding people whispered to each other, their eyes staring at Wang Chong, completely different from before. Not just that. Didn't any of you notice? When these people came up, they had a clear goal. They charged straight for the mountain. But when they didn't seem to find their target, they began to fight with us. What does our righteous alliance have that's worth them searching for? Ji Enda gave a sinister smile as he viciously stared at Wang Chong, his intentions obvious. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and for a moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Wang Chong's young Master Qingyang. Swords drawn and bows drawn, the atmosphere extremely tense. At this moment, there were only 3 people who remained calm. One was the lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuani, the Vice Alliance Lord Xie, and the final person was Wang Chong. "Are you done speaking?" Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back and took a few steps forward. These 4 words immediately attracted everyone's attention. His expression was calm and composed. Even when surrounded by so many experts from the Jingqi League, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. At the foot of the mountain, when he heard Song Yuanyi's invitation, Wang Chong already had some guesses. Ji Andu, Song Yuanyi, and even the Vice League Lord of the Jingqi League were no pushovers. The former would always find trouble with him no matter what, and the latter would even plot against his master, the evil emperor, when he was at his peak. One could imagine how shrewd they were. These people were already suspicious of him, and now that something like this had happened, it was likely that he was the one to blame. He was afraid that if he gave a bad answer, all of the Jingqi League experts around him would attack him today. Even though Song Yuanyi seemed to be standing on his side and had even spoken up for him, Song Yuanyi was not a simple person. However, Wang Chong was sure that as long as he couldn't match up, the Jingqi League master would be faster and more ruthless than anyone else. It seems like Protector Ji's prejudice against me has already reached an irreconcilable point. You want to kill me with just a few groundless words? He's really unscrupulous. Wang Chong glanced at Ji Andu. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a bad feeling. Humph! I would like to see how you are going to quibble. Ji Andu sneered. On the first day I entered the Jingqi League, Protector Ji misunderstood that I had designs on Miss Song and wanted to attack me. In the end, Miss Song stopped him, and then he began to wonder if I was the real young Master Qingyang. Now, when the League is under attack and everyone is busy fighting, Protector Ji doesn't think of a way to deal with those men in black or stop them, but instead runs to the base of the mountain to find me. Protector Ji has truly put a lot of thought into this. As Wang Chong spoke, he glanced at Ji Andu and smirked. Thump! Ji Andu's heart thumped and his face paled at Wang Chong's words. The surrounding elders and disciples of the Jingqi League also had strange looks in their eyes. In this battle, the Jingqi League had suffered grievous losses, and 600 to 700 disciples had fallen into eternal slumber. As for Protector Ji Andu, when he was needed the most, he had run off to find young Master Qingyang. There was simply no way he could explain this. Don't speak such nonsense. The entire mountain was filled with enemies, and I just happened to be heading there to provide reinforcements. Ji Andu harshly retorted. The surrounding elders all had strange expressions on their faces. There was no point in saying anything more at a time like this. Ji Andu truly was targeting young Master Qingyang, and there was no doubt about this. His explanation was feeble and weak, and no one believed him. I don't need to say more about whether it's true or not. Everyone knows what's true, Wang Chong said. There's no need for you to quibble. You didn't even show your face during the night raid, much less command our Jingqi League disciples to deal with the men in black like you did last time. If there's an abnormality, there must be a monster behind it. Everyone was fighting with those men in black, but you were running away, even running down the mountain. You say that if those people didn't come for you, who else could it be? Moreover, the elders of the League bear witness to this matter. You can't deny it. Ji Andu coldly said. He had no intention of letting Wang Chong off, and his aura was overbearing. To think that Protector would dare to say such a thing. Wang Chong couldn't help but sneer. First, I'm not a disciple of the Jingqi League, nor did I say that I would always stay here. It was Alliance Lord who invited me to stay. In other words, I had no obligation to help the Jingqi League. Wang Chong sneered, his words causing the others to turn awkward. Although they were unpleasant to hear, young Master Qingyang was right. He had never been a disciple of the Jingqi League, and it was up to him whether he wanted to help or not. The Jingqi League had no right to demand this of him, and given the current situation, young Master Qingyang had just helped them deal with the Black Yin ancestor and Black General Impermanence, and now the The Jingqi League was making things difficult for him. It was no wonder that he was so angry. Young Master Qingyang, don't be angry. We had no such intentions, a righteous alliance elder said, an extremely awkward expression on his face. And in the end, wasn't I at the base of the mountain to avoid you, Ji Andu Protector Ji? Wang Chong coldly glared at Ji Andu. Hua! The crowd fell into an uproar at Wang Chong's words. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Ji Andu sternly said, his expression frigid. In his ears, Wang Chong's words were complete nonsense. Humph! Protector Ji has been brimming with hostility toward me from the very start. This battle was so intense, but Protector Ji didn't deal with those men in black, but took advantage of the chaos to deal with me, chasing me from the summit to the base of the mountain, even trying to kill me there. Protector Ji thinks that no one knows, but all of this has long been seen clearly by others. Wang Chong coldly said. Correct. The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, Song Ju jumped out of the crowd, a furious expression on his face. I saw this with my own eyes. Not only that, in order to deal with young Master Qingyang, Ji Andu even used the Yinyang art that Alliance Lord has forbidden. Song Ju immediately explained what he had seen. Bang! Song Ju's words caused the surrounding elders and protectors to fall into an uproar. Even the emotionless and indifferent Vice Alliance Lord Xia Guangding of the Zhengqi League slightly frowned. The Yinyang art was an evil art, and it was the supreme art of the infamous demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. As a righteous faction, the Zhengqi League could not use this evil art. Ji Endu had told this many times, but he had still disobeyed. Not only that, the Jingqi League owed young Master Qingyang a debt of gratitude, but for his own selfish desires, Ji Endu had chased him all the way to the base of the mountain and even tried to frame him. The righteous path despised such conduct. Countless eyes turned to Ji Andu, their eyes brimming with disdain. Bastard, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just quibbling. Ji Andu's face was pale, both shocked and furious. This reversal had happened far too quickly. Ji Andu, do you still want to deny it? Young Master Qingyang lied, but does Song Ju lie as well? Song Yuran could no longer hold back. She glared at Ji Andu, her face ashen and furious. She knew that Ji Andu had some devious intentions, but she hadn't expected him to be so despicable. Protector Ji, you're truly too disappointing. We owe young Master Qingyang a helping hand. So how could you treat him like this? That's right. Even if you like Miss Song, you can't use such a despicable method. Everyone is dealing with those men in black. It's fine if you don't help, but you're fighting among yourselves. You're simply a disgrace to the righteous path. Protector Ji, how can I say this? The Zhengqi League elders sighed as they looked at Ji Andu. Although the other Zhengqi League experts said nothing, the strange looks in their eyes said it all. Yuran, listen to me. It's not as you think. This fellow pretended to be young Master Qingyang and didn't know any martial arts, but in truth, Ji Andu was both shocked and furious. He had originally planned to expose Wang Chong, but he had never imagined that it would end up being used to criticize him. Ji Andu hated Wang Chong to the bone. If not for the fact that so many people were present, he would have charged forward and cleaved him apart with a palm. Enough! Song Yuani suddenly spoke with a thunderous roar, the iciness in his voice causing everyone to calm down. Alliance Lord! Everyone bowed at the cold and aloof Song Yuani. Song Yuani did not speak, but once he did, no one dared to refute his opinion. Chapter 1396. As Song Yuani spoke, he turned his head and shot a glance at Ji Andu. This glance caused Ji Andu to shiver and his heart to chill. He hurriedly lowered his head, his face pale. Alliance Lord, forgive me. In the future, this sort of matter is not to be mentioned again. Young Master Qingyang is our ally. I do not wish for this sort of thing to happen, understand? Song Yuani indifferently said. Ando understands. Ando's heart chilled as he hurriedly lowered his head. Alliance Lord, our Zhengqi League suffered many casualties in this battle, and young Master Qingyang seems to have also been injured. Your Eternal Spring mantra is extremely profound, so there is no harm in taking a look at young Master Qingyang. Just as the atmosphere relaxed, a voice suddenly rang out. The Vice Alliance Master, Xie Guangting, who had been standing to the side without saying a word, suddenly spoke. These words had come without warning. Ji Andu had been prepared to turn and leave. But after taking 2 steps and hearing these words, he stopped as if realizing something. The other Zhengqi League elders and experts also felt their hearts thump as if they had realized something. As for Song Yuan and Song Ju, they paled in unease. Many thanks, Vice Alliance Lord, but there is no need. This one's injuries are not a hindrance, and Alliance Lord has just experienced a major battle and has consumed a great deal of stellar energy. There is no need for Alliance Lord to worry about such minor injuries. Wang Chong bowed and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. There is no need for young Master to be so modest. Young Master was injured in our Zhengqi League, so it is only right that he expends a great deal of stellar energy. Brother Song, don't you agree? Xie Guangting turned his head to glance at Song Yuani, his expression indifferent. Brother Xie is correct. A little bit of stellar energy is not important, so there is no need for young Master Qingyang to decline. Song Yuani indifferently said. The 2 of them echoed each other. Nearby, Ji Ando had believed that he had lost, but when he heard these words, he seemed to think of something and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Wang Chong, on the other hand, grimaced, although it seemed like Ji Andu was the one who wanted to deal with him in today's gathering. It was actually Song Yuani who had been speaking up for him this entire time. In the end, everything was to make Xie Guangting say those words, and then test him in the name of healing. Clack! With the crisp sound of footsteps, Song Yuani expressionlessly stepped forward and began to walk toward Wang Chong. At this moment, even Ouyang Changheng and the others could vaguely see something. They all uneasily glanced at Song Yuani and then at young Master Qingyang, but none of them dared to say anything. Once the Alliance Master made a decision, no one dared to object. In everyone's eyes, it was clear that Ji Anda's words weren't completely ineffective. Clack! Song Yuani took another step, this time even closer to Wang Chong. The indifferent look in Song Yuani's eyes made Wang Chong's scalp go numb, and alarm bells began to ring. Warning! Special event. User has inadvertently encountered a sect mission and is in mortal danger. The side mission, Origin Immortal Art, is on the verge of failure. Warning! Mission on the verge of failure. At almost the same time, the Stone of Destiny's voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind, urgent and brimming with danger. Song Yuani's strength was no trifling matter. Through the immortal universe Eternal Spring mantra, he was almost as strong as his master, the evil emperor. Wang Chong had yet to recover his strength, and his body was riddled with chaotic stellar energy of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Although Wang Chong was doing his utmost to hide it, Song Yuani only needed to raise his hand and use the pretense of healing to circulate the stellar energy of the Eternal Spring mantra through Wang Chong's body to clearly understand what was going on. Once the great yin-yang heaven creation art was exposed, Wang Chong's identity would be revealed, and it was easy to imagine what would happen next. Before summoning Wang Chong, Song Yuani had arranged for 7 or 8 elders to be stationed at the base of the mountain to prevent Wang Chong from escaping. Now he and Xie Guangting were both standing guard on the summit. If the 2 of them worked together, not even the 3 bamboo hat men were a match for them, much less the injured Wang Chong. Even if Wang Chong wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Pa! A slender finger, as white as jade, lightly tapped on Wang Chong's shoulder. At the same time, a majestic energy brimming with vitality gathered at Song Yuani's fingertip. Bang! In the blink of an eye, before Wang Chong could react, A majestic stellar energy erupted from Song Yuanyi's fingertip and surged into Wang Chang's body. It traveled through Wang Chang's meridians and dantian with astonishing speed. Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra seemed gentle and full of vitality in battle, but it was actually extremely tyrannical. It only took a few seconds for it to reach the depths of Wang Chang's body, and the situation within Wang Chang's body was like a mirror, rapidly being reflected in his mind. At this moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. 10 inches, 8 inches, 6 inches, 5 inches. In a short period of time, Song Yuanyi's stellar energy had invaded the majority of Wang Chang's body and was only a few inches from his dantian. As long as it entered his dantian, Song Yuanyi would be able to touch Wang Chang's great yin-yang heaven creation art. At that time, all of Wang Chang's secrets would be exposed. And given the relationship between Song Yuanyi and the demonic emperor, as long as he discovered the great yin-yang heaven creation art in Wang Chang's body, the result could be easily imagined. Warning! Warning! At the same time, Wang Chang's scalp felt like it was going to explode, and the stone of destiny's warning constantly resounded in his mind. Having just experienced a fierce battle, Wang Chang was now on the brink of life and death. In just a second, Wang Chang's identity would be exposed. Against the combined attacks of Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting, only death awaited him. Buzz! Just as Wang Chang was preparing to fight to the death with Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting, an unexpected voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Warning, user is about to die. Because the opponent is a creature of this world. This crisis has been caused by the binding and resistance of this world. As the controller of fate, user has one chance to be immune to the power of this world. Does user wish to? Just as Wang Chang was about to attack, a voice resounded in his mind. But this time, the Stone of Destiny's voice was completely different. Agree. Wang Chang had no time to ponder what was going on and immediately agreed. But then the inconceivable happened. An inconceivable energy suddenly appeared in Wang Chang's dantian and rapidly expanded, enveloping all the stellar energy of the great yin-yang heaven creation art in Wang Chang's body. Then it rapidly contracted, compressing into a corner of his dantian. This transformation happened so quickly that it was completed before Wang Chang could react. Even Song Yuanyi's speed seemed incomparably slow in comparison. Even more inconceivable was that this energy was different from any energy Wang Chang had encountered before. It was as thin as paper, and at the same time, it did not have any attributes. It was like transparent water and colorless air. If Wang Chang hadn't been the one who had triggered all this, not even he would have noticed it. Bang! At almost the same time, his dantian quaked as Song Yuanyi's unique eternal spring stellar energy surged into Wang Chang's dantian like a flood and began to search his surroundings. Song Yuanyi was not just doing an ordinary inspection. His eternal spring stellar energy was like a massive wave, sweeping through every nook and cranny of Wang Chang's dantian. But a moment later, Song Yuanyi slightly frowned. It was clear that this was completely different from what he had imagined. How is it? Is young Master Qingyang's injury serious? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Xia, Guangding spoke at this moment. Young Master Qingyang's injury truly isn't very serious. But to be injured in the base of our Jingqi alliance is a dereliction of duty on our part. As Song Yuanyi spoke, his expression became much better. As he spoke, the stellar energy of the eternal spring mantra flowed through Wang Chang's limbs and bones, healing all the meridians in his body that had been damaged by the cultivation defect. A few moments later, the stellar energy in Wang Chang's body was restored to its original state. Everyone says that young Master Qingyang's meridians are special, and today I can see that this is indeed the case. It's just a pity for young Master's talent, Song Yuanyi said as he pulled back his palm. At the same time, the majestic stellar energy flowed back into his body. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but after this inspection, Song Yuanyi really did look at Wang Chong with a much gentler gaze. Seeing the scene, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, and the originally tense atmosphere around them eased up a lot. Only one person was bewildered, not daring to believe his eyes. This is impossible. At this moment, Ji Andu was the most shocked of all. He didn't dare to believe that Song Yuanyi's search had failed to find anything. Song Yuanyi was the Alliance Lord of the Jingqi Alliance and possessed an unfathomable level of cultivation. This time he was clearly suspicious of Wang Chong, so there was no way he would side with Wang Chong. What's going on here? Did I really make a mistake? Ji Andu was struck dumb, unable to say a single word. Half of the reason he had dealt with Wang Chong was because of Song Yuan, but the larger reason was that he had sensed from the start that there was something wrong with Wang Chong. At this moment, Ji Andu couldn't say a single word. Wonderful. Song Yuan and Song Ju could also sense this, and they were overjoyed. Alliance Lord Song, many thanks. The Eternal Spring mantra truly is wondrous. This one feels much better. At this moment, Wang Chong also bowed with a calm expression. His expression was calm, but his mind was drenched in cold sweat. This had been far too dangerous, and he had almost been exposed. A battle of life and death was certain to follow. Chapter 1397. Wait a moment. Alliance Lord. Ji Andu's face was brimming with unwillingness, and he seemed to want to say something more. But before he could continue to make things difficult for Wang Chong, reporting, a roar came out of the darkness, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. In the darkness of the night, 2 or 3 figures could be seen approaching them at the speed of galloping horses. It's the scouts we sent out. Not far away, a sharp-eyed elder recognized it with a single glance. With this interruption, Ji Andu found himself unable to continue. Reporting, Alliance Lords, we've discovered traces of the Origin Immortal Mountain. A large number of people have gathered there, and by tomorrow at the latest, the Origin Immortal Mountain will officially appear. A few moments later, those Jingqi League disciples rushed from the base of the mountain to the summit and got down on one knee in front of Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting. Buzz. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn away, and even Wang Chong's heart thumped as he turned to those Jingqi League disciples. The Origin Immortal Mountain has appeared. Master and the village chief are definitely there. Perhaps they're already there. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. When he had first arrived in the northwest, Wang Chong had heard of the Origin Immortal Mountain. But even now, Wang Chong had no idea what was going on. Everyone disperse and get ready. Once we're done, we'll immediately set out for the Origin Immortal Mountain. The great yin-yang heaven creation art is inherently flawed, and the deeper one cultivates, the greater the flaw and the greater the chance of cultivation defect. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu has definitely appeared in the northwest this time in pursuit of the Origin Immortal Art. As long as we stand guard at the Origin Immortal Mountain, we'll definitely be able to capture him and kill him along with his henchmen. Song Yuanyi suddenly said, his eyes exuding a dazzling light. Alliance Master is right. The demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu has killed too many people and is the public enemy of all the righteous sections. Last time, we didn't manage to kill him. This time, no matter what, we must kill this demon to prevent future troubles. Xie Guangting, the deputy chief of the Jingqi League, suddenly took 2 steps forward and said, Yes. For a moment, everyone responded loudly and lowered their heads. The crowd on the summit quickly retreated, including Wang Chong and Ji Andu, leaving only Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting, the 2 heavyweights of the Jingqi League. What's going on? Isn't it him? Since there were no outsiders around, Xie Guangting turned his head and suddenly spoke. I don't know either. Song Yuanyi frowned deeply, as if he had fallen into a dilemma. Maybe I guessed wrong. Xie Guangting's brow imperceptibly rose at these words. He was greatly surprised by these words. He had known Song Yuanyi for many years, and Song Yuanyi's intuition had always been very accurate and was rarely wrong. Since he felt that there was a problem with this young Master Qingyang, there was no way he was wrong. But this time, Song Yuanyi had said that he didn't know. This was the first time something like this had happened. What's going on? Is it really not him? Xie Guangding was confused, but Xie Guangding couldn't say anything to refute this. He had already probed his body, and given Song Yuanyi's cultivation level, there was no way he wouldn't be able to find a problem with this young Master Qingyang. There's always a possibility. Perhaps this time, Yuan Yi really made a mistake. Xie Guangding thought to himself. His furrowed brows slowly relaxed. On the southeast side of the mountain, Wang Chong sat down on a half-shattered rock, his robes fluttering in the wind. Phew! No one was paying attention to him. And now that he had relaxed, Wang Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been extremely dangerous, but in the end he had still managed to escape. Just what's going on with this Master of Fate? Now that he had calmed down, Wang Chong immediately recalled what had just happened. Immune to the power of the world was something that had never happened before, and from what had just happened, it was clearly an ability of the Stone of Destiny's title. In the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong had defeated the Arabian Empire, killing millions of soldiers, and obtained the promotion of the Stone of Destiny's title. But Wang Chong had never known what use this title had, not until that dangerous moment on the mountain. A moment later, Wang Chong communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Next to the 5 rewards, Wang Chong discovered something new. It was a mysterious golden wheel that was firmly grasped by a powerful golden palm. Looking through the wheel and through the gap in the middle, he saw a few words written on the golden palm print. Master of Fate. Golden mist began to emerge from the palm and wheel, making them appear extremely mysterious. Wang Chong immediately had a thought, and as he communicated with this new palm and wheel, a new message appeared in Wang Chong's mind. Master of Fate, a special ability. Under special circumstances, one can be immune to attacks or threats related to the power of the world. This ability can only be used once a month, and it needs to be activated under special circumstances. Consumes 1 point of destiny energy. As Wang Chong read the information in his mind, he was dumbfounded. Even now, Wang Chong had not been able to unravel all of the Stone of Destiny's secrets. On the contrary, the more he learned, the more mysterious it became. Not even Wang Chong knew what other abilities the Stone of Destiny had. I've obtained the Stone of Destiny's title before, but I couldn't see any use for it. After winning this war and becoming the Master of Fate, I obtained a chance to be immune to the attacks of the world's origin energy. I wonder what kind of changes will occur if I advance further. Wang Chong had studied the Stone of Destiny for a very long time, using all sorts of methods to probe it, hoping to uncover even more secrets. But in the end, he had failed, so he could only give up. I'll worry about this later. The most important thing right now is to find Master, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. It had been some time since he had been separated from his master and the others. From the information he had obtained from the Zhengqi League, his master and Song Yuanyi had probably fought not too long ago. He wondered how they were doing. Moreover, if the old village chief and the others returned to the stone formation and discovered that he was not there, they would probably be worried. Tomorrow I'll go with the Zhengqi League to the Origin Immortal Mountain. This is an excellent opportunity. I'll definitely run into Master there, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Based on the reports from the Zhengqi League spies, everyone probably knew about the appearance of the Origin Immortal Mountain. There was no reason for his master to be unaware of such a major event. And this was the best opportunity for him to meet up with the village chief and the others. This was especially true now that Ji Andu and Song Yuanyi had made things difficult for him. After enduring this wave of suspicion, Wang Chong would be safe in the Zhengqi League. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly calmed down. As the east gradually brightened, the night quickly passed. With the first bird call, a Zhengqi League disciple quickly stood up from the summit and stretched, his face ruddy. After a night of rest, these Zhengqi League disciples had finally recovered, and around them, more and more disciples stood up. The Alliance Lord has ordered that we immediately set out. Our target is the Origin Immortal Mountain. A loud voice suddenly resounded over the mountain. Soon, it was like a pebble being thrown into a lake, stirring up ripples. A moment later, the hundreds of Zhengqi League disciples surged down the mountain. Their target this time, the Origin Immortal Mountain. The people of the martial arts sects truly are different. Last night, the men in black attacked so many people that they lost their lives, but today they've all forgotten about it, as if nothing happened at all. Perhaps to the martial arts world, there are far too many vendettas, so no one feels much of a stir. Wang Chong mentally sighed. Young Master Qingyang, let's go. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out in his ear. At some point, Song Yuan and Song Ju had walked out from behind Wang Chong and were speaking to him. Wang Chong nodded and quickly joined the army of the Zhengqi League, heading toward the place where the Origin Immortal Mountain was rumored to appear. Time slowly passed as they made their way to the northwest. There were few people in the area, and it seemed like the Zhengqi League was the only faction left in the northwest. It seems like all the factions have already received the news and are heading to the Origin Immortal Mountain. Wang Chong said to himself as he mingled in the crowd. There were no more accidents along the way, and the several hundred Zhengqi League disciples made their way toward their destination. Buzz! After traveling for several dozen li, the clamor of voices suddenly came from the distance. Reporting. A few moments later, a Righteous Alliance disciple flew over from the front. Alliance Lord, the Origin Immortal Mountain is up ahead. Understood. Keep a close watch. If there's any news, report immediately. At the center of the group, Song Yuani nodded slightly and solemnly said, Yes, Alliance Lord. With this order, the Zhengqi League disciples once more rushed forward. We're finally here. Wang Chong was nearby, and when he heard the scouts' report, he instantly felt a sliver of anticipation. The Origin Immortal art had been lost for several hundred years, and although he still didn't know the origins of this mysterious Origin Immortal Mountain, it was definitely inextricably linked to the Origin Immortal art. 8 li passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Chong quickly caught sight of his destination. The vast area was densely packed with people. Countless people from different sects were gathered there, discussing spiritedly. Everyone was looking at the same place, silently waiting for something. Following their gazes, Wang Chong saw a dazzling light twisting and turning in the sky. Within this light, half of a mountain could be vaguely seen. This mountain was jagged and jagged as sharp as swords, and from the half of the mountain that had been revealed, the mountain below was assuredly extremely majestic. Chapter 1398. I can't believe it. What's going on here? Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Judging from the situation in the distance, this scene had been going on for some time now, and no one seemed to be able to explain it. Everyone, hear my order. Advance at full speed. At this moment, a dignified voice resounded in his ear. With Song Yuani's order, all the Zhengqi League disciples began to advance at full speed. As the several hundred Righteous Alliance disciples charged forward, they exuded an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ah, the Zhengqi League. It's the Zhengqi League. Let's go. The Zhengqi League's people are here. The sight of the banners of the Zhengqi League fluttering in the wind, and the group behind them made the people at the front look at them in awe and retreat to the sides. In the martial arts world, the Zhengqi League was the undisputed #1 faction, the leader of the martial arts world. Song Yuani and Xia Guangting's reputations were like thunder to the ears, and there was almost no one in the martial arts world who did not know of them. Now that the Alliance Lord and Vice Alliance Lord had arrived, no one dared to lightly oppose them. The group of several hundred people surged forward like a shark into a pond, stirring up huge waves. The crowd automatically retreated, leaving enough space for the Jingqi League. Alliance Lord, what should we do now? Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Chongheng, and the others quickly gathered around Song Yuani and bowed. Immediately send people to investigate. Don't get careless, Song Yuani said. Alliance Lord, these people are waiting for the Origin Immortal Mountain to appear and steal the Origin Immortal Art. Should we get involved? Another elder asked. There are too many martial artists gathered here, and they'll have a major effect on the Jingqi League. Given the Jingqi League's usual style, we can just seal off this area. There's no rush. Song Yuani's expression was indifferent, his face expressionless. The Origin Immortal Art hasn't appeared in so many years, and now an Origin Immortal Mountain has suddenly appeared. This is far too sudden. This matter isn't as simple as it seems. Song Yuani's face was relaxed and carefree, but his eyes were deep and profound, seemingly able to see through all secrets. As the leader of the Jingqi League, Song Yuani would never easily trust anyone, nor would he easily believe in something that fell from the sky. For Song Yuani, anything that was too great and came too easily would never be that simple. Yes, Alliance Master, Sikong Yuanjia, and the others replied in unison. Also, pay attention to the surroundings. If the Origin Immortal Mountain is here, then demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu is definitely here as well. Search carefully. If you find any trace of him, kill him without mercy. As he finished speaking, Song Yuani's gaze turned cold, and his eyes revealed dense killing intent. All the experts of the Jingqi League began to withdraw. Wang Chong could clearly hear all of this. Just like Song Yuani, Wang Chong was also searching for traces of his master, the evil emperor. There are too many people. Finding master won't be easy, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Wang Chong was not too worried about Song Yuani, although this Jingqi League Lord's Eternal Spring mantra was incredibly powerful and profound. Song Yuani had also been helpless against his master when he was still alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use Ji Andu. Moreover, now that his master had returned to his peak, not even Song Yuani would necessarily be able to do anything to him. As time slowly passed, the several hundred disciples of the Jingqi League gathered together, standing out like a crane among chickens. No one dared to get within 10 steps of them. Wang Chong looked around, trying to find traces of his master in the crowd, but neither Wang Chong nor the Jingqi League found anything. Impossible. This region is only so big. Master can't not be here, and he can't cancel the plan just because Song Yuani and Xie Guangding are here. Wang Chong thought for a moment, and then his eyes flashed as he quickly came up with an idea. Buzz. A moment later, Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he quickly entered the world of the origin of energy. The scenery before him faded away, replaced by a bizarre and extremely complex world of energy. Countless energies of different shades and colors radiated from the bodies of the martial artists. Each martial artist was a resplendent source of energy and light, a magnificent sight in the world of the origin of energy. For Wang Chong, searching for his master's whereabouts through the perspective of energy was the most suitable method. In the world of energy, there were no living creatures and vision was not limited by the naked eye. Most importantly, Wang Chong was very familiar with his master's aura. No matter how far away he was in the world of energy, Wang Chong could identify him at a glance. But the next moment, Wang Chong's brows suddenly furrowed. This doesn't make sense. Is master not here? Wang Chong muttered to himself. In the world of the origin of energy, he looked around, but he couldn't find his master at all. Look! Just then, a loud shout came from beside him, quickly attracting Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure suddenly rise from the ground among the densely packed crowd, like a bird, flying toward the ever-changing glow in the sky and the shadow of the half-exposed mountain peak. Ah, The crowd cried out in alarm. Everyone knew that the legends of the origin immortal art were fraught with danger. Putting aside the murderous fights over the treasure maps, just in the process of searching for treasure, many people had accidentally stumbled into some real and fake treasure troves, never to return. For a mountain to appear in the sky, accompanied by that glow, it was clear at a glance that it was fraught with danger. This scoundrel is dead for sure. The people on the ground tensed up at this sight, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but pay close attention. In the crowd, Jingqi League Lord Song Yuanyi, Deputy Lord Xie Guangding, Elder Sikong Yuanjia, and Ouyang Changheng also subconsciously raised their heads. In midair, the lone martial artist was getting closer and closer to the mountain peak and the multicolored light. 100 feet, 60 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, no matter which sect they belonged to. They all held their breath at this time. Time seemed to stop, but in the next moment, that person's speed became slower and slower, slower and slower, until finally he actually fell straight down. Boom! The crowd roared with laughter, their eyes brimming with derision. Who's there? He dares to show off with this little bit of strength. Just get the hell back home. Ha ha ha! The crowd roared with laughter, making no attempt to conceal their scorn and mockery. From what had just happened, that unaffiliated martial artist was clearly lacking in strength, which was why such a result had occurred. With so many people watching, and even the number one faction of the martial arts world, the Jingqi League, had come, he had truly made a fool of himself and become a laughingstock. Out of the way, I'll do it! Amidst the loud laughter, another man leaped into the air and headed towards the multicolored light and the mountain peak in midair. This time, this martial artist clearly jumped higher and faster than the previous martial artists. However, in the next moment, just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the same thing happened again. When he was still several dozen feet from the mountain, the martial artist's speed began to slow, and then he plummeted to the ground. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the crowd grew even louder, and all the martial artists gathered here were jeering at those two. Only Wang Chong slightly furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Following that, more and more martial artists leapt into the air, pouncing towards the origin immortal mountain from all directions. 1, 2, 3. Despite so many martial artists, not a single one of them had managed to touch the origin immortal mountain. The sounds of mockery grew louder and louder. They were all mocking these people for their lack of strength, yet they dared to show off in front of so many people. But gradually, 30 martial artists of the martial arts world began to use various methods to approach the mountain, throwing their weapons or unleashing their stellar energy, but all of them ended in failure. Gradually, the crowd began to feel that something was wrong. Alliance Lord, why don't we try? An expert of the Jingqi League respectfully said to Song Yuanyi. There's no need. Song Yuanyi held his hands behind his back and indifferently said, his eyes shining with a perceptive light. That's a powerful seal. It's not that these people are lacking in strength, but that they can approach under the control of the seal. Clap! The air exploded. No one noticed how Song Yuanyi had attacked. A moment later, a crystal-like strand of energy shot through the air toward the origin immortal mountain. Rumble! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. This time, everyone could clearly see it. When it was still 1 zhang from the origin immortal mountain, Song Yuanyi's finger energy became motionless in the air, as if it had come to a standstill. Ripples spread out from the tip of the finger qi. At first, the ripples were not obvious, like a light drizzle. But later on, they turned into a violent storm in the blink of an eye. Worn down by an invisible energy, Song Yuanyi's energy was instantly obliterated. Even in the final moment, Song Yuanyi's energy had not been able to get past 10 feet. Swish! When only half of the energy was left, all the energy was sucked away. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar, and even the Jingqi League expert who had spoken was stunned. The Jingqi League Lord Song Yuanyi was publicly acknowledged as the number one expert of the righteous path. One could easily imagine the power of his energy, but not even someone of Song Yuan's strength had been able to break the seal. The supreme and infinite origin immortal art is the number one technique of the Central Plains, and its creator was the origin immortal lord. This person's origins are mysterious, and it's said that he was an expert from the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Besides being a formidable martial artist, he was also publicly acknowledged as a formation grandmaster, that invisible energy that prevents people from approaching and nullifies all that stellar energy must have been a formation that he had laid down beforehand. Although martial arts flourished in the Central Plains, formations have slowly declined, and many powerful formations have long since been lost. If my guess is correct, that mountain and glow in the sky are a powerful formation laid down by the origin immortal lord. We know nothing about this, so we must not act recklessly. Chapter 1399. Everyone's hearts trembled at Song Yuan's words. Formations were both real and fake, using the natural energy of the world. They were completely different from the energy of a martial artist. If one recklessly attacked without proper preparation, one might end up being harmed. Nearby, Wang Chong had heard the conversation between Song Yuan and the Jingqi League expert, and he gave a slight nod. He had come to the same conclusion as Song Yuan. This truly was an extremely powerful formation, but Wang Chong sensed that it was not as simple as a formation. The moment Song Yuan had attacked, he had also sensed something else. Boom! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, something strange happened. The ground suddenly shook, and a powerful aura approached from the distance. The Five Ancestor Alliance. It's the Five Ancestor Alliance. A panicked shout came from afar. Thousands of feet away, a free warrior stood on a high place. He glanced behind him and immediately ran down in panic. It was as if he was running away from the plague. Reporting. A few moments later, a Jingqi League disciple who had been scattered around the perimeter flew over and got down on one knee in front of Song Yuan and Xie Guangting. 7 or 8 li behind us, we've discovered people from the Five Ancestor Alliance, led by the Black Een ancestor, heading in our direction. They have a lot of people, with a preliminary estimate of 400 to 500. Awu! The kneeling Zhengqi League disciple was still speaking, but a moment later, strange cries like the wailing of ghosts came from the distance. Soon after, a huge dark red flag rose from the horizon and appeared in everyone's field of vision. 5 savage ghost heads were embroidered on this banner, and from a distance, it exuded an indescribable darkness and evil. Buzz! At the sight of this flag, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Numerous figures turned ghastly pale, and their faces were filled with terror as they retreated as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Hurry and retreat. The Black Een ancestor kills without batting an eye. Everyone be careful. Damn it, why are these demons here? The people of the Five Ancestor Alliance have committed all sorts of evil, and running into them is the misfortune of 8 lifetimes. I don't want this origin immortal art anymore. The cultivators who had gathered here broke out in cold sweat. Some of the cultivators who had nothing to do even turned around and ran away, hurriedly escaping from this place. If the Zhengqi League could be said to be at the zenith of its might in the martial arts world, where no one dared to challenge it and everyone feared it, then everyone feared the vicious and merciless Five Ancestor Alliance. That feeling was like falling into the deepest nightmare. The 5 ancestors of the Five Ancestor Alliance were all-powerful and irascible. Enraging them would only result in death. Hua! In an instant, the entire area was in chaos. The Five Ancestor Alliance moved with incredible speed, and it only took a few moments for them to appear nearby, heading right for the Jingqi League. Hua! The Righteous Alliance disciples at the very back of the line watched as the Five Ancestor Alliance experts surged toward them and began to retreat. Song Yuan, now that this old man has recovered all his strength, Let's have a fair duel, one-on-one." All of a sudden, a loud and clear voice reverberated through the world. Boom! A roiling black stellar energy shot through the air toward the banner of the Jingqi League. "Luo Qin, you really haven't changed at all." Song Yuanyi calmly flicked his finger, sending a bolt of energy flying through the air toward the Black Yin ancestors' black stellar energy. Rumble! There was an explosion of stellar energy, and the two bolts of stellar energy vanished into thin air. "Kiki, Song Yuanyi, it seems like you've used up quite a bit of stellar energy." With a strange laugh, a massive black silhouette, seething with evil energy, rose from the ground and thrust out a palm. Seething stellar energy, dark and sinister, slammed down like steel. But this palm was not aimed at the banner of the Jingqi League, but at Song Yuanyi. "No matter how much I've used up, it's still more than enough to deal with you." Song Yuanyi's icy voice resounded through the world. Before he finished speaking, he had already risen from the ground, his eternal spring stellar energy surging toward Luo Qin like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. In a few short moments, the two had exchanged tensome blows. Both Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor were top-class titans of the martial arts world, and their stellar energy was as vigorous as steel. In a flash, with Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor at the center, a fierce storm swept through the area, the air seeming to transform into massive waves that roared and thrashed. Boom! The earth quaked as the waves of energy in the sky crashed down, exploding into dust and rubble. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out as the surrounding martial artists began to retreat as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Given the strength of Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor, if they were struck by the stellar energy of their clash, only death would await them. "Humph, Song Yuanyi, let this old man try you." Right at this moment, a cold laughter resounded. The voice was filled with an indescribable darkness and evilness. Before he had even finished speaking, without the slightest warning, countless specks of dust began to vibrate within a radius of several li. Then they began to rise from the ground, turning the entire area into a sea of dust. At almost the same time, cries of alarm could be heard as the martial artists, including the experts of the Righteous Alliance, grimaced as they sensed that the stellar energy in their bodies had suddenly slowed. What a powerful, turbid energy! Alarmed, Wang Chong raised his head in the direction of the voice. Just as he sensed, a huge amount of turbid air suddenly burst out from the ground within a radius of several hundred feet, filling the entire void. This turbid energy was the most foul kind of energy. It had not been refined in any way, and it was completely incompatible with the stellar energy of a martial artist and the clear qi and spiritual energy of the world. Even the qi of the evil path martial artists was much lighter and more nimble. Any martial artist, whether righteous or evil, would find their stellar energy circulating much slower once they were affected by this turbid energy. Even Wang Chong was affected, but with a thought, Wang Chong immediately gathered this turbid energy into the Yongquan point at the bottom of his foot and sent it into the ground. Myriad Ghost Ancestor. Cries of alarm resounded through the air as countless martial artists retreated in fear, their expressions even more fearful than when Black Yin ancestor Luo Qin had appeared. Rumble. A moment later, black smoke began to churn and ghosts wailed. Behind the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples, a figure wearing a loose robe rose from the ground and attacked Jingqi League Lord Song Yuanyi. Cree! With a shrill cry, the myriad ghost ancestor clapped his hands together. In an instant, the black qi on the ground surged forward like rivers flowing into the sea, twisting and transforming into countless ghostly soldiers, ghostly generals, ghostly pawns, ghostly skeletons, and even ghostly kings and ghostly demons. All of them howled mournfully. The myriad ghost ancestor's palm was like a raging sea, rumbling toward Song Yuanyi. At this moment, the turbid energy in the world became thousands of times more intense, so dense that it was suffocating. More importantly, everyone could sense an enormous attractive force in the air, as if countless demons and ghosts were madly sucking at them. But what these things were sucking at was not energy, but the souls of martial artists. Myriad ghosts pilgrimage, great e'en art. Everyone retreat. Amidst the crowd, an idle cultivator shouted loudly, then turned around and fled frantically. Madness and fear were contagious, and the surrounding crowd began to push and shove at each other like beasts. Some martial artists, unable to escape in time, even leaped over the heads of their opponents. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding martial artists, including the disciples of the Five Ancestor Alliance, were unable to dodge in time and fell to the ground like wooden stakes. Their flesh rapidly withered, and before they died, their eyes were wide open as if they had been struck by extreme terror. Damn it! Myriad ghost ancestor, I'll deal with you. A furious roar resounded through the air, and then a figure rose from the ground. Xia, Guangting pressed down with his palm, sending out an enormous energy that collided with the myriad ghost ancestors, myriad ghosts, pilgrimage, great e'en art. With the sound of the earth cracking apart, the boundless e'en chi that the myriad ghost ancestor had released was completely torn apart, and countless cracks appeared on it. Even the ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost soldiers, and ghost demons were torn to shreds. Boom, boom, boom. Song Yuanyi versus the Black E'en Ancestor, and Xia Guangting versus the Myriad Ghost Ancestor fiercely battled in the air. But a moment later, there was an explosion of stellar energy as Song Yuanyi and the Black E'en Ancestor retreated. At almost the same time, the Myriad Ghost Ancestor, Pale Wanchang, spun around and landed on the banner of the Myriad Ghost Sect. Only now did everyone get a clear look at his appearance. This infamous and vicious individual of the Five Ancestor Alliance had hooked nose, skin as black as iron, and hands that were slightly curled like bird claws. But the deepest impression of all was his pair of cold, pitch-black eyes that seemed terrifying to the extreme. On the other side, Xia Guangting gently floated down from the sky like a leaf, not stirring up a single speck of dust. The two stared at each other, the air frozen. Ha ha ha, Song Yuanyi, the people of the martial world say that you have a pair of wise eyes that can see through the finest details. But there is something that you might not know. The Black E'en Ancestor, Luo Qin, suddenly broke the silence. He took 2 steps forward, gave a sinister smile, and then leaped into the air. While still in the air, he unleashed a roiling black stellar energy that shot toward Song Yuanyi, like a meteor crashing into the moon. Chapter 1400. Song Yuanyi's expression was indifferent. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot a bolt of eternal spring stellar energy at the Black E'en Ancestor. This was not the first time the two had clashed. The Black E'en Ancestor alone would find it difficult to defeat him, so this move was unnecessary. But a moment later, Song Yuanyi grimaced. Swish! Just when the two were about to clash, a tangible stellar energy of the evil path suddenly shot toward Wang Chong, who had been silently observing the battle from the side. The Black E'en Ancestor's attack was so terrifying that it could crush even steel. Moreover, while he had used his attack on Song Yuanyi as a cover, his true target was Wang Chong. No one had expected this. Not even the experts of the various sects would believe that someone of the Black E'en Ancestor status would launch a sneak attack. Boom! As the black energy struck the ground, it caused a series of explosions, but Wang Chong had promptly retreated, barely managing to avoid the Black E'en Ancestor's attack. As expected, I can't trust a single one of these old foxes. Wang Chong raised his robe and narrowed his eyes at the Black E'en Ancestor, a thought flitting through his mind. This trip to the Origin Immortal Mountain was fraught with danger, with both the righteous and evil paths gathered. No one dared to be careless on this occasion. Although Wang Chong was watching the battle, he was also paying close attention to the movements of the Black E'en Ancestor and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor. The Black E'en Ancestor might have been able to deceive others, but he could not deceive Wang Chong, who was watching the battle in his world of energy. "Kid, you're truly lucky. You even managed to survive." Seeing that his plan had been exposed and that Wang Chong had successfully dodged it, the Black Een ancestor's face twisted in rage and humiliation. "Haha, it's not that I'm lucky, but that senior skills are lacking. Why cover up your mistakes in front of so many people?" Wang Chong waved his sleeves and smiled. All the other martial artists present were astonished by this scene. In the martial arts world, the Black Een ancestor was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. There was no one in the martial arts world who did not fear him, and as one of the 5 titans of the 5 Ancestor Alliance, the Black Een ancestor could command many evil path martial artists. For someone of his status to pay attention to a nameless nobody with a weak aura was already rather astonishing. Moreover, this nameless pawn dared to rebuke the Black Een ancestor in front of so many people. Did he not know that if he angered the Black Een ancestor, no matter where he hid, only death awaited him? "Kid, you're courting death." Wang Chong's words caused the Black Een ancestor's face to turn red and unsightly. To be rebuked by a junior in front of so many people, the Black Een ancestor could not keep his face. The first time he had failed at the Jingqi League's base, and the second time he had lost all face in front of all the righteous and evil martial artists of the world. These 2 points alone had placed Wang Chong on the Black Een ancestor's kill list, although he still could not compare to Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting. It was enough for the Black Een ancestor to do everything in his power to kill him. "Alliance Lord Song, Vice Alliance Lord Xie, I heard that your Jingqi League has a young Master Qingyang." "Haha, it just so happens that we also have a young Master Qingyang." At this moment, a sinister voice rang out. The myriad ghost ancestor, Pei Wanchong, stood atop the banner of the 5 Ancestor Alliance, one hand stroking his beard while the other waving his sleeve, a look of derision in his eyes. "Humph, young Master Qingyang, come out." The Black Een ancestor gave a strange laugh and waved behind him. Swoosh! Before the other martial artists could react, the Jingqi League disciples were in an uproar. Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting glanced at each other, their faces paling. As for Wang Chong, his pupils constricted as he turned to look. How could this be? How could there be such a coincidence? Wang Chong's heart chilled, his eyes turning sharp. Based on what Song Yuan had said, young Master Qingyang was an elusive dragon that almost no one in the martial arts world recognized. This was precisely why Wang Chong had impersonated him. But based on what the myriad ghost ancestor and the Black Een ancestor were saying, there was another young Master Qingyang here. Regardless of what Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting were thinking, the Black Een ancestor's words caused the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples to part like a wave. An azure-robed young man of 17 or 18 walked out from the back, his face pale and somewhat frail. Behind him was a silver-robed guard. This guard had a thick beard and a sharp and piercing gaze. Most eye-catching of all were his hands, which were so close to his knees. This was an extremely rare sight among martial artists. Wang Chong sensed a vast energy in this guard's body. This energy was extremely sharp and vicious, like a blade that wanted to cleave apart the world, the mountains, the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Buzz! At a glance, Wang Chong had an extremely ill foreboding. Cough, cough! Everyone, this one has never been willing to get involved in the matters of the martial arts world. But I just so happened to be here. I heard that a young Master Qingyang had appeared in the Northwest, so I came to take a look. Everyone knows that I've never had much of a reputation, so there's nothing to impersonate, but now that something like this has happened, this one had no choice but to come and take a look. With these final words, the frail young man turned his head, his gaze piercing through the void to the nearby Wang Chong behind Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting. Although this one doesn't care about anything else, when it comes to my reputation, I have to prove that I am me, and young Master Qingyang is young Master Qingyang. Haha, when this old man returned yesterday, I just so happened to run into the real young Master Qingyang. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, No one would have believed that someone would impersonate young Master Qingyang and even deceive the heads of the Jingqi League and Five Ancestor Alliance. Kid, you're quite bold. The Black Yin ancestor's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Wang Chong. In his entire life, the great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect had never been in such a situation. He had been forced into a panic by a nameless junior, causing a change in his originally assured plan and forcing him to flee. He had left in high spirits and returned in disappointment, even losing an important black general in permanence. This was also the reason why the great Grand Master of the mysterious dark sect had made an exception to target a nameless junior. This kid was a little too arrogant. The Black Yin ancestor and the Jingqi League lord were both titans of the martial arts world, yet this brat was so arrogant that he dared to deceive them. He was simply too lawless. The two young Master Qingyangs stared at each other from a distance, and all the disciples of the Jingqi League were dumbfounded, whispering to each other, "What's going on here? How could there be two young Master Qingyangs? Just which one is real and which one is fake? Could this be a scheme of the Five Ancestor Alliance? Are we supposed to believe what they say?" That shouldn't be the case. Although the Black Yin ancestor is sinister and cunning, he's still someone of status. There's no need for him to lie about such a matter and do something so beneath his status. Moreover, this won't harm our Jingqi League in the slightest. So why would he do such a thing? The gazes of the crowd shifted back and forth between Wang Chong and that frail young man. It had to be said that the two were rather similar in appearance. Both were dressed in blue robes, both were 17 or 18 years of age, and both were rather frail. The only difference was that this young Master Qingyang of the Five Ancestor Alliance had an extra guard at his side. Don't listen to the nonsense of the Black Yin ancestor and the others. How can we trust the words of these outer disciples of the evil path? Moreover, have you forgotten? Young Master Qingyang saved us. Song Yurin's face was frosty as she spoke up for Wang Chong. She glared at the myriad ghost ancestor and Black Yin ancestor, her face contorted in rage. Old fogies, all of you are young, yet you still dare to do such a thing. If you're not convinced, then come at me openly. You even came up with a fake young Master Qingyang. Utterly shameless. Impudent. Does our young master need to pretend to be someone else? Lady, mind your words. At this moment, the guard behind the young man suddenly spoke up, his face full of anger. Haha, junior sister. Do you still not understand? I've said it before, this kid is a fake. Ji Endis suddenly stepped forward, a smug look on his face. He had originally believed that he had made an error in judgment, but now he was even more certain that the young man at his side was a fake. What do you mean getting separated from your guard and being pursued? Young Master Qingyang and his guard are inseparable from each other, so there's no way young Master Qingyang would be acting alone. This brat is just a fake. Ji Andu, stand down. A harsh roar resounded. This voice was imbued with such majesty that Ji Andu couldn't help but tremble. When he came to his senses, he paled as he stared at Song Yuani. Alliance Lord. Ji Andu's lips were drained of blood. He didn't dare to believe that in just a few short days he had completely lost the trust and favor of Jingqi League Lord Song Yuani. He was actually protecting an outsider in front of so many people. No matter what the myriad ghost ancestor and Black Yin ancestor say, he is young Master Qingyang, an ally of our Jingqi League. The matters of our league cannot be interfered with by others. Song Yuani held his hands behind his back as he indifferently said. His eyes were fixed forward, not even glancing at Ji Andu, his expression extremely stern. Ji Andu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Chapter 1401. Damn thing. Don't let me find your weakness. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and make you die without a burial. Ji Andu quickly turned his head and glared viciously at Wang Chong. If not for him, he would never have been reprimanded by the Alliance Lord, and if not for him, he would never have fallen out of favor. No matter what, he would make this brat pay a heavy price. Pei Wanchang, Luo Qin, just what are you planning by making such a ruckus? Song Yuanyi paid no attention to Ji Andu, his cold and aloof gaze fixed on the myriad ghost ancestor and black Yin ancestor. Haha, it's been a long time since the martial arts world has been this lively, and it's been a long time since this old man has encountered something so interesting. It's rare for two young Master Qingyungs to appear, so how can we not distinguish the real one from the fake? Why don't we let these juniors decide who's real and who's fake while we seniors watch from the sidelines? In any case, this isn't our first time fighting, so there's no need to rush things. And besides, haha, Song Yuanyi, if your Jingqi League treats a fake young Master Qingyang as the real one in front of all these people, you'll truly become a laughingstock. The myriad ghost ancestor looked down with a smirk on his face, his robes flapping in the wind. Song Yuanyi said nothing, but Vice Alliance Lord Xie Guangding's eyes twitched and his expression flickered. The myriad ghost ancestor's words were extremely harsh, and the Jingqi League would have no choice but to agree. This brother, since you dared to pretend to be me, I presume that you're not some nameless nobody. What? Do you dare to distinguish the real from the fake in front of all these people? The young man clenched his hand into a fist and placed it between his nose and mouth. Straightening his body, he stared at Wang Chong and smirked. He hadn't planned to cause so much trouble on this trip to the northwest, but now that something like this had happened, he had no choice but to stand up and expose this person. He wanted to see just how daring this person was. Should he stop while he was ahead and admit his mistake, or should he be bold enough to accept his challenge in front of the world? The crowd was abuzz with chatter. They had all come for the Origin Immortal Mountain. But the matter between Wang Chong and young Master Qingyang had attracted their attention. Just like everyone knew, although young Master Qingyang's martial arts were not very high, he was famous in the martial arts world. Not even some of the most eminent grandmasters of the world could compare to him in his understanding of the martial arts path. Who do you think is the real one? How dare you lie to the leader of the Jingqi League and the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect? If I'm found out, I'll be dead. Haha, there's no need to go through all this trouble. The one who doesn't agree is the fake young Master Qingyang. Pairs of eyes kept glancing back and forth between Wang Chong and the young man in front of him. Two of the four great young masters of Wulin had actually appeared at the same time. This was a rare thing in Wulin. What's wrong with that? At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Wang Chong faintly smiled and took a step forward. Wang Chong had never imagined that his trip to the martial arts world would turn out like this. But as the Grand Marshal of the world, Wang Chong had weathered countless storms. So how could he possibly be afraid of this sort of situation? Moreover, Wang Chong could sense that the myriad ghost ancestor, the black Yin ancestor, Xie Guangting, and Sikong Yuanjiao were all focused on him. If he made the slightest movement, these people would immediately attack. In the current situation, Wang Chong had no choice but to agree. But Wang Chong was not flustered. In terms of understanding of the martial arts of the world, he was not inferior to anyone. Not even young Master Qingyang was guaranteed to defeat him. Good. It was at this moment that a burst of laughter rang out. The myriad ghost ancestor stood proudly on the banner and lightly waved his hand. Alliance, Lord Song, Vice Alliance, Lord Xia, both of you heard that. This matter is getting more and more interesting. How about this? We'll discuss the grudge between the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Jingqi League later. Before that, let's open our eyes and see who the real young Master Qingyang is. Myriad Ghost Ancestor, what do you propose to do? Song Yuanyi sternly said. The Myriad Ghost Ancestor said nothing, only faintly smiled and turned to young Master Qingyang. The latter understood and took 2 steps forward with a smile. Alliance Lord Song, everyone knows that young Master Qingyang is well versed in all martial arts and knows all the martial arts of the world like the back of his hand. Moreover, with just a few words, he can command a martial artist to defeat a stronger opponent. How about this? Let me and that young Master Qingyang of your Zhengqi League each choose a martial artist to represent us and compete with each other. What do you think? The young man slightly raised his head, his expression brimming with confidence. Young Master Qingyang, what do you think? The young man turned to Wang Chong, his eyes brimming with derision. Not bad. It's very fair. Wang Chong smiled at these words. Very good. Since that's the case, let's do as you say. Song Yuanyi slightly nodded. Since the two had reached an agreement, there was no need for him to stop them. Martial artists that are too strong aren't much of a challenge. Why don't we just choose someone at the profound martial realm? As he spoke, the young man turned to the Black Een ancestor and Myriad Ghost ancestor on the banner. You can choose the disciples of the Five Ancestor Alliance. The Myriad Ghost ancestor nodded. Haha, there's no need to be polite, young Master Qingyang. Today, all the disciples of the Five Ancestor Alliance are yours to command. I only have one request. Expose that brat for me. I want Song Yuanyi and his Zhengqi League to lose face before the entire world. Black Een ancestor Luo Qin said. Luo Qin, you're impudent. Sikong Yuanjia couldn't help but bellow. But Song Yuanyi said nothing. He extended an arm and shook his head, stopping Sikong Yuanjia. Young Master, this alone isn't enough to prove that you are young Master Qingyang. Song Yuanyi suddenly said. Haha, well said. The young man grinned and said, Alliance Lord Song speaks well. Alliance Lord Song speaks well. Thus, I hope that you can pick 3 stronger righteous alliance experts. If I can command this Five Ancestor Alliance disciple to defeat all 3 of them, I will naturally have the right to proceed to the next step. If not, then I am undoubtedly a fake young Master Qingyang, and there is no need to proceed any further. If this is the case, Black Een ancestor, I must trouble you to take my life so that the Five Ancestor Alliance can face the truth. The young man turned to Black Een ancestor Luo Qin and clasped his hands. Relax, this old man will not be lenient. If that really happens, this old man will make mincemeat out of you. The Black Een ancestor cackled. This cackle made everyone's hair stand on end, but the young man seemed unconcerned. As it should be. Wang Chong nodded. He had been coldly watching from the side this entire time, and he inwardly smiled at this sight. In just a few moments, he could tell that this young man was the real young Master Qingyang. His conduct was both righteous and evil, and he was rather similar to Wang Chong's. All was quiet as the dense crowd of martial artists watched. Today's events were far too bizarre. The Zhengqi League and the Five Ancestor Alliance had each produced a young Master Qingyang. For one of the leaders of the 4 young masters of the martial arts world to appear, and on the border of the Northwest, was far too surprising. Young Master Qingyang quickly chose a disciple from the Five Ancestor Alliance. Alliance Lord Song, I must trouble you to choose 3 opponents for me. Song Yuanyi nodded, and with a flick of his finger, he chose 3 disciples from the Zhengqi League. One was at the middle level of the profound martial realm. One was at the upper level of the profound martial realm, and one was at the peak of the profound martial realm. All of them were stronger than the Five Ancestor Alliance disciple. As these 3 Zhengqi League disciples appeared, everyone held their breath, and even Wang Chong raised his head to look. Young Master Qingyang faintly smiled as he strode toward the 3 Zhengqi League disciples. Alliance Lord Song, there is no need for this disciple. If I'm not wrong, his lesser 3-yang meridian has been injured from the Chu Qi all the way to his neck, and it's an extremely tyrannical flame energy. Right now, he can't even raise his arms above his shoulders. In addition, if I'm not wrong, he's still secretly cultivating the 100 meridian divine art. But because he's been too impatient, his Feng Fu point and the governing meridian on his back have been injured, causing his energy to stagnate. These are internal injuries. Although they usually don't show much in battle, when one's energy is pushed to its peak, their stellar energy will immediately fall into disorder. In addition, every night at the Z period, the Tianshu point on the left side of your abdomen will ache with an intense pain that will wake you from your sleep. This kind of martial artist is already lacking in strength, so how can he be qualified to be challenged? Young Master Qingyang said. Bang! Before anyone else could react, the Jingqi League expert, young Master Qingyang, had widened his eyes in shock like he had seen a ghost. Few people knew that he had secretly cultivated the 100 Meridian Divine Art in order to increase his strength, not even the Alliance Lord. But he had failed to hide it from this young man. More importantly, once the 100 Meridian Divine Art was cultivated incorrectly, each person would suffer from completely different symptoms. For this person to even know that his Tianshu point on the left side of his abdomen flared up every night at the Z period was simply inconceivable. Could a person's understanding of martial arts be so profound that they could predict what would happen to their opponent several hours later? This had far surpassed his understanding of the martial path. On the other side, Song Yuani and Xia Guangting said nothing, but a glimmer of light flitted through their eyes. Not even the 5 Ancestor Alliance knew that the Jingqi League had been attacked by the men in black, so there was no way this young man would know. But from what he had just said, he had clearly determined the nature of the martial arts of those men in black, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. This alone showed that he was no simple character. Chapter 1402. The Black Een Ancestor sinisterly smiled. When he first encountered this pair of master and servant, he had his suspicions. But now that they had revealed their skills, the Black Een Ancestor was no longer so suspicious. Brat, you're quite bold to dare deceive this ancestor. I'd like to see just who you are. The Black Een Ancestor inwardly sneered as he stared at Wang Chong. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes twitched. This young master, Qingyang, truly did have some ability. With just a glance, he had been able to deduce so much information. Not even Wang Chong could do this. But Wang Chong quickly regained his composure and returned to his confident and relaxed demeanor. He and young Master Qingyang had used different methods to instruct each other in martial arts, but in the end they had reached the same goal. Young Master Qingyang had his own outstanding points, but Wang Chong also had his own points that he could not. Song Yuani said nothing, only waved his hand behind him. The Jingqi League expert with the hidden injury withdrew and was replaced by another person. Young Master, do you have any questions? Song Yuani looked at the young man. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak to young Master Qingyang. None. Then let's begin. Song Yuani indifferently said. Young Master Qingyang neither agreed nor disagreed. He turned to the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple behind him and asked, What martial arts do you know? What kind of martial arts do you know? Show it to me. Yes, young master. The disciple understood and began to demonstrate according to young Master Qingyang's request. He did this very slowly and did not use any stellar energy. But he had only used 20% of his martial arts when he heard a voice at his ear. That's enough. Young Master Qingyang slightly raised his head and indifferently said, In a little while, listen to my orders. In a while, listen to my commands. Do whatever I tell you to do, and use whatever move I tell you to use. Remember, I want you to defeat your first opponent in one move. Hua! Young Master Qingyang's words sent the crowd into an uproar. The 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple glanced at the Black Een Ancestor and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor, and then at the crowd, his face fraught with unease. But I'm afraid the members of the 5 Ancestor Alliance were all disciples of the evil path, all of them eccentric and arrogant. However, no matter how arrogant he was, he understood the gap between him and the other party. He recognized the disciple from the Jingqi League. His nickname was 5 Willow Steps. His speed was exceptionally fast, and his skill was much higher than his. This was not the first time the two had clashed. Due to the relationship between the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Jingqi League, they had clashed several times. Out of the 10 times he had been injured, 7 or 8 of them had been because of the 5 willow steps. By now, it had left a shadow in his heart, and every time they clashed, Wang Chong would avoid him. In the past, it would have been fine. But now that the 2 old ancestors were watching from above, if he failed, he would probably die. Don't worry, just do as I say. Young Master, Qingyang finally opened his eyes and confidently said, although the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple was extremely unwilling. With so many people watching, he had no choice but to enter the arena. Let's begin. In the howling wind, countless eyes focused on the pair. Before the appearance of the origin of Mortal Mountain, this was undoubtedly the most interesting sight they had ever seen. Zhao Deong, your legs healed quite quickly. I let you run last time at Mount Wudong, but I'd like to see where you can run this time. 5 willow steps sneered. The others could have been ignored, but this Zhao Deong was truly nothing more than a weakling. Young Master Qingyang had chosen a weakling who was completely unworthy of his attention. On the other side, the evil path disciple called Zhao Deong had an ashen complexion, but he didn't dare to say anything. The martial arts world paid the most attention to strength. Without strength, words were meaningless. His opponent was stronger than him, so no matter how unwilling he was, he could only accept this result. What's with all the nonsense? Let's begin. The Black Een ancestor had long since grown impatient from waiting, so he ordered. Swish! The Black Een ancestor had barely spoken when the expert, nicknamed 5 Willow, Steps' body swayed, leaving behind a blur in the air as he attacked. His speed was extremely fast, and his strength was also great. Moreover, he immediately used his strongest unique skill, 5 steps seeking life. He had clearly heard the conversation between young Master Qingyang and Zhao Deong. 5 willow steps was infuriated that young Master Qingyang had told Zhao Deong to finish him off in one move, so he had shown no mercy. The 5 steps seeking life was a unique technique that he had comprehended. There were 5 steps in total, each one superimposed on the other. With each step, the stellar energy in his body would rise to a new level, and when he took the 5th step, his speed and strength would reach the pinnacle, even surpassing his own level of strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he took the 3rd step, he suddenly heard a young and aloof voice. Now, can position. Little Ghost offers his blade. Zhao Deong's body was already tense, and when he heard this, he instinctively thrust his saber towards the Ken position. Puchi! The sound of the saber and sword piercing into flesh resounded, and hot blood splashed all over his face. Bang! At this moment, there were cries of alarm from all around, as if something inconceivable had occurred. Zhao Deong raised his head and saw that half a foot in front of him, 5 willow steps was still gripping his blade with both hands. The blade in Zhao Deong's hand was half buried in the left side of his abdomen, blood gushing out from the wound. His eyes were wide open, his face stricken with shock. Not even in death would he dare to believe that he had been defeated by Zhao Deong, and defeated in one move, using the most ordinary of moves. The little ghost offers his blade. Whether it was on the righteous path or the evil path, this was a technique used by peasants and could never be put on the stage. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Zhao Deong was even more shocked than 5 Willow Step. He knew very well in his heart that he really hadn't done anything just now. He had merely followed young Master Qingyang's instructions and thrust his blade diagonally, but this sort of situation had occurred. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, Zhao Deong almost subconsciously turned to young Master Qingyang behind him, a look of extreme respect in his eyes. This was simply a celestial being. Stand down. At this moment, Song Yuanyi suddenly spoke up, looking at the Black Een ancestor. Luo Qin, your man has won. Pa! Pa! Song Yuanyi flicked his finger. sending 2 bolts of energy flying through the air. The first one snapped Zhao Daiyong's blade, while the other shot into 5 Willow Step's body to staunch his bleeding and stabilize his condition. "Take him away!" Song Yuanyi waved his hand, and several experts of the Jingqi League immediately flew up and left with 5 Willow Steps. At this moment, all the disciples of the Jingqi League were dumbstruck, staring in a daze at the young man across from them. They had originally believed that the Black Yin ancestors' claim that this young man was young Master Qingyang was just nonsense, that the 5 Ancestor Alliance was using him to attack the Jingqi League. But now everything was different. To be able to command a low-level profound martial expert to defeat a middle-level profound martial expert in a single move, this young man displayed abilities similar to those of Wang Chong. A second Jingqi League martial artist quickly stepped onto the stage. This opponent was a high-level profound martial expert, even stronger than 5 Willow Steps. Imp plucking peaches. Imp offering blade. This time it was still Imp offering blade, but with the addition of Imp plucking peaches, the second high-level profound martial expert of the Jingqi League was defeated by a 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple. Even as he fell to the ground, his eyes were wide open in disbelief. The atmosphere on the Jingqi League side was oppressive, but the morale of the 5 Ancestor Alliance was high. "Last one." Song Yuanyi frowned and gestured behind him. "Wait a moment." Just when the disciple was about to step forward, young Master Qingyang suddenly spoke. "This one has a suggestion. There's no need to go through so much trouble for the last round. Alliance Lord, there is no need to be polite. Just send in an imperial martial expert." Young Master Qingyang said with a relaxed expression. Boom! Young Master Qingyang's words immediately caused a buzz in the crowd, the spectating martial artists all showing looks of shock. Profound martial realm against imperial martial realm? What kind of joke is this? If he can do that, then he's truly heaven-defying. Even if others don't believe it, your father will definitely believe that he's young Master Qingyang. Who doesn't know how to brag? Let's just watch. In any case, I will never believe this sort of thing, let alone the unaffiliated martial artists. Even the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples were dumbfounded. Although the Black Yin ancestor said nothing, he imperceptibly creased his brow. It was clear that not even he had been mentally prepared for young Master Qingyang's request. "Alliance Lord, this is definitely the will of the Myriad Ghost Ancestor and the Black Yin ancestor. We can't fall for their trick," Ouyang Changhing suddenly said next to Song Yuanyi. The difference in strength between the 2 challengers was far too great. He couldn't help but suspect that this was not the young man's idea, but the 5 Ancestor Alliances. Agreed to it. To his surprise, Song Yuanyi expressionlessly nodded. Ouyang Changhing was stunned. Although he was startled, no one dared to object to the Alliance Lord's decision. Following young Master Qingyang's orders, the Jingqi Alliance quickly chose an imperial martial expert. The moment this imperial martial expert stepped onto the stage, his body began to exude a storm of energy. Clang, he stomped on the ground, and amidst the sounds of metal clanging, a dark red martial arts halo shot out from his feet, like mercury spilling onto the ground. This was followed by a second and a third. In just a few short moments, this imperial martial expert's energy had reached an astonishing level. Even the 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. Compared to this imperial martial expert, this disciple's energy was like the light of a firefly. The gap between the two was not just a little. "Alliance Lord, do you really need an expert of my level to take action?" The moment this imperial martial expert appeared, he immediately turned to Alliance Lord Song Yuanyi, who was standing behind him. A strange smile appeared on his lips, a rather strange expression on his face. Chapter 1403. Song Yuanyi looked forward without turning his head. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" "Yes, Alliance Lord." The imperial martial expert quickly lowered his head and bowed. Straightening his back, he looked at the evil path disciple Zhao Deong, a smile on his face like that of a cat toying with a mouse. Haha, since that's the case, I won't be merciful. The mood quickly turned strange, but young Master Qingyang continued to hold his head high and his expression the same. Begin. With this order, the pair once more stepped onto the battlefield. Zhao Deyong's legs were trembling, and he was about to cry. Although he had successfully defeated 2 opponents who were stronger than him in the previous 2 battles, it was completely different this time. He had no chance of winning against an imperial martial expert with the strength of the initial tier of the profound martial realm. If not for the fact that his 2 ancestors were watching from behind, he would have long since fled. Listen to me. Don't panic. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his ear, calm and rational, suffused with a soothing power. It was young Master Qingyang's voice. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the evil path disciple Zhao Deong immediately calmed down. The battle quickly began. Buzz! In a flash, the imperial martial expert reigned in all his distracting thoughts. His expression was one of complete focus, and he was putting all his strength into this attack. Although he was much stronger than his foe, as an imperial martial expert, his mind was much firmer, and he would never make the mistake of underestimating his foe. Lee position. Hungry ghost pounces. Before the imperial martial expert could even move, young Master Qingyang's voice rang out in everyone's ears. While everyone was still wondering what young Master Qingyang was up to, Zhao Deong had already instinctively taken action. Dish! Even though he sensed no threat and there was no one at the Lee position, he still lunged to that position. Rumble! Almost at the same time, a huge explosion could be heard, and a powerful force, sharp and fierce, landed heavily on the place where he had been standing a moment ago. Ah! The crowd cried out in alarm. If not for young Master Qingyang's warning, the evil path disciple called Zhao Deong would have been heavily injured. How could this be? The imperial martial disciple was shocked to see that his attack had missed. In all his years in the martial arts world, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. A cripple who wasn't very strong had commanded another weakling who wasn't very strong to actually defeat him, who was stronger than him. This situation was simply inconceivable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the other side, Zhao Deong noticed this scene, and his entire person was shocked and afraid. He hurriedly pulled away and retreated. However, the imperial martial expert didn't give chase. He was still immersed in his shock. I'd like to see how many of my moves you can dodge. After the initial shock, the imperial martial Zhengqi League expert quickly came to his senses. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust out another palm at Zhao Deong. 5 ghosts carrying the palanquin. Young Master Qingyang's aloof voice rang out once more. Unsurprisingly, stellar energy crashed down, accompanied by an intense explosion and a plume of dust. This attack had once more failed. This guy is not simple. Wang Chong had been standing in the crowd, watching as the battle unfolded. As he watched Zhao Deong dodge the imperial martial expert's attacks twice, Wang Chong vaguely sensed something. To an ordinary person, Zhao Deong had used an extremely dangerous method to dodge the attacks of an imperial martial expert much stronger than himself. But Wang Chong saw something completely different. To easily dodge the attacks of an opponent like young Master Qingyang had commanded Zhao Deong, one needed to predict his opponent's movements, and not just his opponent's, but also Zhao Deong's. When one took into account that young Master Qingyang was just an ordinary martial artist, at most at the true martial realm, this was extremely astonishing. This fellow's calculation abilities have definitely reached an astonishing level. What martial arts that imperial martial expert is going to use, how he is going to use them, and when he is going to strike, he's probably already calculated everything. To be able to do this fellow truly has an astonishing mind. If it weren't for his innate meridians, this fellow would definitely be an expert, and one of those supreme experts. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He rarely misjudged a person, and this young Master Qingyang was definitely a very difficult expert to deal with. The vast majority of these people were extremely proud, so it was no wonder that he could not tolerate someone pretending to be him. Even when allying with the infamous Five Ancestor Alliance of the martial arts world, he had no qualms about it. The battle had reached a critical juncture. Zhao Diyong was constantly dodging, again and again, barely escaping death. Each time, he would draw cries of alarm from the observing crowd. Wang Chong scanned the crowd. Whether it was the myriad ghost ancestor, the black Yin ancestor, Song Yuani, or Xie Guangding, they were all watching this battle. Even Song Yuran and Song Ju were doing the same. The battle is about to end. This imperial martial expert is about to lose, Wang Chong said to himself after watching for a few moments. He had always been as clear as a mirror. The imperial martial expert seemed to have the upper hand on the surface. But in reality, step by step, he was falling into young Master Qingyang's rhythm. After one move after another, not even he realized that he had lost his initial sharpness and was beginning to become restless. More importantly, as he attacked again and again, his martial arts, techniques, and offensive characteristics, young Master Qingyang had basically grasped everything about him. He simply did not understand that his true enemy was not Zhao Diyong, but that young Master Qingyang who stood on the edge of the battlefield and was in high spirits and focused as he commanded the others, no longer showing any signs of illness. Time slowly passed, and just when the battle was at its most intense, Zhao Diyong can position, Kuan position, Sin position, Zhen position. Little ghost offers the blade. 5 ghosts move the mountain. Hungry ghost soars to the heavens. Ghostly chi. Ghost king goes forth. All ghosts weep. Right abdomen. Tai point. A string of orders suddenly came from the mouth of young Master Qingyang in the rear. Stellar energy roiled through the air, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The imperial martial expert held the initiative and was practically suppressing Zhao Diyong. But in the next moment, Zhao Diyong, who had been in a passive position, moved like a nimble snake. With a little ghost offering blade, he attacked and dodged, escaping from the imperial martial expert's pursuit. Young Master Qingyang's ability to cultivate the seemingly ordinary. Little ghost offers the blade. To this level had left the Jingqi League disciples sighing in amazement. If not for the fact that his understanding and mastery of the martial path had reached a superb level, he would never have been able to put on such a display. But this was not the end. Zhao Diyong didn't flee after escaping the imperial martial expert's attack. Instead, he retreated, becoming one with his saber as he charged at the imperial martial expert. 5 ghosts move the mountain. Hungry ghost soars to the heavens. Ghostly chi. Ghost king goes forth. All ghosts weep. A string of techniques was unleashed like lightning bolts. Boom, boom, boom. The imperial martial expert wasn't idle either. When he saw Zhao Diyong charging at him, he didn't hesitate to unleash several ferocious attacks at Zhao Diyong. His attacks were fast and ruthless, and they also contained destructive power. Even someone of Zhao Diyong's profound martial cultivation would be heavily injured, if not killed. However, something that shocked everyone happened. Once, twice, thrice. In a short period of time, Zhao Diyong seemed to have predicted all of his counterattacks. Every time, he dodged them with a different move. Moreover, every time he would immediately change his move before he even used it. This was a tacit understanding that he had slowly developed through his cooperation with young Master Qingyang. In an instant, the ordinary moves immediately transformed into something magical, as if it had become another kind of unique skill. He failed once, twice, thrice. In the space of a few short breaths, the imperial martial expert's expression changed again and again. In the end, he lost all his confidence and composure. An imperial martial expert was being toyed around in the palm of a profound martial expert's hand. No one could accept this. Buzz! The moment Zhao Diyong used the 5 Ancestor Alliance's Ghost King's journey, the imperial martial expert's face contorted in fear. Unable to hold on any longer, he began to flee. This time he was finally afraid. He wasn't afraid of the profound martial realm Zhao Diyong, but of the unfathomable young master Qingyang behind Zhao Diyong, who could predict his every move. But he had never imagined that even his escape had been part of young Master Qingyang's plan. The moment he fled, Zhao Diyong switched to Ghost Sweep, halfway through the Ghost King's journey, and attacked the Jingqi League Imperial Martial Expert like a bolt of lightning. Cree! The air boomed like thousands of ghosts weeping. Ah! With a mournful scream, the Imperial Martial Expert who had just flown into the air dropped to the ground, a blade sticking out of his right abdomen. He staggered backward, blood streaming from his wounds. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with shock and panic as he stared at Zhao Diyong and young Master Qingyang. This is impossible. His confidence, his power, had been completely shattered at this moment. Hua! After a brief silence, everyone began to seethe with excitement at this sight. They were all dumbfounded and gasping in shock. Heavens! Impossible! This can't be. What did I just see? A martial artist at the initial stage of the profound martial realm was actually able to defeat an imperial martial expert. This is insane. Am I seeing things? Tell me, am I seeing things?